Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen, and those Facebook peeps, and also out there live streaming. We are here at Dorney Lake, and what a morning! It is just fantastic. Looking good.
Kia ora koutou. Put some faces to what's going on here. We receive all of your messages, good and bad. And we're trying our best over here. There's about 200 people waiting at the moment for our live feed. Big day ahead.
A big day ahead. We're being very optimistic. We are hoping to get through our races 1 hour earlier than scheduled, and we're going to try. But this morning, as you can see, the sun is shining on our face, Kingy. It's just a superb morning here this morning. We've got the sun in our eyes at the moment, but that lifts up. Well, I think we are forecast for 33, 35 degrees today. Look at that. Ooh. The vision that we have here. It's a beautiful venue.
Beautiful.
There's no doubt about that. And we are really enjoying bringing you information, perhaps even entertaining you sometimes when it doesn't all go to plan. But, you know, we are volunteers here. Kingy, how much are you getting paid for this? Yeah, I told you that.
Zero, Pano. For the aroha. Appreciate you all waking up early. Or
absolutely.
What time is it in Aotearoa in Australia?
In Australia, it's actually 2:30 in the afternoon, and so that's where I am coming from, and that's Western Australia, keeping in mind that they have different time zones there. So 7 hours, we're 7 hours behind Australia, Western Australia. So yeah, so all my fair friends and family in WA, you know, they're in the afternoons. They're, I guess, Aotearoa New Zealand. They'll have to watch this sometimes right up to midnight.
Yep. 2 a.m. for the hearties.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think it's like 4 or 5 a.m. because we had 10 hours of racing yesterday.
We did, and it was a long day, and it's going to be another long day today and tomorrow, and for the rest of it, we had first 2 days was elite paddling. So that went through quite quickly. We had early days.
You're in our shop.
Early days.
Here's one of our volunteers. You're on screen.
I am on screen.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody, wherever you are around the world. My name is Karen Donnelly. I am the media liaison. I don't know what I did in my past life, but in this one, I'm media liaison. I hope you're all enjoying, or you will enjoy today's racing. It has been absolutely fabulous these past few days. John here, he has just got everybody going on the balconies, on the sides. When watching the racing, it has just been heart-stopping, some of his commentary, but we hope you all enjoy today.
Thank you very much, Karen. Obviously, Karen's not from Aotearoa, New Zealand, but touch of the Irish indeed. We are having fun here at Dorney Lake. It is beautiful, and we will be looking forward to bringing you all the information, all the racing that we are able to do today.
Just a little bit of information about where we're broadcasting to. We have a lot of people from Brazil. We'd just like to say, bom dia. Thank you for your support. The Brazilian teams seem to be doing very well. You should be proud of your country, you Brazilians there, and we're working hard to bring you a Portuguese language broadcast. Not sure if we could do it this one, but we're really trying. So, yeah, awesome to have you on board too.
Indeed. And from around the world, you've got a new feature this morning, Kingy, that we worked out on Facebook as well?
Yes, we are live streaming directly into Facebook. We realised there was a few issues accessing between Facebook and our website, so we've worked hard on that overnight, and now we have a feed directly into Facebook. Heoi anō. However, if it goes down, we will work hard to get it back online. It's just a little bit more complexity for us. We hope it eases some of the transition for families and friends wanting to tune in and you know, not have to go to another website. They can just get it all in Facebook and help build that fella Mark Zuckerberg, who owns Facebook, build his wealth some more so he can afford to buy more islands throughout the Pacific. And soon we won't have any more islands to reside in because we'll be paying Facebook tax.
Look, we won't be too far away from racing on the water shortly too. We've done the first 5 calls. We should have racing. I'm looking down to loading bay So I'm just going to sign off now, and I'll be back with you very shortly. are watching live stream here. Again, the breeze has picked up early this morning. It's always very still first thing in the morning. But as the day wears on, it's picked up, and we've only been going, that's race number 2, and the breeze definitely is picking up at this time. We hope you're enjoying our broadcast. We enjoy bringing it to you. Back to you shortly. Okay, we're not too far away from a start. Not too far away from a start. This, you can see it on the live stream. They are lining up there. Looks like they got a green flag, should I say. So they are away. Let's see how they travel down there. Great imagery there. We can see the sun is shining in. The sun is low in the sky, so you can see a bit of glare, but hey, that'll change over time. We have a race start up there at the 500-meter start line. It's race number 144, the junior 19-man V1 500 repechage number 1. Lane 2, it is Eduardo Gomez from Brazil. Lane 3, Ruda Bossi, Brazil. Lane 4, Will Rainey, Canada. Lane 5 is Bruno Zlata Quintans from Chile. Lane 6, it is Ali Kianui Kalani from Hawaii. Lane 7, Jake Cameron, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 8, Noah Pilla from Hawaii. And lane 9, Joshua Walsh from Australia. That's how they come up. And we're coming to the halfway mark very, very shortly. You can see our drone that's flying on a car just along the roadway as they come to the 250-meter mark, looking like the middle of the race course once again. And that's where the fastest qualifiers are. Maybe it is down there. It is Bruno Quintans Lata from Chile in lane number 5. And lane 6 we have there Ali'i Kianui Okalani from Hawaii. He's coming up there too. And let's see as they get closer to us who's making an impression. It's still looking pretty close across this race course though. My eyes are telling me it's going to be a close finish here as they come up through the middle. Perhaps down there in lane number 5, I'm still going to say that it is Bruno Zlata Quintans from Chile. Let's see who goes for. Outside them is from Hawaii. It is Ali Kianui Okalani Yodarian. He is pushing up there. That seems to be where the battle is. What about outside here in lane number 7, Jake Cameron from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Here we go to this finish. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, call them in there. It is now going to be, is it Chile versus Hawaii, Hawaii versus Chile, Chile, Hawaii. Those are the two that are pushing out there. Who can respond to it? It is Bruno, was it Ali Kianu and Kalani as he pushes up there? It will be, as they go out there, he pushes through. Look at that. Lane number 6 has got through there from Hawaii, as then Bruno Azlata Quintans gets through there from Chile, and the rest of these paddlers go through their great racing. You watch race number 144, the junior 19 men V1 500 meter repechage number 1. That's the caliber of racing we're having here, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be fantastic racing throughout this day. I've just got to add up, see how many races we actually are running today. But we are lining them up so that they're coming down this race course at a great rate of knots. Be back with you soon.
Placing ones are knockoffs and they're not working.
Oh,
It's like, these are counterfeit cartridges. We can't accept it. It'll damage the printer. That's bullshit. Yeah, it did not work.
We have racing that's on the water at this moment in time. It is race number 145, the Master 40 men B1 500 meter semi-final number 1. Lane 2, it is Marcelo Almeida from Brazil. Lane 3, Philippe Manguet from New Caledonia. Lane 4, Justin Roberts, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 5, Jason Retti, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 6, Martin Boudet, Germany. Lane 7, it is Grant Donaldson, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 8, James Ryan, Great Britain. Lane 9, rounding off this field is Dennis Sazaka from Singapore. Here they go as they come up through the halfway mark. Oh my goodness, again we naturally go to the middle of the race course. I think the fastest qualifier goes to lane number 6 and Martin Boudet, or is it Jason Retti in lane number 5? Certainly they are the two fastest qualifiers. So our eyes naturally go to the middle of the race course when we have these progressions that have come through heats. This is semi-final number 1. They are looking at going through to a final. I think it is the first 3 go through to a final and the next fastest 2. I'll just have to check on that very, very shortly. But who's got it? Is it Jason Retti out there in lane number 5? Or is it Martin Boudet from in lane number 6? Here they come now to the finish. It looks like they're going to the seeds at the moment too. It is Jason Retti got his nose in front at the moment. but certainly from Germany, Martin Bude, he won't be giving it away. He'll try push up the inside of Jason. We've got Justin Roberts from Aotearoa, New Zealand as well, as they push up with only 20 metres to go. Look at them go. This is a semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. They're all going through the final. The first three you'll see into the final as they push up now. He's just got to make it. You don't have to put in the effort. Just it's a placing that will get them there for these first three. Through goes Jason. Martin comes through, and then outside there we have Justin coming through there. Great racing out there. You watch race number 145, the Master Footy Men V1 500 metre semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 2 coming right on up. Check out those lake conditions from the live stream. It is pretty calm up there at that start line. Beautiful, beautiful venue here at Dorney Lake. No doubt about it, on the very exclusive school grounds of Eton College. If you've got a spare many £1,000, you too could come here. Or maybe not. But it is beautiful, absolutely. Of course, England and much of Europe has been having a very hot spell at the moment, heat waves throughout, so where we'd normally see green grass, it's looking a little bit more like Perth brown grass, but it is what it is. It's making for great racing, and we'll be back to you shortly. think they're under starters orders up at the start line there. White flag coming up there. They're moving up to the false start line. Red flag. They've moved through. They've moved through. My goodness me, they're not going slow up there. They're pushing these through. You get a good view there, ladies and gentlemen, on the live stream. Look at that, how close. They've got to stay behind that line. They've got to. We have almost ready for a race start. This is a final. They are waiting. Oh, my goodness. Someone did trying to push the boundaries. Here we go. It's getting nerve-wracking up there. Sorry for the silence, everyone. I'm just waiting in anticipation. And there we go. Certainly, who was that in lane number 8? Got a flyer from that start, but let me tell you who it is in this race. Race number 147. It is the Junior 16-man V1 500-meter final. It is in lane 2 is Ehakayuna from Hawaii in lane 3. Sigla'akea Konohia from Hawaii in lane number 4. We have Elite Reti from Aotearoa, New Zealand. In lane 5, Maya Campbell, Aotearoa, New Zealand, one of the fastest qualifiers. In lane number 6, Eduardo Gomez from Brazil, again one of the fastest qualifiers. Lane number 7, it is Kane Soto from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 8, it is Martin Toloa from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And rounding off this field, we have in lane number 9, it is Tyler Morishead from Canada. Here we go. This is the final again. We drift our eyes towards the middle of the race course because those are the fastest qualifiers. Looking good out there. We come to the halfway mark. Is that Aotearoa Elite Reti perhaps has got up there, or is it out there in lane number 7? We'll just start lane 6. Is it Eduardo Gomez? As they start to come down, you'll get the better view of it as well as they come up here, pushing up there. I think it is out there. It might be out there. It is Maya Campbell perhaps who's come through there. Maya Campbell from Aotearoa, New Zealand, lane number 5. Inside him is Elite Reti. Outside him is Eduardo Gomez. Those are the fastest qualifiers. Here they come down this race course. 150 metres to go. Who is it out there? It gives it to Maya Campbell. Has he got out there in the front there? As they push up there, inside them is it Elite Reti. Then we have the two Hawaiian paddlers in lanes 2 and 3 closest to you on the bank. Perhaps drop back a bit. Here they come. That's coming down to the finish. The business end at this moment. Is Elite Reti out there? Is it going to be Maya Campbell? Here we go. Pushing up there. Drop back a little bit to Eduardo Gomez. It is between Elite Reti and Maya Campbell. Maya Campbell and Elite Reti. They're putting in the big ones. Maya's pushing up there. Maya's got this one, I think. He'll close it out. It's going to be Maya, Elite, and lane 7. Lane 7 will be, who was that? Kane Soto. It might be a trifecta for Aotearoa, New Zealand. We will wait for the official results. Keeping in mind, everything I say up here in the tower is totally unofficial. Great racing out there. It may have come out a trifecta, whānau. Here we go. It is Aotearoa. It is the trifecta. Well done to those young men. Again, great racing. Look at that. Not much, just almost less than a second between Elite and Maya. Less than a second, and great paddling out there from lane 7. Kane Soto, he just came through. So, what do you reckon? Okay, I hope you're enjoying our coverage. We certainly are enjoying bringing it to you. And when racing is like that, oh my goodness! And I tell you, it's going to be like that all day. Back to you shortly. You know what, whānau, we do enjoy bringing this to you. We have a tight-knit crew here. and we got to have fun because it is a long day. But again, I say that with love because we enjoy that long day and because of what we're doing and bringing you this racing here at the 2022 IVF World Sprint Championships, Dorney Lake, Windsor. Back to you shortly. Our next race is once again a final. It is race number 148. It is the Junior 16 Women V1 500 meter final. In fact, how many finals have we got coming up? Yeah, but there's 5 in a row here. 6 in a row. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh my goodness. Okay, it looks like we have a start in this race on the water. My goodness me, I'm only announcing to you on live stream because we have another announcement happening on site. I will pick them up probably will be about just before halfway on this race. But this is race number 148, the Junior 16 Women V1 500 meter. It is a final. Oh my goodness, we have a few people from Aotearoa, New Zealand in this one. In lane number 1, we have Belen Munoz Gonzalez from Chile. In lane number 3 is Hine Kakukura Brooking from Aotearoa, New Zealand. In lane number 4, it is Taylor Moretti from Aotearoa, New Zealand. In lane 5, it is Waitangi Piripi in Aotearoa, New Zealand. In lane number 6, Chelsea Reti, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 7 is Eternity Harris, Williams Harris from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 8, it is Maani Tolo, Aotearoa, New Zealand. And lane 9, it is Kahio Makua from Hawaii. We have a race out on the water, and it is also a final. It is the next final on the water. It's race number 148, the Junior 16 Women V1 500 meter. It is the final. Lane 2, we have there Belen Munoz Gonzalez from Chile. Lane 3, it is Hine Kahukura Brooking from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 4, Taylor Moretti, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 5, Waitangi Piripi, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 6, it is Chelsea Reti, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 7 is Eternity Williams Harris, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 8, it is Maani Tolo, Aotearoa, New Zealand. And rounding off this field, we have Kahio Makua from Hawaii. Here they come. They have come through the halfway mark, and I missed it all, but that's okay. It's the racing on the water that you want to see and hear as we watch these paddlers come down. My goodness, they're lining up across this race course. The fastest qualifiers in the middle of the race course would have been Waitangi Piripi in lane number 5 and Chelsea Reti out there in lane number 6. Here they come home there. It's a black wave coming down there. Don't discount though. Out in lane number 9. In lane number 9 we got a Hawaii down there. It is Kahio Makua. And in lane number 2 we have Belen Munoz Gonzalez from Chile. As they come through, look at them pick up the rate now as they come home. I can't sort them out at the moment. Which lane is it going to be? Is it lane number 4? In lane 4 we have there Waitangi Piripi, Chelsea Reti out in 5. That's who's sorted out. It is Waitangi and Chelsea and Waitangi as they push up. Who can go through? Is it Waitangi in the mid 4? Chelsea outside, and it's neck and neck, stroke for stroke. Chelsea, Waitangi, oh! My goodness me, and over there in lane number 3, should I say, looked like Hine Kahukura Brooking. Oh, what amazing racing we have here. Oh, at Dorney Lake, Windsor. The paddling gets hotter and hotter and hotter. Back to you shortly.
Just waiting for the results. Okay, results are through. Putting on. Then I'll roll the replay after. I'm still on new tower. Hang on. I'm going to switch to that 250. Okay, you can ready that replay if you've got it. Ready that. We're on the replay. Kia ora whānau, we're ready for a race start. I'm just filling in quickly while some of our team take a little whare paku break. We have the Master 60 Women V12 500 final.
And they're close to a start. Look at that. They've had a start already. Once again, I'm only commentating to the live stream because we had another announcement on the live course. So there we have. Look at that. Look at that racing. How good is that? They're so lined up. You can see those crews that are going up in the middle of the race course. Those are the ones that we look for usually in the final. We go to the fastest qualifiers are always placed here at Dorney Lake in the middle of the race course. I'm going to pick up the live announcing very shortly. You'll notice a change as we go through. Here we go. And we have a race start up there at race number 149, the Master 60 Woman V12 500 metre final. Let me tell you who's in there. Lane 2, it is False Creek Racing Canoe Club from Canada. Lane 3, it is 60D Waikoloa from Hawaii. Lane 4, it is Mulula Bar from Australia. Lane number 5 is 37 Le'ulula Okai from Hawaii. Lane 6, it is 85 Kaiola from Hawaii. Lane 7, it is out there Horoto Wakama Hinawai Ariki from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 8, it is there Aritika Water Sports, Aritika Wahines from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 9, it is Calgary, Fort Langley, Canada. They're coming up to the halfway. They've gone through the halfway mark. It is in the middle of the race course. Maybe it's the two Hawaiian crews because those are the two fastest qualifiers. Then lane number 5, it is there 37 Le'ula from Aukai from Hawaii. And in lane 6, it is 85 Kaiola. Here they come coming down this race course. That's how it looks. Oh, they're lined up across this field. It is Aotearoa, New Zealand, outside in lane number 7. Inside in 4, it's Australia. Let's have a look at there as they come up. They're lining up across the race course. On the outside here, we have Horoto Wakama Waiariki. Outside them, Aratika drop back a little bit. It's now what's coming up. It is in the middle of the race course. Over there, it is Mululabar from Australia. They're up there or thereabouts. It's the two Hawaiian crews. But no, but wait, it's out here. It's Kaiola. It's La'iolua Okage. Here they come. Oh, what a lineup. Which lane is going to take it out there? Is it out there? And lane number 6 has got themselves in front. 6, 5, 4, 3. My goodness me. It looks like it was Hawaii, Australia perhaps, as they come right there. My goodness me. Great racing. You've been watching race number 149, the Master 60 Woman V12 500 metre final. And how hot is that? Come back to you shortly.
Okay, race results are there. Pushing the race results through. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, some nice celebrations there. 2, 1. We are off the race results. Okay, cool. Just on the replay. I'm just cutting. Oh, okay. Okay, bro. Ready. Oh, they're bloody racing already. Oh, they're racing already, bro. That's all right. Roll the replay. Rolling the replay. That'll give us some time to set up. Okay.
Okay, we have another race on the water. They're coming thick and fast. It is race number 150, the Master 80 men. Can you believe it? Master 80 men, V1, 250 metres. They're coming up there. They're not racing. We've got to get to the start line. Okay, lucky I read that paper. They are paddling up to the 250 metre start line. So I was wondering why they were paddling so slowly. We had a minor panic attack here in the tower. That's okay, back to you shortly. Okay, you can see there, ladies and gentlemen, that they are lining up on the 250-meter start line. This is the first race that this has happened here at Dorney Lake. This is Master 80 men, and after this we'll have the Master 80 women. There's a place for everyone to paddle. All these athletes out there at the start line are at least 80 years old. And great timing also as we have a race start. This race on the water, can you believe it? It's race number 150, but even more so, this is the final for the Master 80 men V1 250 meter. It is a straight final, so there's been no progressions. There's no seeding for this. Lane 4, we have Nappy Napoleon, legend from Hawaii. Lane 5, it is Michael Coleman, legend from Brazil. Lane 6, we got Michael McHenry, legend from Hawaii. Lane 7 is Shaka Madali from Hawaii, another legend. And rounding off the list of legends in lane number 8, we got Otto Ildowski from Canada. Here they come and looking pretty good down here. Lane number 8 it is. We have there Otto, but on lane number 4 we have Nappy Napoleon in the middle of the race course. Next to him we have Michael Coleman. Here they come. Look at them push up. Racing for home, Nappy Napoleon, and outside, it's on each side of the race course. Otto Ildowski is going to come there. Nappy Napoleon, Otto, should I say? Or was it Nappy? Otto Nappy. It'll be Otto will take out this gold. Nappy in the middle will come through, and it's a fight for this bronze medal. It will be. I don't know. I got no idea. That was too close. Oh, too close to call for my eyeballs at that one. But we can know who got that gold medal. Well done from the outside lane from Canada. Otto Ildowski, and followed very close in lane number 4, Nappy Napoleon. Great racing out there. Race number 150, the Master 80 men V1 250 meter final.
Stay tuned for a start. A few paddlers over the line there. And they are readying for the start. And they're off.
And they are off indeed in this next race on the water. Let's just get my paperwork together and I won't be back. I'll be back with you shortly. It is race number 151, the Master 50 men V1 500 metres. It is a final. Lane 2, we got Scott Ball from Canada. Lane 3, Ross Gilray from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 4, Hobie Beck, Hawaii. Lane 5, one of the fastest qualifiers, Christophe Havey from France. Lane 6, again, one of the fastest qualifiers, John Turi Hodges from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 7, we got Patrick Baynet from France. Lane 8, it is Joe Mitchell from Great Britain. Lane 9, it is Jim Forte representing Hawaii. Here they come down this race course at this moment in time. Can't see who's making out there from at the moment, but they are coming to that 250 metre line, and I'm getting excited. It is John Turi Hodges. Looks like he's got himself out a bit of a lead at this stage. He crosses the finish line, perhaps just over canoe length, as they come across in the blanket crossing of that 250 metres. You will get them in there soon, and you'll see where they're coming. Perhaps in second place, down on the inside we have there is Canada, Scott Ball in lane 2. It is in lane 3, Ross Gilray perhaps making a showing out there. It's hard to see who's out there. It's certainly up there or thereabouts. We have there Hobie Beck from Hawaii, and then we have Christophe Havey from France. It is John Turi Hodges at the moment who's got himself in front. Can he hold on to that lead? Outside him we have from France Patrick Baynet. In lane number 8 is Great Britain is Joe Mitchell. In lane number 9 is Jim Forte, a legend there. Here they come with 100 metres to go. Who can he hold on to that lead? It is John Turi Hodges chasing on the outside of him though. It is certainly from France. France's Christophe Havey. He's not going to give it away. Outside him or inside him from Hawaii is Hobie Beck as they push up. Oh, look at the orange cap up there from Aotearoa, New Zealand. We have out there Ross Gilray as they come up. Who's going to take out that gold? Is it Turi? Turi Hodges is going to hold on to it. Who's got the silver? My goodness, it's Turi. It is inside him for Frisbee there. Oh my goodness me, it would have been with, from France, Christophe Havey, and perhaps Ross Gilray will come across there for the bronze medal. We'll wait for the official results for that to happen, and let's see how that goes. My goodness me, great racing out there. You just watched race number 151, the Master 50 men V1 500 metre final. Oh, there you have the results, ladies and gentlemen. Should be coming up on the screen shortly. Turi Hodges, the legend. He's been paddling for a long time now. Takes out the gold from France. We have Havey Christophe, and it is Ross Gilray. Ross Gilray, who did come up for that bronze medal. Great racing. I'll be back with you very shortly. Leave you with these images of slow motion images, should I say. Turi Hodges crossing that finish line. Gold, gold, gold.
One more race in the slot, switching to quad view.
What you have on your screen now, ladies and gentlemen, is that what we call our quad view. So you get 4 cameras out there across the lake. You have the start line, you have the 250 metre line, and you have the finish line. And so there's also our drone camera that drives along, flies along this whole race course, following the paddlers as they come down the race course. And so, you know, we are hoping that these images are coming to you all out there. Look, there are technical issues in dealing with this sort of technology as well. And any time that it does go down, we do apologize, but we do everything in our power to fix up any problems. Back to you shortly. We do have the Master 50 woman V1 final next on the water. They've already made a start. I'm just talking quietly because there's another announcement going out live on site here to the crowd and the audience there. I just need to wait for that to finish. My goodness me, look at that. That looks fantastic. Look at them. They are lining up. They're certainly on the far side there. Someone's making a breakout. We have a start on the water at this moment in time. It is race number 152, the Master 50 Woman V1 500 meter final. My goodness me, it's final. In lane 1 we have Ariana Gordon Glassford from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 3 it is Emma Morgan, Australia. Lane 4 it is Trisha Corliss, Great Britain. Lane 5 it is Mel Durbin, Canada. Fastest qualifier is in lane number 6. It is Kamini Jane, Canada. Lane 7, it is Robin Marie Cooper, Hawaii. Lane 8 is Maylene Papuni, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Rounding off this field in lane number 9, it's Cheryl Gribbick from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Here we come down to that 250 meter mark. Once again, we put our eyeballs into the middle of this race course to the fastest qualifier. The fastest qualifiers from Canada, perhaps both the fastest qualifiers, both from Canada. In lane 6, we have Kamini Jane. In lane number 5, we have Mel Durbin. And they came across that perhaps in that order. Or who was that in lane number 4? Who was in lane number 4? It would have been from Great Britain, Trisha Corliss. Let's see who's making the best of this now as we start to get closer to the finish line. And right down in front of us on the spectator bank, look at them push up there. Who's out here wide on the race course? Perhaps from Hawaii, Robin Marie Cooper is up there or thereabouts pushing up, but it's still the middle of the race course. I think it is in lane number 5, perhaps Mel Durbin from Canada, Kamini Jane from Canada. Here we go, push up, come on, I want to hear you on the bank. Bring them home, ladies and gentlemen. It's still the middle of the race course. Both those ladies from Canada. We have in lane 5, Mel Durbin in lane 6. We have Kamini Jane as they push up now. Is it out in lane number 6? What about right out here in lane number 7? It is Robin Marie Cooper also out here from Hawaii. Is pushed up there. Here we go. They push home. It is over there in lane number 5. Is it? Lane 5 is pushing up there. It is there from Canada, Mel Durbin, who's got it at the moment inside her. Mel Durbin will cross over from that lane 5. Who's going to take silver? It'll be lane 4 and then lane 7. Lane 7. So Mel Durbin, well done to that. Lane 4 would have been, Mel Durbin. Trisha Corliss from Great Britain, and lane 7, Robin Marie Cooper from Hawaii. Great racing, another great final, race number 152, the Master 50 Woman V1 500 meter final. I'm going to take a breath.
Okay, pushing the lane draw through. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. That'll do. Lane draw off.
Okay, we're getting ready for our next race out there on the water. Oh, they are living on the edge, and they got to back off the edge. Yep, indeed. Aotearoa, New Zealand, well represented at this moment. We are looking at a start coming up very shortly. This next race on the water, I'll let you know about it as we get a green flag. Oh my goodness me. This is a big one. It's race number 153. The Junior 19 Woman V500 meter final has now just had a start. Let me tell you who is in this race. It is race number 153, the Junior 19 Woman V1 500 metre final. Lane 2, it is Tegan Ngataki, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 3, it is Ada Neighbour, Australia. Lane 4, it is Renee Ngawaka, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 5, fastest qualifying, Ngātuere Hapi from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 6, it is Te Rangi Huia Silbury Henare from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane number 7, it is Hina Waipou Namurangi Huno Winikere from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane number 8, it is Jessica Cameron, Aotearoa, New Zealand. And in lane number 9, it is Ella Beck from Hawaii. Here they come. These young women are putting in the big ones, and I'm telling you, they are pretty close together at this moment in time. And as I said, in lane 1, it is lane 2, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 3 is Australia, Ada Neighbour. She's pushing up there too, and she won't be giving anything away. Is up there near the lead of this one. They're starting to sort themselves out as they come through to the halfway mark. Let's see if we can give you some indication. Oh my goodness, what lane was that went through first there? Perhaps it was lane number 5 from Ngātuere Hapi who's come through there. Outside her, we also have from Aotearoa, New Zealand, we have Te Rangi Huia Silbury Henare, but inside her was Renee Ngawaka, also from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Ada Neighbour from Australia still up there as well. Tegan Ngataki had dropped back a little bit now. Here they come, pushing for home. My goodness me, they're bringing in the big ones. Come on, get up on your feet. This is going to be a good one. It is race number 153, the Junior 19 Woman V1 500 metre final. It's a fight now. Who's up there? Is it lanes 5 and 6? They are sorting themselves out. It is in lane 5. It is Ngātuere Hapi. In lane number 6, it's Te Rangi Huia Silbury Henare. As they push up now, here they come. It is going to be a fight. What about on the outside here? It is from there. We have Jessica Cameron who's pushing up there. Here they go. In lane number 6, we also have Te Rangi Huia Silbury Henare. Here they come. My goodness me, it's lining up. Holy heck, I hear someone say in the background, it is in lane number 5. Lane 5, that will be, my goodness me, it is Ngātuere Hapi. It is lane 5. She will push through a goal. And, oh no, I can't call that one. I know who won that race, but I can't tell you who was second, third, or fourth. It was too close to call for me. I have to wait for official results. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Great racing. You just watched there. Race number 153, the Junior 19 Woman V1 500 metre final. It looks like it was Ngātuere Hapi. Absolutely. According to the finish there, Ada Neighbour. Ada Neighbour got in there with a silver, and the graphic has just disappeared from my side. So that's it. I'll let the next call come along. Oh, here it is there. Ada Neighbour from Australia in lane number 3. You can see here in lane 5, there's no doubt about who's going to win this. Okay, there she goes through, and Ada Neighbour. Ada Neighbour. Well done. Well done, Ada. Absolutely fantastic effort from all those paddlers. They gave everything.
And here's our young guns of the sport coming through, 19. And after this, they go to Open 23, and then Elites, they're off. Our young guns hitting it out here at the final of the 2022 IVF World Sprint Championships in Eton, Dorney.
We have a race out there on the water once again. I'm just doing it to you on the live stream because we have another announcement happening that on the course here at this stage. Look at that power going from there. We have race number 154. It is the junior 19 men V1 500 meter. It is the final. Lane 3 we have Pharrell Gribek from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 4 it is the Ariki Penila Huinten from Te Rapa Nui. And lane 5 we have Kaimana Bastian from New Caledonia. Lane 6 it is Jasper Morris from Canada. Lane 7 we have Hunter Susan from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 8 we have there from Brazil Rodrigo Silva. My goodness, what a race as we come up to the 250 meter mark. We have a race coming up there on the water. We have a race that's out there on the water. This is race number 154, the junior 90 men V1 500 meter final. In lane number 3, we have Farrell Gurrick from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane number 4, we have Ariki Penila Huinten from Rapa Nui. In lane number 5, we have Kaimana Bastian from New Caledonia. In lane number 6, we have there Jasper Morris, Canada. In lane number 7, it is Hunter Usen from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane down by 8, we have Rodrigo Brazil. Rodrigo Silva from Brazil. Here they come. I've had to do that rather fast at this moment in time. They are lining up across this race course. We go to the middle of this course because the fastest qualified New Caledonia was Kaimana Bastian. Inside him in lane number 4 we have Ariki Penila Huinten from Rapa Nui. Outside him we have Jasper Morris from Canada. Outside him in lane 7 we have Hunter Houston from Aotearoa, New Zealand. On the far side here we have Silva Rodrigo from Brazil. Here they come to the finish. It's the business end at the moment. Once again we look into the middle from Rapa Nui with Ariki from New Caledonia. Kaimana from Canada. We have Jasper. Here they go. They are lined up. You are kidding me. My goodness me. Who is going to separate these young men as they come to the finish line? It's going to be so close. Oh! There was one collective. Oh my goodness me. Oh, look, we'll wait for those official results to come out. You just saw a great race. 154, the junior 90 men V1 500 meter final. Okay, Jasper Morris got it. Canada, New Caledonia was Kaimana Bastian and then Ariki Huin, Rapa Nui. Let's look at the replay. Coming right on up for your viewing. There really was a collective in the tower here as that finished. So, my goodness me, so close, so close, so close. Here we got the replay, slow motion. We know who won that one. That was given. It's that second and third, or was it the first and second? We couldn't. Look at this, slow motion, beautiful graphics here. It's looking to see the first 6, I think. Awesome finish indeed.
As I set my goals on being the best I can be, I want support from people who understand that my culture is what makes me who I am. I want an organisation that will work with me and my community to build our economic wealth, and that's HTK Group. With HTK Group, grow and accelerate your business potential. As I set my goals on.
Here we go. Shall I do it? I can call it. Okay. Oh, we need a permissions for you, eh?
We are almost ready. We are almost ready for a start. They're sitting there very patiently at the start line. Nervous, they're getting nervous. It's gone, it's gone, it's gone. The green flag is up and flying, which gives us a start in this race on the water. It is the Master 40 men. It is the V1 500 metre final. It's going to be a big one. There is power coming down in lane number 2, Paddy Dimene, Aotearoa, New Zealand. In lane 3, it is Andrew Penny from Hawaii. Lane 4, Len Morris, Canada. Lane 5, Paulo Sousa, Brazil. Lane fastest qualifier. Lane 6, Jason Reti, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Second fastest qualifier. Lane 7, it's Martin Boudet, Germany. Lane number 8, Justin Roberts, Aotearoa, New Zealand. And lane number 9, it's Grant Donaldson, Aotearoa, New Zealand. As Jason Retti's got half a canoe length at this moment in time. They haven't even reached the halfway mark. It's like I said on the first day, it's no use winning the first 250 metres if you don't win the second. As they come up there, Jason's still got a lead. Who's in second place? Perhaps over there in lane number 3, Andrew Penny. There's a name from the past in Aotearoa, New Zealand as well, but paddling out of Hawaii at this moment in time. They have done the 250 metre mark. Who is out there? Looks like it's in lane number 3. It might be Len Morris from Canada. Canada, he's pushing up. Len Morris is pushing up. Inside Jason, we got Paula Sousa from Brazil. Jason Etty's still there. He's got half a waka length at the moment. but it is now Len Morris is in second place. He's trying to pull in the gap. He's trying to close the gap. He's doing it at the moment. It's still Jason Ritchie in front. Paula Salsa inside him. Len Morris inside him. Here, Jason put in the big ones there. Can he hold on to this lead? It's in chase hard, Len Morris. I'm going to call it from what I see. It is Jason Ritchie still at the moment. Len Morris is still there. Oh, he's holding on there. Inside him is Paula Salsa. Here they come. Paula's trying to make a kick. It is Len. It is Jason. It is Paula. Here we come. It's down to the finish now. Those are the three. Here we go. It's Jason Ritchie. Paula. It's going to be the race for second and third. It's Jason Ritchie by a nose. Gold. Silver goes to lane 5 and lane 4. 6-5-4. Oh, 6-5-4. Jason Ritchie. Paula Souza, Len Morris, you are all legends on that race. Great racing. You just watched race number 155, the Mastermen V1 final. Back to some calls. Did you see that, Jason Ritchie? Folks, what do you reckon? That was just fantastic racing. You can see I got excited. 2 seconds though, Jason Ritchie from Paula Salsa, but not much separating them. Only a fraction of a second for second and third. Great racing down there. I'm sure Jason and his whānau are very happy, very proud indeed. Back to you shortly. There we are. Look at that imagery. Slow motion replay. Jason, he got the lead. He had a big lead. It was almost a full canoe length. It ended up being half a canoe length, but it doesn't matter if it's 1 millimeter of a canoe length. It's a win and gold medal. Well done, Jason.
As I set my goals on being the best I can be, I want support from people who understand that my culture is what makes me who I am. I want an organisation that will work with me and my community to build our economic wealth, and that's HTK Group. With HTK Group, grow and accelerate your business potential.
As I set my goals on being the best that I can be, I want support from people who understand that my culture is what makes me who I am. I want people that will work with me and my community to build our economic wealth. That's HTK Group. With HTK Group, grow and accelerate your business potential. As I set my goals on being the best that I can be, I want support from people who understand that my culture is what makes me who I am. I want people that will work with me and my community to build our economic wealth. That's HTK Group. With HTK Group, grow and accelerate your business potential.
Okay, we're not too far away from a start. Race number 156. This is a final. It is a final, race 156. It is the Para Mixed V12 500. 2 crews in this. This is the great race. Not the university race, but it is New Zealand Aotearoa against Great Britain. Here they come. We are not far from a start now. Next race on the water is the final. It is race number 156. It is the Paramix V12 500 meter straight final. Oh, they drifted across the start line. There's a bit of backing up there, reverse beeping happening there. Not far now. We have a green flag for this race on the water. It is race number 156. It's the Paramix V12 500 meter straight final in lane number 5. It is Aotearoa, New Zealand. In lane 6, it is Great Britain. And I tell you what, they've got an even start, but Great Britain will just put their nose in front over Aotearoa, New Zealand. As these two crews, para mixed crews, men and women together, paddling along there. That's getting great waka speed at the moment. Again, it looks like the Great British crew has just got their nose in front. It means a bit of a response needs to happen from Aotearoa, New Zealand. You don't want to let them get too far ahead as they come down this race course. What a beautiful day, beautiful scenery, beautiful racing. Oh, Aotearoa, New Zealand making a little bit of a response. They heard me. They didn't want Great Britain to get too far ahead. Can they get back up there as they get to the 250 metre mark? It's just up to seat 2 that Great Britain have got ahead at this moment in time. Aotearoa, New Zealand have to respond. Oh, I saw a little bit of a movement there, coming forward back, making some response back there. Great Britain still have the lead at this time. It is seat 2, the front of the Aotearoa Waka is sitting there on seat 2. They don't want to get back to seat 3 at the moment as they come up now with 200 metres to go. Here they come down the race course. This is race number 156. It is the Paramix V12 500 metre. It is a straight final. Oh, that's Great Britain. They've put on a bit of a spurt there. It's got back to seat 4 at this moment. They are half a waka length, half a canoe length in front. Aotearoa, New Zealand trying to respond back, holding on to that as they push up here with only 30 metres to go. Put your hands together. Here they come. Gold medal is going to go out there. They're not going to close that gap. Great Britain, gold medal. Aotearoa, New Zealand, silver medal. Great racing out there. This is race number 156. It is the Paramix V12 500 metres. What a competitive race out there. They gave it 100%. Great. There's the results, ladies and gentlemen. Great Britain, 2:12.32. Aotearoa, New Zealand, 2:14.83. Again, just a couple of seconds. Just over a couple of seconds. Given a few cheers. They are a happy crew out there.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. You've got our quad cam view at the moment, so you have the start line, you have the 250 meter line, and then you have the finish line, the other camera in the bottom left hand quadrant there. That is our drone camera. Just an interesting story about our drone camera. To fly it, we needed to actually get special licenses because we're not too far from Heathrow Airport. So even though we were only going to do low-level flying, they had to be 2 specially trained level 2 pilots, just in case the first pilot had a heart attack or came ill, that they had to have another pilot on standby. So to avoid that unnecessary extra burden, we've stuck the drone onto a car that drives up and down the side of the race course, and it proves this point. It still does what it needs to do. Okay, we're not far away from a start at the moment. Our start finish line is now, you can see that that's the bottom right hand quadrant. You can see this is a 250 meter. These people are coming up to the list line, right up, got to keep coming forward. There's a crew still stuck at the false start line. Okay, they've been told that's Hawaiian crew. Come up to the start line, which is the small flags. Here they come. Here they come. This is a 500 meter race, but it's got one turn. So they're turning on the 250 meter mark. So we get to see a turn, and we go from there. Here we go. It is race number 157. We have a start out there on the water for race number 157. It's the Master 70 Woman V6 500 meter, one turn, heat number 1. This is 500 meters, but there is a turn down at the 250 meter mark. So we get to see how they's going to maneuver these canoes 180 degrees. Let me tell you who's in there closest to you, to the spectator bank. In lane number 2, we have 4, Lanikai from Hawaii. In lane number 3, Aretika Water Sports Te Araponamu, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane number 4, 33, Hiki no Okihei from Hawaii. In lane number 5, it is Salishi C from Canada. And that's the paddlers. Those are the crews that you have as they head towards their one and only turn at the 250 meter mark. Once again, the rules say you must race this whole race within your lane. You cannot go outside your lane. At these turns, your whole canoe must get around those turn flags, so you can't run them over. That's the rules. If that happens, then you might get a disqualification next to your name, and no one wants to come to the World Championships here at Lake Dorney or Dorney Lake and get a disqualification. So let's see who turns in first. On the far side, it was the first 2 lanes. It was Hawaii to Lanikai, and it was Aotearoa, New Zealand, Aretika Water Sports, as they par to get around. Look at those draw strokes on the left-hand side of those canoes. They're still pulling around. Who gets their canoe around first? Oh, we've had someone has parked up in lane number 5 out here, and they had to just stop. It looks like in lane number 2, was it? Should I say? Let me get this right. It is in lane 2. We have their Hawaii Lanikai. Maybe it was lane 3, Aotearoa, New Zealand. As they come around now, everyone has negotiated their turns. It is in the middle of the race course. Was it Aretika Water Sports in lane number 3 who got there, or was it out in lane number 4, Hawaii, the Hawaiian crew? Those are the 2. Oh, don't discount over there in lane number 2, the Hawaiian crew. Lanikai got around as well. Lanikai in 1, Lanikai in 2. In 3, it is Aretika Water Sports. In 4, it is Hiku no Okihei. In 5, it is Salishi from Canada. As they come home, they're still looking pretty even at the moment. Is it the middle of the race course, Aretika Water Sports? Let's see how they come home. Or down there in lane number 2, it is Hawaii. It is a Hawaiian crew. It's the Aotearoa crew. There's a Hawaiian crew out here. out here in lane number 4. It is Canada out in 5. Here they come as they push up here. This is just a heat. It's not just a heat. It's a damn hot heat. It is Arctic. It's Aotearoa. It is Hawaii. Aotearoa. Hawaii. Aotearoa. Hawaii. Here they come with 5 meters to go. They got in there in front. Aotearoa. Hawaii. Hawaii will come in there second to go through to the final. And Hawaii crew down here and coming through Canada. Great racing out there in race number 157. The Master 70 Woman V6 500 meter one turn heat number 1. Yes, great, exciting racing. It's a heat, but it doesn't. A heat is hot, isn't it? A heat means hot. So it was a hot heat. Well done to those crews out there. For live stream, I'm just signing off for a while. I'm just going to have a bit of a refreshment break. Bye-bye.
As I set my goals on being the best I can be, I want support from people who understand that my culture is what makes me who I am. I want an organisation that will work with me and my community to build our economic wealth, and that's HTK Group. With HTK Group, grow and accelerate your business potential.
Alrighty, then we have a white flag out there waving, which means come up to the false start line. Again, those white marker buoys, or the big flags. That is a false start line. It is not the official start line that's right in front of us at the tower here with the small flags. They'll be racing on a 250 meter course. So one turn. Race number 158, the Masters 71 V6 500 meter, one turn. Heat number 2. Red flag is raised. They move up to the start line. Once again, there are no verbal instructions given to these crews. It is all by the flag. It is the responsibility of every crew to ensure they're behind the start line when the green flag is raised. Beautiful graphics on these canoes, all lining up. 2022, Great Britain. Sorry, you can't see it from the other side. It's only on the left-hand side of the canoe. But it looks good as we have a race start. A green flag is raised, indicating we have a race start. And race number 158, it is the Master 70 Woman V6 500 meter, one turn. Heat number 2. Heat 1 was a great race in there, a very close finish. Let me tell you who's in there. In lane number 2, we have Pacific 70s is from USA. Lane 3 is 10, Waimanaio from Hawaii. Lane 4, Pacific Spirit, Canada. Lane 5, 31, Hawaiian, Hawaii. That's how they line up, as they've probably done about 100 meters of this 250 meter course here. As they go up for their turn, we wait in anticipation to see who angles their canoe in. The first ones to angle to the left gives us an indication who's entered this turn first. But it's once again, I'll say this once, I'll say it 1,000 times. It is not who goes into the turn first, it's who gets out of the turn first. So let's see how these young ladies go as they start to approach. Let me know who turns in there. I'm just watching also across there. Perhaps in lane number 3, it's gone in there. No, it wasn't. It was over there in lane number 4. Was it lane 4? Who have you got there? Could have been lane 5 even. It is in lane 5. We have Hawaii from 31 Hawaiian. In lane number 4, it is Pacific Spirit from Canada. As they get around there, who got around there the best? Oh, drop back a little bit over there in lane number 2. It is the USA Pacific 70s. Just struggling to get there. Got to get the front of that canoe and stay within their lane. And there, they've done that. They negotiated their turn. It's in the middle of the race course. That's where the business end is going to happen at this time. It is in lane number 3. It is 10 Waimanalo from Hawaii. And in lane number 4, we have Pacific Spirit from Canada. They seem to be the ones that sorted themselves out down here in lane 5. It is 31 Hawaiian, but it is the middle of the race course that's going on from here. Is it over there in lane number 3? Is it 10 Waimanalo? Is it in lane number 4 from Canada for Pacific Spirit? It is Hawaii against Canada crews at this moment in time. Has Canada got themselves in front? Can Hawaii respond back? As it is sorted from, started with 4, is now down to 2, and it looks like Canada have done the turn better as they got their nose in front. And Canada will come up for this particular race. It is Pacific Spirit will take the win. In second place, it will be there 10 Waimanalo from Hawaii. As the rest of these crews come home down here in 5, we have their Hawaiian, 31 Hawaiian, and across the far side, Pacific 70s from the USA. They're live streaming. You saw that particular race on our quad screens. Just the 2. Well, the buy screens. Someone stole 2 of our screens. Better bring them back. Okay, but good racing out there. Signing off now. Be back with you shortly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on live streaming, we are not far from a start. We have a white flag, bring them up to this false start line. We have a white flag, red flag now has been raised. That brings them up to the official start line right in front of us here at the tower, and you also on the spectator bank. They need to move forward. Some of these crews, we try and get them all to come up together. Some pause and stay back. Okay, again, there are no verbal commands or prompts at all. No verbal commands or prompts. It's all done by flags. Responsibility of the crews. Okay, trying to give opportunity for everyone to come up. And we have a green flag for this race. That's on the water. There are 3 crews in this particular race. It is race number 159. It is the Master 70 Woman V6 500 meter with 1 turn on this 250 meter course. It is the final heat, heat 3 of 3. In lane 2, closest to you on the spectator bank, we have 33 Island Masters Hawaii. In lane 3, it is FCRCC Canoe, believe it. It is Canada. In lane 4, 60 Waikoloa from Hawaii. That's how they go. Let's see how these crews negotiate their first and only turn as they get the canoes around 180 degrees and sprint back another 250 meters. We wait in anticipation. Here they go, heading up towards there. Who goes into their turn first? It looks like in lane number 2, it is one of the Hawaiian crews. In lane 3, just going into their turn now. That will be the Canadian crew. There are 2 Hawaiian crews out there. As we look out there, the second Hawaiian crew just going into their turn now. All looking good down there in lane number 2. It is 33 Island Masters from Hawaii. Canada have stalled a little bit. They are pulling the front of their canoe around. It will be a big handy lead for lane number 2. That 33 Island Masters from Hawaii. It will translate into quite a big lead, and you'll see that as they come down the race course. In second place, I think we have the Canadian crew in lane number 3, and then we have 60 Waikoloa from Hawaii who will be coming around there. They've got their canoe around as well. Let's see how they go as they come down the race course. As you can see, there is quite a big gap, and you can see how important those turns really are. Getting around 180 degrees is a huge task, and you can see there that was 250 meters, 1 turn, and look at the gaps in there. Let's put our watching at the front of this race as we see this crew from Hawaii. They call themselves 33 Island Masters. In second place, Canada, but let's focus at the front, put our hands together for the winners of this heat, race number 159. It is Hawaii, the Masters 70 Woman V6 500 meters. They come through first in the middle of the race course. It is Canada. It is the Canoe, believe it, they call themselves, as they come up to take out second place, and still coming home at the moment, 60 Waikoloa from Hawaii. so we have a race start at this time. It is at the 500 meter start line. It is race number 160. It is the Master 40 woman V1 500 meters. It is semi-final number 1. This is going to be a good race. In lane 2, Maria Fischer, Germany. Lane 3, Siobhan Retty, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 4, Ann Cairns from Samoa. Lane 5, Leanne Stanley, Canada. Lane 6, Kate Kaufman, USA. Those are the 2 fastest qualifiers. Lane 7, it is Sandrine Moline from France. In lane 8, we have January McAlbin from Singapore. In lane 9, it is Carmini Jane from Canada. They come up towards this 250 meter mark. Let's see who's going to get there and get to that halfway mark first. Perhaps out there in lane number 6 or lane 5 we have there Tui McCall is in there. As we go through there, oh my goodness, where was I reading from? And I've got them wrong. It's stage number 160. It was Kathy White, Australia, sorry, in 2. I'm going to do it all again. Cynthia Manguet from New Caledonia in 3. In 4, we have a ranger up in lane number 5. There's Tui McCall, lane 6. Kiwi Campbell, lane 7. It is Mihalani. In lane number 8, it is Erin Lim. In lane number 9 is Helen Rudd. My apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. As we push forward, Kiwi Campbell has got herself a bit of a lead now. As we push up now, they've come through the halfway mark. Inside there is Tui McCall, who was second fastest qualifier. As they come up, those are the ones that have pushed themselves out into the lead. Here they come. It is still Kiwi Campbell, I believe, who's got it out there in lane number 6. I had a whole different race in front of me, but I've got the back in there now. It is Kiwi Campbell. It's going to be a bun fight for the rest of them. Can they make a difference? Inside Kiwi is Tui McCall. Can she push up? Kiwi's pushing out. Tui's trying to come up. That may be first and second. It's going to be a big, huge fight for third. Here we go. It's not over until it's over. Kiwi Campbell in 6. Aotearoa, New Zealand. It is who's that? Tui McCall pushing up. Half a waka left. Can she close it? Can she? It will be Kiwi Campbell, Tui McCall, and the bronze will go to, my goodness, 7. I call it here unofficially, of course. Lane number 7 will be Erin Lim from, Mahialani Botello from Hawaii. If that's the way it falls, we will wait for those official results to come through. Great race, and you just watched race number 160, the Master 40 Woman V1 500 semi-final number 1. Wow. Start again in this next race on the water, and and I'll get the right teams and the right paddlers. This time it is race number 161. It is the Master 40 Women V1 500 meter semi-final number 2. Okay, it is in lane 2, Maria Fischer, Germany. This is like deja vu. In lane number 3, Siobhan Retty from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 4, Anne Cairn, Samoa. Lane 5, Leanne Stanley, Canada. Lane 6 is Kate Kaufman, USA. Lane 7 is Sandrine Molinier from France. And lane 8 is January McGilbin from Singapore. And lane number 9 is Kamini Jane from Canada. As we look out on the course, who's got out there? Probably lane number 4. It's got out there is who we got, Anne Cairns from Samoa, Siobhan Retty in front. Fastest qualifier though from Canada in lane number 5, Leanne Stanley. What about second fastest qualifier in lane 6, USA, Kate Kaufman. As they start to come up here, it is looking like it is lane 5 or maybe have themselves out in front. It is those two there. It is Kate Kaufman. It is Leanne Stanley is still there as well. Coming to the 250 meter mark. It is lane 5 most definitely. It is there from Canada, Leanne Stanley. Inside her is Anne Carnes. Inside her is Siobhan Retty. Inside them and closest to you from Germany, Maria Fischer. Outside in lane number 6, it's Kate Kaufman. In lane 7, it's France, it's Sandrine Molinier. In lane 8, it is Singapore, it is January McGilbin. In lane number 9, it is Canada again, Kamini Jane. They are starting to head for home. This is the second semi-final. It is race number 161. It is the Master 40 Woman V1 500 meter semi-final number 2. The business end is coming down now. It's still out there in lane number 6, I believe it is. Representing, or lane 5, representing Canada, Leanne Stanley. Here they come. Drop back a bit, and lane number 6 is there from the USA. We have there Kate Kaufman. Leanne Stanley has got it. It's going to be a bun fight for the rest of them as they come up here. Look at them go. Leanne Stanley out there in 5. Out there in 4, we have Anne Cairns. Siobhan Retty in 3. Maria Fischer in 4 and 1. And 2, should I say. And there we go. We have them crossing the line. Leanne Stanley comes through. Going to order. Anne Cairns coming through. And Siobhan Retty will come through there. Those are the guaranteed finalists. I believe that's how they progress through in these semi-finals. Great racing. You just watched race number 161, the Master 40 Woman V1 500 meter semi-final 2.
As I set my goals on being the best that I can be, I want support from people who understand that my culture is what makes me who I am. I want people that will work with me and my community to build our economic wealth.
Okay, our next race on the water, race number 162, Master 70 Woman V6 500 meter, one turn. You've seen many of these starts now in front of us. All turn races start right here at the start finish line. Here we go, not far away. A green flag, a great start there. In lane number 3, it was there from Canada, Calgary Icemen, they call themselves. This is race number 162, the Master 70 men V6 500 meters with one turn. So it's on this 250 meter course. It is heat 1 of 3 heats. Let me tell you who's out there in lane 2. It is Kikaha from the USA. In lane 3, it is Calgary Icemen, Canada. Lane 4, 31, Hawaii. Lane 5, Kanoa Paratoros from Brazil. Here they go. Heading up for their first turn, their first and only turn in this race. Looking pretty strong at the moment. Perhaps out there, Canada, Calgary Iceman in the red uniform there. Outside them we have their Hawaii. Inside we have the USA. And look at that, the Calgary Icemen, they go into their turn. Again, watch these turns with interest. I've lost sight of here they all coming around now as they draw the front run. Who comes out first? Oh my goodness, what's happened to the USA? They're finding it hard to get around that first turn there as they push and push. They need to draw. Looks like Canada out of there. As I look around, they should get a big advantage from that particular turn. Outside them, we have a Hawaiian crew in lane number 4. They call 31 Hawaiian. Brazil, are they around there? They're still drawing around there. Also the USA. Look at the difference a turn can make. They all went in there pretty close together. They've come out pretty well spread out at this moment in time. But well done to the crew out in front in their red uniform. They call themselves Calgary Icemen. They hail from Canada and they're just cruising at this moment in time. All they have to do is progress through. So they will be saving their energy. There's no need at this stage to give 100%. They'll go through to the next round, which I think is a semi-final. We'll have to wait and see. But look at them. They're doing it smoothly. They nail their turn. They call themselves Icemen Calgary. Please put your hands together, representing their country of Canada. Pushing home on the outside here in lane number 4. They'll come back with second place. It is 31 Hawaiian, Hawaii. And still coming through there, we have on the inside there, it is the USA, that is Kikaha, and Brazil outside here. Closest to me, but it will be the USA who will take out that third place with the Brazil team. Kanoa Paratoros will be coming in fourth. You just watch race number 162, the Submaster 70 men V6 500 meter, one turn, heat number 1. Okay. We are back live streaming, and I'm back to inform you who is out there at this moment in time. It looks like it's race number 163. 163, Master 70 men, V6, 500 meter, one turn, heat 2 of 3. We have a red flag. They need to come forward up to the start line. Again, we've got one crew that's right up there, but everyone's hanging back. There they go. We'll get them up. I hope you're enjoying this, the graphics. I hope you're enjoying the pictures that are coming out of Lake, Dorney Lake, should I say. Dorney Lake here at Windsor, in Windsor. Here we go. They're lining up, holding. That looks good. Ooh, some people just can't help themselves. They got to nudge themselves forward. As we have a black flag, all they got to do is be still. There's still a black flag. There's still a black flag. Yeah. The black flag's still up. The black flag's still up. John here. Negative, I'm in the car doing commentary. Sorry, deaf ears on my part. Okay, we have a start. We have a start in this race on the water. It's race number 163. It is the Master 70 men V6 500 meter single turn. It is heat number 2. Lane 2, we have 10 Waimanalo from Hawaii. Lane 3, California, USA. Lane 4, it is Kapuna, Great Britain. Lane 5, Salish Sea, Canada. That's how they line up again. One turn only. Let's see who angles in, looking pretty strong at the moment across the far side there. It looks like 10 Waimanalo, Hawaii. Let's see how they angle in there as we take to see the first 250 meters. There they go. Hawaii start their turn now, and they are looking very aggressive, very positive in there. They're getting in close to that marker buoy. It looks like, oh, they're touching it. They're giving it a nudge. You couldn't get much better than that. That is a perfect turn. Look at these other crews there. In lane number 4, they've gone. Lane 3 and 4 gone a bit wide. In 3 and 4, the Great Britain and Canada, the USA team were pretty close. So look what happened in lane number 2. It was 10 Waimanalo. They nailed it. That is such a good turn out there. And they have got about a 2 to 3 boat length, canoe lengths on the rest of this field now. The team that had the second best turn was lane number 3, California, USA. Let's see if that's given them any advantage. And it looks like they've got a clear second. But it is first. It is first Hawaii, 10 Waimanalo. It's daylight, and then it's the USA. There will be a battle for those second, third, and fourth places. But there's no battle at the front of this race course at this moment in time because of their great turn. 10 Waimanalo, Hawaii, they nailed that turn, and look at the lead that it gave them. That is how important, just one turn. That was just one turn. As they come up with 20 meters to go, put your hands together for 10 Waimanalo from Hawaii. Great racing out there, great turn. And here we go, USA, they got into second place, but they've been chased down on the outside there by Great Britain. It is Kapuna from Great Britain who's come across and will just pip them. They'll just pip California from the USA. USA get third place. Second place there going to Great Britain and Canada. Coming in there in fourth place. Great racing. You just watched race number 163. The Master 70 women V6 men, should I say, Master 70 men V6 500 meter heat 2. Not too far away from our next race on the water, race number 164, the Master 70 men, V6 500 meter, one turn, final heat, heat 3. Under starters orders, we'll just let them come up and we'll commence when we have a race start. Again, it is the responsibility of all crews. There are no verbal commands given at all. It is all by flags. Okay, let's reset. Looking good. We have a start now. It was an interesting lining up there. That's the first time we've seen that here at Lake Dorney and on the water here. But let's have a look and see what we're going and who's out there in this particular race. It is race 164. It is the Master 70 men V6 500 meter heat 3 of 3. Lane 2, 33 Kihei from Hawaii. Lane 2, that was. Lane 3, it is Tauranga Moana, Koro Express, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 4, False Creek Racing Canoe Club, Kapuna Kane, it is Canada. Lane 5, 31 Hawaiian Blue, Hawaii, as they head up for their one and only turn. Let's see how they negotiate it. Looking pretty good at the moment. We have on both sides of the race course. In lane 2, it's 33 Kihei from Hawaii. And in lane 5, 31 Hawaiian Blue again from Hawaii. Here they go as they come up. And also in lane number 4, it's Canada. False Creek are up there. They went into the turn first. They've gone past the flag a little bit. Down in lane number 2, we have Hawaii Kihei, 33 Kihei. Oh, look out him, Canada. Canada got the best of that turn. Great racing out there from Canada. A good turn indeed. And they've made a big gain from there. On the far lane here, we have Hawaiian Blue. They're getting around. On the inside there, it was Hawaii, 33 Kihei. Both come out in second place. A prime example, it's no use going into the turn first if you come out last. So here we go as we settle back into a reasonable voice level and volume as they come down for the final part of this race. It's now 150 metres to go, but Canada did nail their turn very well, and certainly if there's been no infractions of the rules, they should take out this heat. On the inside there, in lane number 2, it was 33 Kihei. They got their turn in there as well. Chasing hard in between them, though, it is Tauranga Moana, New Zealand, Koro Express. They're giving it everything. They might take out second or third place, but no doubt who's out there in front. That's all courtesy of having a great turnout there. It is False Creek Racing Canoe Club Kapunakane. Put your hands together for Canada as they come across there on the inside now. It is 33 Kihei again because of a good turn. In second place, and in third place we have their Tauranga Moana Kuru Express Aotearoa New Zealand, and in this down in lane number 5 we have their Hawaiian Blue, 31 Hawaiian Blue, Hawaii. We are back and it is a final. If you're sleeping in the tents, get out of your tents. We have a final coming up for you right about very shortly. And the starters orders, they are waiting. We have a black flag. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Back up. Black flag's down. And green flag goes up in this next race on the water, which I believe is race number 165. It is the Open Woman V1 Final. Can you believe it? Here they come. Let me tell you who's in this race. In lane 1, and lane 2 should I say, Jasmine Stevenson, Aotearoa New Zealand. Lane 2, it is Hope Moke, Aotearoa New Zealand. Lane 4, it is April Zilge from USA. In lane number 5, we have Acacia Williams, fastest qualifier, Aotearoa New Zealand. In lane 6, we have Anne Cans from Samoa. In lane 7, it's Leanne Stanley from Canada. In lane 8, is Ada Neighbour from Australia. In lane 9, it is Christy Klaus from Singapore. That's how they line up. Oh, it's a lead by 1 canoe length already. Out there in the fastest qualifier, Acacia Williams, Aotearoa New Zealand. in lane number 5. Pushing up in second place, perhaps it is in there. April Zilch from the USA is up there, thereabouts too. This is going to be a big one, ladies and gentlemen. Get up on your feet and start shouting because they're going to come to the 250-metre mark very shortly. That is looking very strong. It is Acacia Williams at halfway mark. Here we go. It is in lane 4. It will be there. Who is in lane 4? It is there. It is April Zilch who's got second through there. Perhaps out in lane 6 is next in line. It is Ann Cairns from Samoa. That's how they come through. It is now down to the business end. Let's start getting excited. Let's hear you scream and shout out there because this is a big one. This is race number 165. It is the Open Women V1 500-metre final. This is the final. Gold, silver, bronze is going to be decided right here on the water in about 30, 40, 50 seconds it's going to be. If that, here they come down the race course. Acacia Williams is out there still. She's increasing her lead and chasing hard. Inside her, April Zilch from the USA. She is trying to get back. Who's going to get the third place? At this moment, it looks like Ann Cairns from Samoa, but it's no doubt who's in the front at the moment. It's Acacia Williams from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Will she hold on? They're chasing hard. Inside her, April Zilch is trying to get her back. I don't think she'll make it. Run out of race course. It is Acacia Williams at this moment. Look at her go. Oh my goodness, it will be in lane number 5. It will be Acacia Williams. Gold medal for Acacia. Her silver will go out there too. April Zilch from the USA. And bronze, lane 7. Lane 7 unofficially. That was Leanne Stanley from Canada. My goodness, great racing out there. And racing this time, that was race number 165, the Open One V1 500-metre final. Great racing out there. Fantastic. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, Acacia, she is so happy. Look at her. She is celebrating. Celebrating because that was a great race. That was the final of the Open Woman V500 V1 500 metres. I'm getting tongue-tied. I get so excited out there. Oh, look at that. There you have the results there. 2:27.72. Almost 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds. Win to Acacia, should I say. April Zilch coming in second. Leanne Stanley, 2:33.14. Great racing. Indeed. I'm just getting my breath back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get the final graphics of this. We might have a... Oh my goodness, we're all in. Oh, look at that. We have a green flag in this next race on the water, which is the Open Men, I believe. We'll just get the piece of paper for you. Won't be a second. It is a progression race. It is race number 66, 166, the Open Men V1 500-metre final. Let me tell you who's out there in this racing. They start quick and fast in these ones. It is in lane 2. It's Totoan Puyo from New Caledonia. Lane 3, it is Jose Hidalgo Ika from Rapa Nui. Lane 4, Jimmy Okara from France. Lane 5, fastest qualifier, Albert Mangoet from New Caledonia. Second fastest qualifier, lane number 6, it is Casey Ngataki, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 7, it's Juan Ali from Brazil. Lane 8, it is Tupuria King from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 9 is Reginaldo Burbeck from Brazil. Here we go. They've come through the halfway mark. My goodness, it's looking like who's that? Tupu King might have got through there. Out there in lane number 8, perhaps. Who's got up there? We're looking at this now. That's the big ones. In the middle of the race course is coming through. It's going to be a tough one, ladies and gentlemen. That's a big one indeed. In lane 6, Casey Ngataki is up there. Perhaps got the lead. Pushing hard. Tupu King in second place at this moment. It's going to be a big one. Come on, get up on your feet. Fastest qualifier, Albert Mangueta, New Caledonia. He's up there as well. As they come up there, it's going to be a big one. New Caledonia, Albert Margaret, Casey Ngataki. In lane number 6, Tupu King. In lane number 8, they seem to be the ones that have sorted themselves out. Tupu King, it is against Casey Ngataki. Those are the 3. Albert dropped back a little bit, but it's not over till it's over. Here we go to the finish. It is out there. It is Casey Ngataki still got the lead at the moment. Who's going to come in for second, third, and fourth? Casey Ngataki gets across there. Tupu King, and then in lane number 5, I think it was there, just getting through there. My goodness me, Albert, who got up there. That's unofficial, of course, but what great racing. Okay, the results from that race was Casey Ngataki, Tupu King, and Albert Mungwet. My apologies, the speaker systems were down just for a moment in time there, a full moment. I do apologize for that. I do apologize, but that is the results there. 2:14.58 for Casey Ngataki, 2:15.33 for Tupu King, 2:15.71 for Albert Mungwet. The next race on the water, it is race number 167, the Master 50 Woman V12 500 meter final. You can see them at the 500 meter mark there. They're heading up there. Once again, my apologies for the microphone issues live here at the race course. I apologize for that. Okay, look at those conditions, ladies and gentlemen, on the live stream. Beautiful, beautiful conditions here, Dorney Lake, Windsor. Again, the weather is superb. It's going to heat up to a mid-30s somewhere there. I think we got to 35 yesterday. Forecast for 33. Forecast for 33 today again. Wherever you're listening from around the world, I hope you're enjoying our coverage. We've got great team here doing the live streaming. I know there have been issues in the past, but we're doing this on not a big budget. Not a big budget, but we are doing it and hope you're enjoying what we are presenting to you around the world. Not too far away from a start here now. Okay, we have a white flag with the next race out there on the water. It's race number 167. It is the final. It is the Master 50 Woman V12 500 meter final. Okay, I'm just going to be silent for a while until the green flag is raised. perfect as we are lined up, and there is a green flag has indicated that we have a start in this next race out there on the water. It is race number 167, the Master 50 Woman V12 500 metre final. Lane 2, it is Taranaki Outrigger Canoe heading Wahine Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 3, Cairn West Canada. Lane 4, Far North Queensland, Australia. Lane 5, Taniwha Outrigger Canoe Club, Taniwha Wahines, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Fastest qualifier in lane 6, it is Halawe Outrigger for number 4 from Hawaii. Second fastest qualifier in lane number 7, we have Kanomama Hoi Tribe from Brazil. In lane number 8, it is 37 La'e Ula Okai from Hawaii. In lane number 9, Outrigger Whitsunday. They are from Australia, and they're lining up across this race course. My goodness me, it is at halfway. It is lane 6 and 5 that went through neck and neck. Lane 6 was Hawaii. Lane 5, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 6, it is Halloway Outrigger. Lane 5, it is Taniwha Outrigger Canoe Club. On the outside of them, it was Brazil coming through in third place, perhaps, or was it in lane 4, Australia, Far North Queensland. They are still bunched together. It's not much separating these lead crews at this moment in time. It was in the middle of the race course. It was Taniwha Aotearoa, New Zealand. That was neck and neck with Halloway Outrigger, Hawaii. Here they go. Taniwha jumped out to a little bit of a nose at the moment. Can anyone respond to this? It is a big race at the moment. Far North Queensland are up there. Can West Canada are up there. Hawaii are up there. Brazil are up there. My goodness, here they come. As we come down for a finish, it looks like it will be in the middle of the race course. There's a Taniwha coming through there. Who takes it out there? 5. Oh, it's too close to call. We know it was lane 5 that got across first. But the rest of them, I'll have to wait for it as you just watch a great race. Another great final here at Dorney Lake. Race number 167, Master 50 Woman V12 500 metres. I will wait for the official results to come through. Looking at that now, it looks like it was Taniwha. 2:12:36, Far North Queensland. Far North Queensland up for a silver medal. And it was the Hawaiian crew that got third there. And there's not much, only probably 12 tenths of a second separating second and third. Great racing out there. Wonderful racing. I'm going to take a break. Hope you enjoyed that race again for all those who... It is just amazing, the event that's happening here. The race course itself, absolutely fantastic. Signing off just for a while now. I'll be back with you shortly. Turn racing now. It is 1,000 metres, 3 turns. Back to St. Paul.
This is the first call for race 177.
Yeah, well, if that went red, like it had like an X on it, and I just clicked it because I was like, oh, I'll just try it. And then it started flashing, and then I come to the game and it's good. But I didn't know if it was, I was like, oh shit.
Have a break, bro. I got it. These are some high pressure finals.
Yeah, with the
They just need to give us a little bit more break, hey?
I made a big mistake, see.
Did you?
This is the first call also
Well, then Ben's
for
final
race
time.
177.
The Mets have a bit of a bogey around, didn't they? We got good footage though.
Yeah, and I was on live stream. Live streaming was fine.
Lane 2,
But I realised I was just in the system.
Lane 3, Singapore Battle Club, Singapore. Lane 4, Haruta Wakaama, Willie Kumara,
We have a race start on the water at this moment in time. It is the first of the V6 1,000 metres. It is race number 168, the Master 60 men V6 1,000 metres, heat number 1, 3 turns. Okay, we're getting back into turn races. Once again, it is the turns that sort out these canoes. Lane 1's Salish C, OG's Canada. Lane 2, Z, Ka Mamala Hoi, Hawaii. Lane 3, Horota Wakama Tokomaru, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 4, Club Outrigger, Whitsunday, Australia. Lane 5, Base Huna, Brazil. That's how they line up. Again, we look at these turns with interest to see how they go in these turns. We look back to see who's going to go into their turns first. Perhaps out here, wide from, I'm just looking at that, Australia, I think it is, who may have the lead and go into their turn first. Who gets up there? Lane number 4 was Australia, and a very good turn from the Australian crew. Inside them, should I say, Aotearoa, New Zealand, Horota Wakaoe were a little bit wide. Look at them, the Australia crew's got around there. Outside them, Brazil are staying it there. They probably got the second best turn. Over in the far side, Sailor Sea Dog, Canada, they came out of there very well in that turn. But look at what happened there. Australia had the best of that turn. Club Outrigger with Sunday, they nailed it, and they're going to have at least a canoe length lead from the rest of these crews as we come down for our second turn. Once again, we get to see the second turn down right in front of us, and we can see how much work, how much coordination, how much teamwork goes into getting these canoes around in a very timely manner. Again, who's in this race? Lane 1, Canada. Lane 2, Hawaii. Lane 3, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 4, Australia. Lane 5, Brazil. Here they come. Here they come. Outrigger Whitsunday, should I say. They've got the turn. They got the lead. They are coming up there, but certainly making a big comeback over there in lane number 1 is Canada. As they start to head into their turn, who gets the best of this? In go Australia, Canada around there. Who gets the best turn? Look at this. How close do they get to that marker, boy? And again, Australia do a great turn out there. Absolutely superb as they get around there. They should make a gain from that. Over there on the far side is Canada getting around. Down here in front of me is Brazil getting around. In the middle of the race course, it is Aotearoa, New Zealand, Horota getting around. Oh, a bit of an overshoot there from Hawaii as they will actually be penalised for that not so great turn, but the race is not over as they all head back for their final turn. Again, it was Australia, it was Club Outrigger Whitsunday that got the best turn. Perhaps on closest to you, Canada might have a faster straight line speed, but they need to nail these turns as we head down to this final turn. Let's get them down there. Let's see how they go. I'll get back to you when it starts getting into their turn. Lane 1, Canada. Lane 2, Hawaii. Lane 3, New Zealand, Aotearoa. Lane 4, it is Australia. Lane 5, it is Brazil. They are still going. One more turn to go. Did I say I was going to say quiet till I get to the turn? I didn't even keep quiet. Okay, quiet. Approaching now, we'll see how they go into their turns. It is in lane number 4. They still have a lead, probably just over canoe length. They've nailed every turn. Can Canada make a big turn this one? Here they go. Australia go into their turn. Canada still pulling around. Horota getting into their turn. As we see the rest of these crews come around, it's going to be who comes out of the turn first. Australia with Sunday. Canada chasing up hard. Horota going hard there too. And it is going to be a drag race now. It's going to be interesting. At this moment, it is Australia. That is Club Outrigger with Sunday. They've got a canoe length, but I know Canada have straight line speed. Here comes the drag race now. It is under 200 metres to go. It is at this moment, it is Australia Club Outrigger Whitsunday have got the lead, but I know that the Salish Sea Dogs OGs are going to be pushing it up. They've got it down to 3/4 of a boat length at the moment. Can Canada run down Australia? Can Salish Sea Dogs outrun Club Outrigger Whitsunday? Here they come now, and can Horota get up there at this moment in time? It's getting close. Are they closing the gap? I don't think so. I think the Australian crew have kept their lead as they push up. Can Canada come up? Can Horota come up on Canada? It's a fight within a fight now. It's a race within a race. It is Australia Whitsunday against Canada. Out there, the OGs are coming up. It is Australia. It is Canada. It is Horota Aotearoa Wakama. My goodness me, what great racing we have out there as the rest of these crews head for home. You just watch race number 168, the Masters 16.
As I set my goals on being the best I can be, I want support from people who understand that my culture is what makes me who I am. I want an organisation that will work with me and my community to build our economic wealth. And that's HTK Group. With HTK Group, grow and accelerate your business potential.
Next, and then we'll go to race number 171, the Master of 60 men V6 1000 meter heat 3. So race 171 will come before race 170. 170 is the Outriggers for Life exhibition race V12 250 meters. 171 will race before 170. Fantastic coordination of calls here at the lakeside, Dorney Lake, Windsor. We're lining up for our next race on the water. Race 169, Master 60 men V6 1000 meter heat 2. And there we have the start. They are away, and it is go, go, go in race number 169. It is the Master 60 men V6 1000 meters heat 2. Lane 2, Fort Langley Canoe Club, Canada. Lane 3, California, USA. Lane 4, 87, Namolakama from Hawaii. Lane 5, it is PRCC Black, Great Britain. Those other crews lined up here. Let's see how they go in their first 250 meters. There are 3 turns to come. 3 turns to come. It sorts these crews out and can make a gain or a loss look fantastic or disastrous. No disasters here. Looking good as they go into their turn. It looks like it is lane 4 heads in there first. That will be Namalokama from Hawaii. Closest to me, Great Britain, PRCC Black. They are getting around there in lane number 5. On the far side, it looks like Canada, Fort Langley Canoe Club. They are coming around there quite nicely. USA have gone a little bit longer, but they're all going to negotiate this first turn and head back down in front of us to give us an exhibition of turn racing as these young men, these young Master 60 men, V6 1,000 meters as they get through this here. We're coming down for our second turn right here in front of us. Won't be long now. Coming back down this race course with a handy lead, I believe it is. It is in lane number 4. Namolakama from Hawaii. They had nailed their first turn, but you got to nail every turn in this race. Every turn. Outside them, Great Britain, PRCC Black. Down in lane number 2, it is Canada, Fort Langley Canoe Club. Let's see how they all negotiate this second turn. They did it well at the other end. Can Hawaii do the same down this end? They're angling in there. And there's a big uni goes in. Seat 2, look at them. They post up and they start draw stroking already. As the steerer at seat 6, they are cranking the back of that canoe around. And they go and the rest of these crews down. Look at this down here in front of me. Great Britain. Oh, Great Britain have made a huge gain. A huge gain from an awesome turn there. Out there in lane 2 it was Canada who did a bit of an overshoot. And look at the gain-loss ratio of that one. And look at Great Britain. They nailed it. They've closed that up with Hawaii. That is awesome. That's what you can see. The difference a good turn can make as we have there the USA go into their second turn. You can see them all working hard as then seats 1 and 2, they try 1, 2 and 3 trying to draw that front around. At 5 they're trying to pull the back around and the steerer is digging in hardcore. They get that around. Alrighty, we go back to the front of this race course. Let's see what happens. And so we will just check this out as we go. It is still in front Hawaii. It is 87 Namolakama who have got out there. It was a great turn down here in lane number 5, Great Britain. They've got about 1.5 boat lengths or canoe lengths to catch up with Hawaii, but that can happen in a turn. Let's see what happens as we go. Oh my goodness, here come the Hawaiian crew. They nailed this first turn. They nailed this turn on their first attempt and they're looking pretty darn good this time. In goes the next crew. That is Great Britain. The Hawaiians have got around there nicely. They've got a good turn. They will get around there. Oh my goodness, this Great Britain team are getting their canoe around really well, but they will have to chase hard as they draw stroke Hawaii. They are out of there. Out in lane number 2, Canada. The Canadian crew, they've come around there, Fort Langley Canoe Club, but it is Hawaii that have got themselves over a boat length. It'll take a great effort from Great Britain to pull this one back there. As the outrigger, should I say, there's the USA crew are still heading up for their second turn. Let's see how they go. Let's focus on the front of this race at the moment. It is now between Hawaii and Great Britain as they come up there. As the other two crews are still yet to finish or commence there for their turn as they come up there now. Here they come around there. It is definitely, their name is 87 Namolakama from Hawaii. They are just cruising now. They don't have to sprint. This is a heat. And the heat progressions going through to the next round is all about position, winning the race. It's not about, oh, they're still putting in the big ones. I'm looking at them going there. They are going hard. They're thinking, we've got plenty of energy. We're only 60 plus. And so they come across that finish line. They're happy with that. With certainly down here in front of us, at the tower, it is Great Britain who will take out that second place. Canada will take out third, and the USA just finished their turn on the far side there. They'll take out that fourth position. You just watched race number 169, the Master 60 Men V6, 1,000 metres, heat 2.
Thanks, everybody. I'm on the start camera. Hey, Bevan, on your lens, there's like a ring that's the closest to the camera. If you turn that, it makes it a little less bright.
Okay, finishing there, 1,000 metres. Let's put our hands together for the USA. Everyone's looking fantastic across the Dorney Lake here, up in the spectator tent. Panelist tent is looking fantastic, so it's wonderful to have you here today. Day number
Yeah, that's
4.
perfect
Can you believe it? Day 4 of this, the 2022 IVF World Sprint Championships. Dorney Lake. Dorney Lake, a beautiful lake that it is. And so we are enjoying these conditions, these resources, the facilities here at Dorney Lake. Talking about facilities, I guess I'm going to do a bit more announcement. Again, I'm pushing this along. Don't forget the coffee caravans that's up there next to you on the spectator bank. There's another identical coffee caravan to the left of the club rooms. There are over there food vendors there, all sorts of things, Eastern cuisine, African cuisine, every cuisine you can think of. And so also our official vendors tent is across there. I'm sure I've seen Mr. Whippy here quite a few times. In fact, I see him over there at this moment in time next to the cultural tent there as we start preparing for the next race on the water.
It's 171 now. Cool. This is another heat.
Remember, race 171 is next on the water. They are coming before race 170. Okay, thank you, thank you. We have a start in this next race on the water just as they head off there. I'll let you know who's in this race. In lane number 2, it is Mululabar from Australia. In lane number 3, it is Aretika Water Sports Tukumatua from Aotearoa, New Zealand. In lane number 4, it is Calgary Iceman, Canada. And in lane 5 is Esquila Sports from Brazil. That's how they line up and racing up to their first turn in race number 171, the Master 60 Men V6, 1,000 metres, heat number 3. Just to let you know that race 172 will run next. 172 will run next, and we'll be running race 170 after race 172. 170 is the Outriggers for Life exhibition race. Looking forward to that one. Let's now take our focus back up to the water. Who's going to go into this turn first? This first of the first turns, should I say, looking pretty good at the moment. What lane is that? Heading in there, lane number 4, perhaps is Canada. Calgary Iceman may have the lead. Here they go, they're heading into it. It is indeed. How do they negotiate in second place? Perhaps inside them it is there. Aretika Water Sports, then Mululabar go in, and then coming in fourth is Brazil as they head around, and it is Canada. Canadian crew, Calgary Iceman, they nailed it. Hey, they nailed it. Aretika's still there and pushing through now. But that's how they're going up in race number 171. That's the Master 60 Men V6, 1,000 metres, heat number 3. Heading back down towards our Soul Crews, negotiated their turns. Just a reminder, race 170 will take place after the next race on the water, 172. 170 will follow race 172. Let's look at these men as they head down and see who got out there. It was the Canadian crew, Calgary Icemen. They turned the best. They got to the turn first, nailed it. Aratika Water Sports in lane 3 are following close behind. Also back there is Maluluba from Australia, and then Brazil, Esquilo Sports in lane number 5. Calgary Icemen, here they go. They start to angle in, and the work starts to happen. The two in front there, they both post up, and they draw around now. And the steerer at the back is the side. They've got it around that first turn. Away they go. They're still drawing. No, they're out of there. Those are draw strokes. They're inside their lane. They're gone. Aratika struggling to get around at the moment down here in front of me. Looking okay at this stage. It will be down here in front of me. Brazil have made a bit of a gain. They've overshot a little bit. They're working hard over there on the far, on the close side to you. It is there. Maluluba getting around there. Oh, Brazil and Maluluba coming out well. And I think Brazil are going to make a bit of a gain. They've taken over third spot. Let's see how we go as we go down to our final turn. On the water there you see the Calgary Icemen. They're cool Icemen indeed, cool as a cucumber or cool as an Iceman. That's their name. They're from Canada. They've been hitting their turns each time, and here they head into their third and final turn, angling in there. They're starting the work again. They're trying to get that that outrigger as close as possible to the flag. Perhaps probably just a metre and a half, couple of metres over, but they've got it. They don't have to take any risks. They just need to finish this race, have no infractions. Aratika also coming around at this moment in time, and they're nailing it probably a metre and a half, very much a mirror image of the Canadian team. But here we go in. I think it is in lane number 2. It was there. Australia, Maluluba, they made a bit more of a gain on the straight and caught up to Brazil. Let's see how they go. Who turns first there? Let's focus back on the front as we see the Calgary Icemen are doing very well indeed. Aratika Water Sports, they're chasing hard. Tokomatua, they're called. Brazil, Esquilo Sports, and in lane number 2, it is Maluluba. Maluluba, as I keep saying, they ran a great World Championships in 2016 in the Sunshine Coast, but let's focus on the front from Canada, looking very comfortable indeed. Lane number 4, Calgary Icemen are coming home very nicely. They're cruising home, long strokes there, but powerful as they come up to the finish line. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Calgary Iceman from Canada in second place. They tried chasing all the way. They just got to work on their turns, and perhaps they'll be up there or thereabouts. It is in lane number 3. It is Aratika Water Sports Tokomatua from Calgary. And there is a race within a race also between our third and fourth place. It is Brazil against Australia, should I say, as we have Maluluba closest to you and Brazil down here closest to the tower. I think it is Australia, Maluluba, who will get through there as well. Coming in third place, and it will be them coming third place with Brazil coming in fourth. You just watched race number 171, the Master 60 men, P6, 1,000 metres, heat 3. black flag. A black flag is up. You get the vision on the live stream. Those spectators here on the bank get it alive and well. A great start down here. A great start here in lane number 5. I think there was Ula PRCC Ula from Great Britain. But it's not just about winning the start. As I said, there's 3 turns. It's about winning the turns. It is race number 172, the Master 60 men V6 1,000 meters heat 4, the final heat 4 of 4. Lane 1 is Silas C. Roggs from Canada. In lane 2, there's Ratana Patipi Haide, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 3, Kikaha, USA. Lane 4, Va'aparati from Brazil. And in lane number 5, it's PRCC Ulula, Great Britain, as they go down for their first of 3 turns. Approaching those turns very shortly, and it looks like it is in lane number 5, Great Britain, who come around there first. Chasing very much so onside them. It is the Brazil team. Great Britain getting the better of the turn at this stage as they turn around, and they are away. Brazil still draw stroking. Oh, that'll be a good gain to Great Britain, about 1 canoe length, I'm sure. Brazil come around in 2nd place. In 3rd place, it was Aotearoa, New Zealand, Ratana Patipi Haide. Perhaps Canada was next, fighting it out with the USA as they come down for their 2nd leg and their 2nd turn right there in front of us. Back to you shortly. You are seeing this live, although all of us on site here at Dorney Lake, but we are also televising this and sending it out to the world, live streaming, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage that we're giving you. Some great graphics, great footage, great video of these crews. Great Britain crew that you see there, they had the best. They got to the turn first. They nailed their turn. Looks like they've got a handy lead as we looked at them, fotching in, angling in for their turn. How close can they get that outrigger to that flag? Look at that. I think that's pretty darn close there, as going in 2nd place, just in front of them there, just gone past. It is Brazil on the far side. Who is that just gone in there? Perhaps it is New Zealand. Oh, no, it isn't. It is the USA who have gone in there. Great racing there from the USA. They get around there very well. Aotearoa, New Zealand are in there as well. Canada's in there. My goodness, they're getting around there. Let's wait and see what's happening there. Oh, take a breath, John. Take a breath. Where the USA getting around there now? It was Brazil who went in there 2nd. USA getting around there on the far side. It is there. Canada, Sea Rocks getting around there. Heading up also we have New Zealand on Aotearoa, New Zealand, Ratanapa. 1 more turn to go. Great Britain, again they extend their lead. It looks like they've got this heat sewing up, saving any infractions. I don't want to put the hex on anyone, so I won't say anything about it. And so let's see how they go as they start to approach this last turn for them. As they come up to it very shortly, we should see them starting to angle in as they approach this 250 meter mark. Here they go, in they go, and again it looks like they're nailing it pretty well, about a meter off from that turn flag. They have got around there, and there goes in just behind them. It is the Brazil team, should I say, as they get around there, and they're gone. Great Britain, they're out of here. They've done all their turns. They're thinking, I've only got 250 meters to go. They don't have to push it 100%. If they just get over, oh, Brazil are struggling to get their canoe around. They've done it. Yes, they did. They have indeed, but they'll be away again. But let's focus on the front of this race course. As we look at Team Great Britain, they've come up there. and they've nailed their turns, and that's the result you have when you hit every turn so well. They have a very handy lead and should come away and could probably just relax on the way home here, save their energy if they need to. Again, that's a call that's made within the canoe as to whether you give it 100%, give it everything all the way home, or whether you just take the win, take the progression, and save your energy. It happens in all sports. As long as you got your place in making your progression, sometimes people don't want to show all their tools, all their guns all at once. Put your hands together for Great Britain. And here we go in second place. It looks like it will come down to the Brazilian team. Awesome effort there. Va'a Paratai will come through for that second place. And on the far side there, across there, it will be Aotearoa, New Zealand, Ratana Pātipi Haere. As the rest of these crews come home, we will go to another call.
Next one's a 250 exhibition race. Everybody's clear.
I'll just jump in there quickly. Our next race on the water is race number 170, which is pretty crazy considering we just had 172, but that's just the way it's rolled. It is the exhibition race. It is Outriggers for Life exhibition race number 1. It is a V12 250 meters, so they will be coming out shortly. So we will take our focus down to the 250 meter mark. They should be popping out there very, very shortly.
Final 1,000 and then a final 500.
have a start in this next race on the water. Just as I picked up the microphone, the green flag went up. And this race number 170, it is indeed, it's Outriggers for Life exhibition race number 1. It is V12, it's 250 metres. I don't think there's any medals awarded to this, but everyone deserves a medal in this one. It is Outrigger for Life, Outriggers for Life indeed. Lane 4, Akala Ali'i. In lane 5, IBCSS. Lane 6, Mana Wahine. Lane 7, Paddlers for Life. Here they come. Oh, look at the middle of the race course. Someone else is jumping out there. Looks like it might be IBCCS have jumped out to a big lead, and everyone else is just going to have to follow unless there's a big disaster out there. In lane 1, Akala Ali'i. In the front, it is IBCSS chasing hard. In lane number 6, Manawahine. In lane number 7, Paddlers for Life. As they come on home now, look at them go. Hey, that's pretty good crew work. This is an exhibition only, as they give a great exhibition in the middle of the race course. IBCCS are coming up. It'll be a fight perhaps outside Manawahine in second place. Put your hands together for IBCSS as they cross the finish line. Manawahine down here in lane number 6 outside them. Manawahine will come through them. Paddlers for Life looks like they're going to take out third place. My nose just in the front of Akala Ali'i. Is great racing out there. Race number 170. Interestingly coming before 172, but things can happen, and that is the end of that particular race. We go back to some more calls. This feels awkward.
Alright, everyone, we've got the Para Mixed V6 1000 straight final. There's only 3 teams in it, I believe. We're on U250 camera, by the way. Just locked off.
A little bit of a pause in racing live streamers. Our next race on the water is race number 173, the Paramix V6 1000 metres straight final. It is a final. It is 3 turns. It is the para paddlers, the para athletes. race on the water at the moment in time. They probably started on the wrong start line, but that's okay. Just an extra 20 meters on this particular race they've got now. Let's see who's out there. What race have we got? It's race number 173, the Paramix V6 1,000 meters straight final. This is a final. They're racing for medals here. Again, I emphasize it's not always who's fastest in a straight line, and who can turn these canoes around as quickly and as efficiently as possible. We have out there, it is in lane number 2, it is Aotearoa, New Zealand. In lane 3, it is Great Britain. In lane 4, it is Aotearoa, New Zealand. Excuse me. Let's see how they're going at the moment. Certainly the Great Britain team is looking pretty strong out there at this moment in time. Got a bit of a lead as we start to look at this first turn. Here they come. They're starting to get up here. You'll see them begin to angle in. Great Britain going in there. Let's see how they go. They've gone past probably a couple of meters. That's not too bad at all. As other two Kiwi teams go in there. Again, Great Britain have got themselves around there. On the inside range there, we have Aotearoa New Zealand 1. And on the outside, it's Aotearoa New Zealand 2. Great Britain are around. Aotearoa New Zealand 1. They did a good turn. A very good turn indeed. A very good turn indeed. And they're out there. They're coming back down. They'll do their second turn right here in front of us. We look forward to that as they come down. Give them the support that they need, ladies and gentlemen. This Great Britain team has good forward speed and they're nailing their turns at the moment. You can see the gains that they've made just in one turn. That is one turn, and they've got a couple of canoe lengths there, and they've got good straight line speed, good timing, good technique there as they come down for their second turn right here in front of us. Let's see how they negotiate this turn here. Can Aotearoa New Zealand one make any impression on this lead at all as they go around there? Great Britain in there working hard. Hey, that's a pretty good turn. I've certainly seen worse this week, and so around they go. Aotearoa New Zealand 1, they go in there. They're working hard there as well. Great Britain, they're draw striking. We'll know once they start paddling straight ahead, they're gone. They're gone, they're out of there. They'll make another gain from that turn. Aotearoa New Zealand 2 going into their turn now as they start to do the crew work, as they draw from the front and they crank from the back. Here they go. Great Britain, they're on their way down for their final turn. Aotearoa New Zealand 1 in lane number 2 there, lane 3 I think it is rather, as they get out, they're gone there, and Aotearoa 2 are going home, going for their final turn. Okay, they are out in the lead, this Great Britain team. They've got good forward speed, and guess what? They have good turning technique as well as they start to head into their third and final turn in this 1,000 meter race. It is race number 173, the Paramix V6 1,000 meter straight final. This is going for a medal here. You can see in the middle of their canoe, one of the paddlers just stops paddling altogether so that they don't have too much forward motion to overshoot the marker buoy. It's a good technique that's working for them. Aotearoa New Zealand 1 go into their turn now, but they're almost a full turn behind at this moment stage. That'll be another gain to Great Britain as these two Aotearoa New Zealand teams chase hard. But there's no doubt about who's going to take out this particular World Championship race. It is the Great Britain team that are there at this time. and they are pushing home. Aotearoa New Zealand, if they've done their turn and are heading home also. One would think that they might be able to overtake, but the chances of that are pretty minimal at this stage as they begin to run out of race course. And that Great Britain team is a Great Britain team, or Great British team, should I say, as they've done it all the way. They made a gain in the first leg before any turn. They went into their turn first, came out well, and have continued to gain a lead and lengthen the lead that they have at this time. Here they come, Great Britain in this race, number 173, the Paramix V6 1,000 metres. It is a straight final. They're looking at gold at this time. They're also looking at World Championships. Great Britain! Great racing out there. In second place, coming home, they tried all the way. No doubt both these crews have been trying that they couldn't close the gap. Great Britain lengthened each turn, and so they're pretty happy about splashing each other and on the lake here. Careful, don't swallow that water. And here we go, Aotearoa New Zealand won. They come across for the silver medal. I'm going to call everyone home at this stage. There are 3 in here. In lane number 6, I believe it is, they were, as they come around here and are looking good. Should I say lane 4, it is Aotearoa New Zealand 2 coming home for their bronze medal. Give them a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Aotearoa New Zealand 2. That was race number 173, the Paramix V6 1,000 metre straight final. And we have a final coming up for you very shortly. It is the Master 40 Woman V1 500 metre final.
As I set my goals on being the best that I can be, I want support from people who understand that my culture is what makes me who I am. I want people that will work with me and my community to build our economic wealth. That's HTK Group. With HTK Group, grow and accelerate your business potential.
We have a white flag for the Master 40 Women V1 500 metres. This is a final race 174 in lane number 2, Kiwi Campbell, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 3, Leanne Stanley, Canada. Lane 4, Tui McCall from New Zealand. Lane 5, Ann Ken, Samoa. Lane 6, Mahealani Botelho from Hawaii. Lane 7, Siobhan Reti from New Zealand. Lane 8, Ranj Rapana from New Zealand, and lane 9, Kate Kaufman from the USA. Red flag as they make their way to that start line. They're all lining up really closely at the moment. Black flag indicating that someone is, or more than one person is over the line. But black flag is down, which means we're ready to race. Back up again, someone's gone back over the line. waiting. The black flag has dropped. Green flag, and this race is underway. A great start from lane number 5, and this is a final. Ann Keynes from Samoa off to a really good start in this race. A nice kick from her out there, but chasing her is lane number 2, Kiwi Campbell. She's off to a great start as well. She's pushed out right at the front. There's probably about one stroke between first and second at the moment. Lane 1, lane 5, lane 2, lane 5. Lane 2, Kiwi Campbell. Lane 5, Ann Keynes from Samoa. They are leading the pack alongside Leanne Stanley from Canada by the looks, coming in a third place. That's how your first, second and third are lining up at this stage as they start making their way to the 250 metre mark. Some great racing here from our Master 40 women. Many of them have already been in the Opens. They've already shown us through the years what they're capable of. Here, Kiwi Campbell from New Zealand is probably one stroke behind the lead at the moment, the lead being Ann Keynes from Samoa. But there is a challenge coming from Leanne Stanley of Canada at the moment as they make their way to that 250 metre mark. How do they line up? Let's see as we go along. It's only one stroke between them. It's really close now. It looks like lane 5, lane 2, then 3. Lane 5, Ann Keynes from Samoa. Lane 2, Kiwi Campbell. Lane 3, Leanne Stanley. And it's definitely a battle between these ladies. It is one stroke, pretty much one stroke between them. This is going to be a phenomenal race. All of these ladies are vying for that gold medal. Who wants it? Who wants it most? We'll see very soon. This lady, Leanne Stanley, is just starting to pull away as they make their way to the last 150 odd metres. She started a little bit of a kick. She's pushing away. Kiwi Campbell challenging as well as Ann Keynes from Samoa, lane 5. This is going to be a great race. I hope you're all standing cheering for these lovely ladies as they make their way down. This lady here in lane number 3, Leanne Stanley, slowly pulling away. She is just about one canoe length ahead of the others as they make their way down. Kiwi Campbell in lane 2 is still putting in the effort along with Ann Keynes from Samoa. Back there behind her, Tui McCall is in this race in number 4, but no doubt about it, it's 20 metres to go. This lady here in lane number 3, Leanne Stanley, she's going to be this year's champion with at least one canoe length ahead of the rest. Your champion, gold medalist, lane number 3, Leanne Stanley from Canada. A tight finish for second place in lane 5, Ann Keynes from Samoa, and the bronze medal, third place to Kiwi Campbell, New Zealand, Aotearoa. And there you have it, race 174, Master 40 Women V1 500 final. Leanne Stanley from Canada with a 2:37.28, 2:40.30 Samoa Ann Keynes, and Aotearoa New Zealand 2 minutes 41 Kiwi Campbell. That's your gold, silver, and bronze for 2022. already over the line. They need to back pedal, otherwise if that black flag is still in the air when the green flag goes, that will indicate a disqualification. Black flag is down, green flag for this race. It is heat 105, it is 1500 meters, so this is a bit of a long race. It is 5 turns. I'm going to call out who is in this race. Kanamama from Brazil in lane number 1, Black Broncos from New Zealand in lane number 2, 35 Nā Kai Ewalu from Hawaii in lane 3, OC UK Open Men from Great Britain in lane 4, Star Nation from Canada in lane 5. Brazil, Kanomama from in lane number 1, ready to make the second turn. Their approach is really well done, followed by lane number 2, New Zealand Black Broncos, and out here in lane number 4, Great Britain, OC UK Open Men, getting their waka around. A nice turn from lane number 4 actually. They're ama kissing the boy, so they've been able to navigate that turn a little bit better, which means they've been able to come out probably a little bit better than what they did in their first turn. However, lane number 1, nice and easy for them. Brazil, Kanomama, they are out by at least 1 canoe length at this time. New Zealand Black Broncos following. They're going to have to do a little bit more work on the straights to catch this team in lane 1, and if they want to get through to the next set of progressions. 4 or 5 turns, they now start to make the approach. Numbers 1 and 2 really digging it in to get the front of that canoe around. The team from New Zealand Black Broncos now approaching the turn. If they can get around that turn quick, they might be able to catch this Brazilian team. If they can get the front around, which seems to be struggling, you can see this team from Brazil trying to get the front of their canoe around. They're already out. The team from New Zealand has caught them a little bit in this turn. They are now putting in a little bit of a kick to pick up the pace to try and catch this Brazilian team who have been going nice and strong for most of it. But I think this team from Broncos, the Black Broncos from New Zealand, has caught, if not are catching, the team from Brazil as these other teams make their way through the turn. This team here in lane number 3, 35 Nakai Ewalu from Hawaii, navigating this 4th turn as they make their way down the lane to the 5th and final turn. To Brazil and New Zealand approaching this 5th and final turn at the same time. Who's going to get around? This is going to be one of those turns that determine who's going to get out, who's going to make it first and second. This is where it counts. The team from Aotearoa, New Zealand have come out of this turn. They've just started their paddle. This is going to be a race to the finish line between Brazil and New Zealand for the first and second place. We've got our team out there in lane 5, Canada Star Nation, trying to get around. They are nearly out of their turn. The team in lane number 4, Great Britain OC UK Open Men's, have just navigated their way through. They've just started their paddle out of the turn, while this team from Hawaii, 35 Nakai Walu, just start approaching this turn. But the race is on here in lanes number 1 and 2, Brazil, Canada, New Zealand, Black Broncos. Who's going to take it out? It looks as though it may be this New Zealand team, but the pressure is on. Cheer them on as they make their way down the lane in this first of 5 heats. Top from each heat will make it through to the next round. Everyone else is about timing, but let's see how we go. This team from Black Broncos New Zealand have put the challenge in. They got around in the seconds meters. Heat 2 of 5, red flag up, calling all of our paddlers to the start line and stop. This race is just about to get underway. Got a green flag here for our open men. Heat 2 of 5, 1500 meters. They're off to a great start here. Our lane lineup. Lanikai Green in lane number 1. Viento Sur from Chile in lane number 2. Kahumwana Ba'a from Brazil in lane number 3. Malulaba from Australia in lane number 4. Esquilo Sports from Brazil in lane number 5. And yes, it is 5 turns. I will be calling mainly at those turns for these races because it takes a bit too much out of this one to keep doing it for 5 turns for every single race. All of these teams now making their way around this first turn. Lane number 1 looks to have a good turn as they make their way around, trying to get those waka around. It looks as though lane number 1, Lanikai Green from Hawaii, are out first. They got in there, they all came in equally around the same time, but they were the first ones out. Coming out now is here in the yellow lane, which is Australia, Malulaba, by the looks of it. They're out, as well as Esquilo Sports from Brazil. All of our teams are out, but it just goes to show that one good turn can be the difference between first and fourth. And this team here from Hawaii, Lanikai Green, have already pushed out to at least 2 waka lengths. But keep an eye out because it is still 5 turns, 4 more turns to go. Anything can happen. Lanikai Green approaching the second turn now as the steerer angles in their waka. Numbers 1 and 2 pulling over, getting that canoe moving. The waka is a little bit far out from the flags, but they have enough time on their hands to get around because as they come out of the turn, everyone else is coming in. Who's going to get around? A really, really harsh one there out here in lane number 5 from Esquilo Sports. Came in a bit too fast. They're going to have to get around and make up some time in the paddling because this team here, lane number 4, Malulaba from Australia, are out second. Third, lane number 3, which is Brazil, Kahumwana Ba'a in lane number 2. This team here from Esquilo Sports from Brazil are going to have to do a little bit of work now if they wanted to get into the next set of racing. Let's see how they go in this third turn, but they're going to have to do a little bit of work on these straights to catch that team in lane number 2, which is lane number 1, Lanikai Green, and Malulaba in lane number 4. This team for Lanikai Green already getting their waka around this third turn as the other teams just start making the approach. Malulaba here in lane number 4 making the approach to this turn. The team out there in lane 1 already out as the rest of them still try to navigate around these really tight turns. The waka has to slow down a little bit just to get that waka, the front around, and the teams numbers 1 and 2 are pulling really hard to get that front nose around while the steerer pulls the rest of it back. But the team in lane number 2, Viento Sur from Chile, they've done really well. They are now out. Malulaba and then it is third, fourth, and fifth, and then the next fastest one across all 5 heats who will make it into the repechage 1 and 2. And so that's how the progressions work for these races, and with 5 happening here. So as this team in lane number 1 approaches their next turn, they are really showing everyone how strong they are on the straights, and these turns, no sweat for them. The waka's moving really well. They're just about out now. I'd say one more stroke and they're out. Yes, they're out. While these other teams are still trying to make it into the approach for this turn. Lane number 4, Australia, Malulaba, now approaching the turn. They have competition from lane number 2. It depends on whether or not they can get the front of that waka around the front of the canoe around. This team from Malulaba doing really well to get the front of the canoe around. Probably about 3-4 more strokes and they should be out. The team over there from Chile, Viento Sur, they are nearly out. They've started their approach out, but the Australians have probably about 3 or 4 seats on them. The Brazilians here, Esquilo Sports, they've caught this team in lane number 3. They've caught the other Brazilian team, Kahumuana Ba'a, but they're going to have to do a little bit more work if they want to be in the running in this race. Kai Green, halfway through their turn now. They've made their way around. They are just about out. Yes, they are out now. No sweat for them on that last turn. No pressure. They just had to get around and they can make their way back home in this heat number 2. Malulaba now making their approach in their turn, getting around the turns now and trying to get around those flags. It is quite difficult. My understanding is that the distance between the flags are a little bit smaller, but it just means you have to do a little bit more work in the execution of your turn. You have to approach these turns a bit more earlier or later, depending on whether or not there's a current, the wind's pushing you, how the wakas move and manipulate themselves. And so this takes a lot of work from our paddlers, but this team way up the front here, Hawaii, Paulani Kai Green, they are going to cross with nearly 150, 200 metres ahead of everyone else. They're going to take out this heat number 2 for the 1500 metres. They will go straight through to the semi-finals as the first place getter. Second place getter in this race is a little bit of race between Kahumuana Ba'a by the looks, or it might actually be Viento Sur from Chile and this team from Malulaba. Whoever comes in second will get through to the semi-finals, while the rest will have to race it out in a repechage. Malulaba really putting it in this last bit here now. No sweat for them. They are at least 1 canoe length ahead of the next fastest qualifiers. Malulaba will go through to the semi-finals, and this team here from Chile, Viento Sur, will make it through to the repechage. 7, the open men V6 1500 meters, heat 3 of 5. They line up for the start of this one of 5 turns. This should be some good racing. They have a green flag and they are off. A good start from lane number 3. Lane number 3, Singapore Paddle Club. Let's see how they line up in this race. Va'a Life from Brazil in lane 1. Pacificos from Chile, lane number 2. Singapore Paddle Club from Singapore, lane number 3. Porota Wakaama Woolly Kumaras from New Zealand, lane number 4. And 4 Lanikai White from Hawaii in lane number 5. As they approach this first turn, it looks as though it is lane number 4, Horota Wakaama Woolly Kumaras, approaching their first turn, getting their waka around, really pushing. The ama is lifting at the moment, so there's a little bit of trouble there to try and get the front of the canoe around. All of these canoes are really working hard. Lane number 1 is doing really well, Va'a Life from Brazil, but it looks as though the team from lane number 4, Porota Wakaama, are out. So too, this team in lane number 3, Singapore Paddle Club. Pacificos are out, and lane number 1 is out. So everyone is out at the moment. Hawaii, 4 Lanikai White are still in the race as well. We'll keep an eye on this. This is one of 5 turns. As they make their way around each of these turns, I will be calling them because these are pretty much the critical moments in these types of races. Lane number 5, Lanikai White, and starting to approach this turn now. They are challenging lane number 4, which is the Woolly Kumaras from Porota Wakahoe from New Zealand. As they make the second of 5 turns, this should be interesting. It's about trying to get that canoe around. A nice turn from this team here in lane number 5. Lane number 1 is getting their canoe around. They've just done it. Lane number 5 is probably out. Lane number 4 is out at the moment. Let's see how they go as they make their way down. It's going to be a little bit of a race on these straights by the looks. A little bit of a upset out there in lane number 3 from Singapore Paddle Club. And again, these turns are critical in these races. But now the race is on. Lane number 4, lane number 5, 4 Horota Wakaama Woolly Kumaras, and lane number 5, 4 Lanikai White. They will be racing to this next turn to see who can get through to the next stage of racing. Lane 4 and 5 now approaching this third turn. Lane number 4 approached first, but let's see how they maneuver the canoe around to get around these flags. Lane number 5's doing really well. You can see in lane number 4 the canoe stops slightly. They're jarring the front around to try and get a little bit of momentum in that turn. Lane number 1 also challenging now, which is Va'a Life from Brazil. But coming out, lane number 4 and lane number 5 are still racing in this 1500 meters because that was still a really close turn between the teams. And my guess is that this team here in lane number 4 probably pipped lane number 5 as they got out. And as they make their way to this is why these turns are so important. They've now approached this turn. Lane number 5 is just approaching the turn now. As they make their way around to get their canoe around, it is a big job to try and get that canoe around the flag, 1, but 2, to continue to have some momentum in your canoe. Otherwise, you're going to have to lift the canoe to get it up off the water to move again. That team from lane number 4, the Woolly Kumaras from Horota Wakama, showed the team how they did it, but this team is catching them. Lane number 5, a great turn. All of these teams now in these this turn number 4, but the teams are out now. Lane number 3 has just got around. Lane number 2, 1, all out, but the race is still out at the front. And it looks as though lane number 4 from New Zealand is ahead by half a canoe length at this stage. Lane number 4 approaching their 5th and final turn. They have approached it while this team in lane number 5 is still coming. Lane number 5 has just started their turn to get around, but it will be this team in lane number 4, Horota Wakahoe, Woolly Kumaras from New Zealand. They will be coming out of this first, second, lane number 5, third. It looks as though it is Singapore Paddle Club from Singapore. First and second will go directly into the semi-finals, while third, fourth and fifth place will go into a repechage along with the fastest qualifiers from there to try and get into the semi-finals. So it's really important for these teams to either come first or second to secure their place in those semi-finals. As they make their way to the finish line, lane number 4, the Woolly Kumara Horota Wakama, New Zealand, with at least 2 or 3 canoe lengths ahead of everyone else, will take out this heat number 3 of 5. They will go through to the semi-finals, followed by this team in lane number 5, Lanikai White from Hawaii. They will also make it through to the semi-finals. The repechage teams are coming through now. Lane number 3, Singapore Paddle Club, and lane number 1, Va'a Life Brazil, making their way through. It just goes to show that these turns are really important. If you can nail the turn, you will get your waka ahead of everyone else. Open Men's V6 1500 metres. This is race 178. We have a red flag calling paddlers up to the start line. Black flag indicating someone was over the line. Black flag is now dropped, which means they're all ready to go for this race. And we have a green flag. There are only 3 teams in this race. There should have been 5, but never mind. Lane number 1, PRCC Vaianutoa from Great Britain. Lane number 2, H. Lokahi from Hawaii. Lane number 3, FCRCC Prime Primo Premier from Canada. These 3 teams, 2 of them will make it through to the semi-finals. 1 will have to go into the repechage. At the moment, lanes 1 and 3 are doing really well, but as I've said in the previous races, it all comes down to these turns. Anything can happen. Number 2, and this team from PRCC Vaianutoa, Great Britain, navigating their way around that second turn. This team now in lane number 3 from Canada, FCRCC Prime Primo Premier. Some nice turning from them. It's really important that they stay within the boys, otherwise it is a disqualification, it is a turning fault. They're able to get around nice and easy. This last team coming through now from Hawaii, H. Lokahi. They have just got around the turn. All they need to do is get around these turns and get through this race without any turn faults, without any paddling faults, and they will make it through either to the semi-finals or to the repechage. get your ama to kiss that boy, get the front around, and then get out as the team from Great Britain's done. They are out. They are probably 2 canoe lengths ahead of the team in lane number 3, but lane number 3 coming out as this team from 2, Hawaii H. Lokahi, make their way around this turn at the moment. And as they make their way around the turn, the boy is kissing the ama of the canoe. Brilliantly done there from this era. They just have to get through one more turn, and they will make it home, ready for that repechage. meters heat, 5 of 5, race 179. Our men are lined up, waiting for that red flag to drop. We have a black flag, so our teams have to back up just a little bit. It's this team here, lane number 4 by the looks. The black flag is still up. If the black flag stays up when the green flag goes up, then someone will be disqualified. We don't want that happening. They've worked too hard to get to these races to be disqualified on the start line. The black flag is down, all teams are ready to go, and we have a green flag for this 1500 meters. It is a heat, and we have in lane number 1, Heinalu Riova'a from Brazil, 33 Kihei from Hawaii in lane number 2, Ahoy Horo Herberts on tour, lane number 3 from New Zealand, lane number 4 from Chile, Manu Va'a, and lane number 5, Singapore from Singapore Paddle Club, number 2.
Well, yeah, the one after that's the final. So after your daughters one, then we've got a final. So we should get everyone up.
Great turn by Herberts on tour. Ahoy Horo, lane number 3. They are out by at least 1 canoe length from the others, but there is a challenge still coming from lane number 4, Maluva'a from Chile, as they make their way down for their second turn. As they approach the second turn, Herbert's on tour, getting their canoe around at the moment, really pushing as they make their way around. There's a challenge from lane number 1, Heinalu Riova'a from Brazil, but no sweat for this team. They are already out in lane number 3, while the other 2 teams start making their way in. Lane number 5 just arriving, Singapore just making their way into this turn at the moment, trying to get their canoe around. As they make their way around, the other teams are already out. 2 canoe lengths ahead is this team from New Zealand, lane number 3. Behind them is lane number 1, Heinalu Riova'a from Brazil, and that is how they come out of this second turn. Kihei from Hawaii. One last to lane number 1. Some excellent paddling from this team from New Zealand and from the Brazilians. The Brazilians really slowing their canoe down to get the front and the back around. Numbers 5 and 6 really pulling hard there. Numbers 1 and 2, 3 and 4 already out paddling. These two teams now approaching the next turn. This turn number 4, lane number 4, lane number 3. Sorry, lane number 2. Lane number 2 out there. 33 Kihei from Hawaii. They will come out in 3rd place, 4th place, and just as they make their way out, this team from Singapore Paddle Club. Give them a round of applause as they make their way around this turn, navigate through this next part. As they get through, there's a lot of work going on from numbers 1 and 2 to try and get the front around. The steer is really working hard, sticking the paddle blade deep in the water so that they can get their waka lined up, ready to go. Final turn here from Herbert's on tour, Ahoy Horo from New Zealand. They are making their way around their final turn at their picking point as the Brazilians also make their way around their final turn. Einalu Rio Ba'a, they've made their way through. These will be the two teams if they can just keep a straight line, no turn faults. They get through, they will make it through to the next lot of racing, which is the semi-finals, and the rest of them are going to have to battle it out for a river charge.
But if you want during commentating any games or game races, the mic is on. Then it goes out straight to some. Or even if we're not, we kind of like this whatever is going on. So yeah, we'll usually leave something so they can at least see the finish line at least and things like that.
Lane number 3, New Zealand, Ahoy Horo, Herbert's on tour. An easy run, they just make it look so easy on the water. Their canoes just cruising along. They will take this heat 5 of 5. They will make it through to the semi-finals. The team from Brazil, Einalu Rio Ba'a, will also make it through to the semi-finals. And the rest of these teams, numbers 3 and 4 of this heat, which is lane number 2 at the moment. 33 Kihei from Hawaii, they will make it into the repechage to fight it out to make it into the semi-finals, as well as this team in lane number 4. Please give them a hand. Singapore Paddle Club number 2 coming This is our Junior 19 Women V6 1,000 metres. It is heat 1 of 3. We have a black flag. It has now dropped. Our teams are ready and waiting for the start. There we go. Great work here from our Junior 19. So it is 3 heats. Lane number 2, Hawaii, 53 Keaukaha. Lane number 3, Can West from Canada. Lane number 4, Tiare Kitai from New Zealand. Lane number 5, Tamaki Outrigger Canoe, Team Pure Red. Now, in the 1,000 metre races, it is only 3 turns in this race. So it will be good to see how these ladies get on in each of these turning races. Lane number 4, Tiare Kitai, ahead by about 5 seats of the waka as they approach this 250 metre mark. They will be first in. It is Tiare Kitai from New Zealand, followed closely by Can West of Canada. They make this approach in the turn. They've started the turn. These teams have really struggled down this end. They approach it a little bit too late, as you'll see just out there in lane number 3. They've approached it really, really wide. They're going to have to do some work to catch up. It is make or break on these turns. The team in lane number 4, Tiare Kitai, already out, followed closely by Keaukaha, 5-3 Keaukaha from Hawaii. Those are the 2 teams out first of this 1,000 metre race. But Can West, they approached earlier than the others, but they went a little bit too far in that first turn. This has been a little bit of a pattern that we've seen in these turning races, especially on that first turn. Our team's taking a little bit wide on that first one, but we have 2 more turns to go. These races are all about the turns. If you can nail the turn, you'll come out really well. This team started off really well, lane number 4, Tiare Kitai. They got their waka ahead by at least 1 canoe length, and they've maintained that in the turns. The team from Hawaii in lane number 2, Keaukaha in lane number 2, they're doing really, really well as well. Let's see how they get on as they make their way into this second turn. Tiare Kitai, lane number 4, they've just started their approach, but it looks as though their number 2 has lost her paddle. She has lost the paddle, so she is now holding. There is no spare in their canoe. Number 3's handed over the paddle to number 2, so this has opened it up just for this other team to come in and try and take it from them. The Hawaiians, 553 Keaukaha from Hawaii, they are now trying to catch them. This team are going to have to figure out how they're going to make this work with only 5 paddlers. They're going to try and stay in. They're going to have to come and either collect the paddle. Normally what happens in these races is you'll have a spare blade in the back, but none of these teams have a spare blade. So this is going to open it up for Hawaii, 5-3 or 53 Keaukaha to catch this team. But at the moment, this team is working really hard, the team from Tiare Kitai, to try and catch it. There was a little bit of a slowdown from lane number 3 as well. Can West from Canada, they had to stop their canoe and really get their canoe back in order. Lane number 5 now with a chance as well. Tamaki Outrigger Canoe, Team Pure Red from New Zealand. These are the teams in this race. This team, you can see lane number 4, but number 3, who is really just rocking to hold a little bit more momentum as they paddle. It's a little bit more work for the rest of the 5 paddlers in that canoe as they make their way to their 3rd and final turn. As they approach this 3rd and final turn, that team from Hawaii, 5-3 Keaukaha, is just approaching a little bit later than the team from Tiare Kitai from New Zealand. They are making their way around this turn. They've taken a wide approach. All of them are quite wide in their turn. Let's see how they go. Lane number 2 is really putting in the hard yards. Numbers 1, 2, and 3 trying to get the front of their canoe around as they get through that last turn. They are out. Keo Kaha, 5-3 Keo Kaha from Hawaii are already out. And this is where it really counts. This team in lane 4 really were ahead by 1 canoe length. They are now having to chase the Hawaiians. 53 Keo Kaha will look like they are going to start pulling away. It is for Tiareki Tai New Zealand to lose at the moment. They just have to work really hard if they're going to try and catch them on that straight. It's a big ask when you've got 5 paddlers against 6 paddlers with paddles making their way down the course. All of our paddlers are out of their third and final turn. They've made their way out, so at the 250 metre mark, they are all out, ready to go. The teams that will make it through to the next round, we'll see as they make their way down. It is only 3 heats, so with 3 heats, first and second place go straight into the final, but third and fourth place will hit a repechage. So it is all about that first and second place. This team in lane number 4, putting in a gutsy effort. They are not giving up. Tiareki Tai from New Zealand, but their team out in lane number 2, 53 Keo Kaha Hawaii, look like they're going to take it. Oh, you can see number 3, look at her paddle. Her paddle's still floating in the water, but never mind. They will push through, make their way into the finals. Lane number 2, they've taken it. Lane number 4, they will come in second. These 2 teams will go straight into the finals. And the next team for the repechage is lane number 3, Can West from Canada. We have a red flag for the juniors. 19 women, V6 1,000 metres. This is heat 2 of 3. They are lining up now to start the race. 1,000 meters, 3 turns. We have a black flag indicating some of these teams are over the line. They're going to have to back up if they want to be in contention. It is 3 heats, so it will be first and second place that will make it through to the finals, while the others will have to go for a repechage. Green flag. This race is underway. Lane number 2, Ngā Hoi Horo Team Tiare from New Zealand. Lane number 3, 86 Kilohana from Hawaii. Lane number 4, Horota Wakaama, Suzuki Swift from Aotearoa. Lane number 5, 31 Hawaiian from Hawaii as they start this race, which is a 1,000 meter race. A great start out there from lane number 2, Ngā Hoi Horo Team Tiare. They are already probably 2 seats ahead of the others in this race, but the challenge is on from lane number 4, which is Horota Wakaama, Suzuki Swift. These teams are still really close together as they start making their approach to their 250 mark. This first turn is going to be crucial. As we've seen in the previous races, these turns have been quite wide. A lot of these teams have overshot the mark, so to speak, when they hit these flags, and it will be all about the role of the steerer and calling in their team probably a little bit early if they want to get around those turns a little bit earlier. And here you have it. Lane 1, lane 4 approach the turn at the same time. This is some good racing. A little bit wide there from lane number 4. Lane number 1 has had a really good turn. They are both out actually around the same time. Nice work from all of these ladies. Lane number 5 is out early as well. Lane number 4, the team from Horota Wakaama, Suzuki Swift, probably got out of that turn a little bit faster than lane number 1, Ngā Hoi Horo Team Tiare from New Zealand. But 31 Hawaiian had a really good turn. They came in a little bit behind the other teams, but they had a really good turn and they were able to come out a little bit faster than any of the others. They are probably in 4th place or 3rd place at the moment, but the closest rivals is 86 Kilohana from Hawaii. This is how they line up. Horota Wakaama, Suzuki Swift ahead by 1 or 2 strokes at the moment. Ngā Hoi Horo Team Tiare from New Zealand following, but there are 2 more turns in this race, so who knows how they're going to go. It is all about the technical aspects of these turns. You get around these turns, you can get yourself at least 1 canoe length ahead of everyone else. And as they make their way to approach this next turn, lane number 4 and lane number 2, the competition is on. They've both approached these turns around the same time. Lane number 1, lane number 4, really getting their canoes around. Lane number 4 having a really good shot. Nice turn from lane number 1. They were able to get their canoe really close to that flag, but lane number 4, the power in that team has just shown they were able to get out a little bit quicker. They were able to move that canoe around. While they may have been a little bit wider on that turn, they were able to move it really fast, and they've shot out ahead by probably 3 seats of a waka. Lane number 5 now, 31 Hawaiian. They had a really good turn. There's going to be a bit of a competition for that 3rd and 4th spot. Lanes number 1 and 2. Lane number 1 and number 4 are already competing. Whoever comes 1st and 2nd will make it through to the final. Meanwhile, numbers 3 and 4th place will make it through to a repechage to see if they will make it through to the final. Some great work there from lane number 4. The team is in unison. You can see they've already started picking up their rate as they start making their way into the approach for this 3rd and final turn. Nice turn there. They're already probably 3/4 of a canoe length ahead of lane number 1, which is Ngā Hoi Horo Team Tiare from New Zealand. A wide turn from lane number 4, but it seems as though the paddlers are able to really pull that front around, and they're already out. So they are a canoe length ahead of closest rivals, Ngā Hoi Horo Team Tiare. So a good turn from 86 Kilo Hana from Hawaii in lane 3 and 31 Hawaiian from Hawaii in lane 5. But the competition is out there in the front. These ladies are showing us all how it's done in the turns and on the straights. No giving up. They are not slowing down as they make their way to the last 200 meters of this race.
Way out. Coming back to drone, on the drone. Shows the gap. Coming back to Ishla.
About 1.5 canoe lengths ahead at this time. The team in lane number 4, Horota Wakaama Suzuki Swift. Yeah, a little bit swift on the water there, as we can see. But this team, Ngā Hoi Horo Team Tiare, are still challenging. They're not giving up. They want to make sure that they have a really good time because it is the fastest qualifiers that will take those middle lanes in the finals. All of these teams will be wanting to take that out. This team from Horota Wakaama Suzuki Swift getting ready to cross the finish line. They will win their heat 2 of 3, and be the fastest qualifier of that heat anyway. And lane number 2 coming in next, Ngā Hoi Horo Team Tiare, followed through by these teams from Hawaii. Lane number 3 coming in now, and lane number 5. Lane number 5 is going to take it and pip it as third place getters. 31 Hawaiian from Hawaii, and then 86 Kilohana from Hawaii.
So we've got another, come back to Ishla. Just leave it there. We've got, this is the last of these 1,000 meter heats, and then we've got a 500 meter final. If Meridine, could you please on the way out, stop at the 250 camera and point it so the flags are in the middle of the shot. Zoom in a little bit. Thank you. Yeah, so that's on the way to the 500. Now we'll just do this one. But they're almost there. You're still on there, Go Team Tamaki. All on you, Ishla. Swing over it. Come up. Lift into the shot.
Black flag, black flag. We have race number 182, the Junior 19 Women V6 1,000 meters. This is heat 3 of 3, and there are only 3 in this heat. Top 2 will make it through to the final, and the next one will have to go and take the repechage. Lane number 2, Tamaki Outrigger Canoe, Team Pure Blue. Lane number 3, Horota Wakaama, Mana Wahine. And lane number 4, Hawaii H. Lokahi.
Coming back to Ishla. Zoom in on the team. Any team. Yeah, that's right. To Ishla. On you. Going to the drone. On the drone.
A great start there from Mana Wahine, Horota Wakaama. As they start to make their approach to the 250 meter mark, they are a nose ahead of their latest rivals or closest rivals, Tamaki Outrigger Canoe, Team Pure Blue. Some nice racing from these ladies. They're just starting to make their approach to the 250-meter mark. Let's see how they go around this turn. This turn has been tricky for many. A lot of them have been taking it quite wide, but some really nice pedaling from this team in lane number 3. They are able to get their canoe around. The team in lane number 2, Tamaki Outrigger Canoe, how did they go? They're still struggling a little bit as they get around. They've got to get those canoes around. I mean, in terms of this race, it is all about time. If you want to get a good time, you'll set yourself up for the final to get a really good position in the middle of the course. Lanes number 4, 5, and 6 are your fastest qualifying times for these races. So you want to be sitting in there because you know if you're in those middle numbers, you're in the middle contention. These teams are not backing down. They will make sure that they get as much as they can done out on the water and get a really good time. This team here, Horota Wakaama Mana Wahine, in lane number 3, making their way down the course now. They are at least 1 canoe length, but that was because of the way they were able to approach and complete that first turn. As I've said previously, the turns are really important. The approach to the turn, the way your canoe moves, your ability as a steerer to be able to call in either early or late depending on the movement of the canoe and the way it moves around these buoys. This team now approaching the second turn, a nice turn here. The canoe is right up by the buoy. The ama is kissing that buoy, a superb showing of how to turn that canoe. Their team is already out. The team now from Tamaki getting the canoe around. They need to make sure that the front of the nose is gone around and that they're within the buoy markers. If they stay within the buoy markers, they're still on. If they do not, it is a turn fault. Lane number 4 now coming up to their second turn. H. Lokahi from Hawaii, a nice approach here. You've got numbers 3 and 4 holding to make sure the canoe doesn't have too much momentum moving forward, because if they go too far forward, they may actually miss it, but it is pushing right against that flag. They are getting around quite nicely. That team is now paddling their way out. They have completed their second turn as that team out there in lane number 3, Horota Wakaama Mana Wahine, are likely to start making their way to their third and final turn. Here we are at the third and final turn for our women, for the Junior 19 women V6 1,000 meters. This is heat 3 of 3. Horota Wakaama Mana Wahine approaching this turn, a nice approach from them. The paddlers are really getting the front around. You can see a lot of work happening from their number 1 and number 2. They've just got out of that turn and they're out ready to go. They have made that turn really well as the second team starts approaching, which is Tamaki Outrigger Canoe. They are halfway through their turn. The front of their canoe is being pulled around. You can see them really pulling hard, numbers 1 and 2, to try and get the front around. As that front nose gets around, they are now making their way through. And the team, slowly but surely, they are getting there. The H. Lokahi from Hawaii are just starting to make their approach for their third and final turn as they make their way in. First and second place will make it directly into the finals. Third place in this heat will make it into the repechage to see whether or not they can make it through. They will have one more shot to try and get in to those final positions in the finals. Some great paddling here from lane number 3, Horota Wakaama Mana Wahine, New Zealand. They are still picking up the pace. They want to get a good time to get over that line so that they can have a better position in the next lot of racing. They will cross the finish line first in this heat. Heat number 3. Coming in behind them is the team from Tamaki Outrigger Canoe, Team Pure Blue from New Zealand. They make their way down. They are nearly done. Give them a round of applause, everybody. They've completed this 1,000 meters We've got one more team coming, and that's the team from Hawaii. They are still putting in the effort as they make their way through. We're probably about 100 meters away before the finish line for this team. Give them all a round of applause. It's a lot of hard work to pull these waka around, and these women have trained hard and have traveled long distances to be here for this event. And crossing the finish line, 31 is H. Lokahi from Hawaii. Give them a round of applause. They will make it through to the repechage rounds of these races. teams are ready and waiting. We have a red flag for the Master 50 men V12 500 meters. This is a straight final, and the green flag is up. We have a race underway. Salish C Fort Longley in lane number 2 from Canada. Orca 50s from the USA in lane number 3. Horota Wakaama Te Moana, New Zealand, lane number 4. Esquilo Sports, Carioca Va'a from Brazil in lane number 5. Malulabar, Australia, lane number 6. True North Calgary, lane number 7 from Canada. Noa Esquilo Sports from Brazil in lane number 8. And 4 Lanikai Z37 from Hawaii in lane number 9. Some great racing here as they start making their way. It is the team in lane number 9. 4 Lanikai Z37 Hawaii, who are ahead of the pack at the moment. There is a challenge from lane number 4, Horota Wakaama Te Moana, in this V12 race. But no doubt about it, with at least half a canoe length at the 250 meter mark, lane number 4 is in the race at the moment. Lane number 4 is there, but lane number 9, 4 Lanikai Z37 Hawaii are ahead of the pack. Lane number 4, Horota Wakaama Te Moana, is being challenged by Esquilo Sports, Carioca Va'a from Brazil. As they make their way to the last 250 meters, there is a race on for the silver medal at the moment, because gold, this team from Hawaii, 4 Lanikai Z37, are ahead of the rest as they make their way into the last 50 to 75 meters of this race. A great race happening between lanes 4 and 5. Horota Wakaama Te Moana, Esquilo Sports, Carioca Va'a from Brazil. Who's going to take it out? This team here in lane number 9 are going to be your champions for 2022 Master Men 50 V12. There it is, lane 9. But who's going to take it out? Who's going to take the silver and the bronze? Oh, I think lane 7 may have just popped in and taken the silver or the bronze medal. Lane number 4 followed closely. Lane number 7, lane number 4, that is the Canadians, True North Calgary, and lane number 4, Horota Wakaama Te Moana. Some great racing, and that was race 183, the Master 50 Men V12 500 meters, and that was a final. And these are your results. 4 Lanikai Z37 from Hawaii with 201.63. True North Calgary popped in from lane 7 Canada, 203.95. And then 203.96 Horota Wakaama Te Moana. Those are your medals for 2022. 1,000 meters, heat 1 of 5.
That's got to go toilet.
Green flag underway in this race. It is 3 turns for the 1,000 meters. All of these women are a young, sprightly 60, only young, but they're going to show us how it's done. A great start from lane number 4. Lane number 4, K-Pod from Canada. But let's look at who is out there today. In lane number 1, Port Langley Canoe Club from Canada. Lane number 2, Waitakere Outrigger Canoe Ngā Haue Whā from New Zealand. Lane number 3 from New Zealand, Aratika Water Sports Pohutu Kawa. Lane number 4, K-Pod from Canada. Lane number 5, Hey Hey Brazil. Approaching this first turn, K-Pod from Canada in lane number 4. They approached it first, but it looks like it's lane number 2 that are really working their canoe around. Waitakere Outrigger Canoe Ngā Haue Whā from New Zealand. The team out in lane number 4 are already out. They've navigated their way through that first turn, ticked off that one. They are out. So too is lane number 1 and lane number 2. Lane number 1, Port Langley Canoe Club from Canada, and lane number 2, Waitakere Outrigger Canoe Ngā Haue Whā. It is likely that is your 1, 2 and 3 for this race at this stage. Here we go, lane number 4, K-Pod from Canada. They are approaching their second turn now. They had a great first turn. Number 1, number 2 leaning out there. The steerers getting the back of that canoe around. Some nice work from these ladies. The canoe is really getting close to their buoy, but it's perfect. It's just touched the buoy. They're able to get the front of the canoe around and they can get moving. Lane number 2, Waitakere Outrigger Canoe Ngā Haue Whā, navigating their way a little bit further out than they probably want to be, but the front of their canoe is out and they're around and they're out again. But this team in lane number 5, Hey Hey from Brazil, they have popped up and they are already out. So they're going to be challenging lane number 2 in the straight to the last and third and final turn for the 1,000 meters. This should be a good race between lanes number 5 and 2, but no doubt about it, out in the front, the team from Canada, K-Pod in lane number 4. Yeah, go for it.
This is the third and final call for race 180, marked 60
that one person
V6
going to
1000 in 4 or 5. In lane 1, False Creek Catching Girl Canada. In lane 2, 4 Lanika Hawaii. In lane 3, 10 Wainanawa Hawaii. In lane 4, NCO
Canada. They are already out. No sweat for them. This should be an interesting race between lanes number 5 and lane number 2. Waitaki Africa Kanunga Hauefa in lane number 2. And Hey Hey from Brazil in lane number 5. They are getting themselves around that turn now. It is going to be it's going to be neck and neck between these two teams, lane number 2 and lane number 5. It should be. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Yep. As they make their way down the last part of the course here, lane number 4, give them a hand. K-Pod from Canada. These ladies, 60 years young, showing us how it's done in the 1,000 metres. But the race is on. Lane number 5, lane number 2. Who's going to take it out for the second place in this heat number 1 of 5?
If you want to do this job, you found a workaround.
It looks as though the ladies from New Zealand, Waitakere Outrigger Canoe Club, will take the second spot in this Master 60 Women V6 1,000 metres. They will take it out third place to lane number 1, Fort Langley Canoe Club from Canada, and then lane number 5, Hey Hey from Brazil, as the last of our ladies come across, which is lane number 3, Aratika Water Sports, Pohutsukawa.
This is the first call for race 191, Junior 19 Men, V6 1000 metres, heat 1 of 3. Lane 1, Pacifico, Chile. Lane 2, Haruta Wakaama, Tornado Sirens, New Zealand. Lane 3, Nyahohoro, Black Broncos, New Zealand. In lane 4, Lokahi, H1, Hawaii. 5, Lokahi, H2, Hawaii. That is the first call for race 191, Junior 19 Men, V6 1000 metres, heat.
Our next race coming up is the Master 60 Women V6 1000 metres. It is Heat 2 of 5. Stay tuned. And this race is underway for the Master 60 Women V6 1000 metres. This is Heat 2 of 5. This is how our teams are lined up. Lane number 1, Pacific Spirit from Canada. 37, Laula Okai from Hawaii in lane number 2. Hurricanes Lani, Ladies 60 from Great Britain in lane number 3. Malulabar from Australia, lane number 4. Trentham Master 60 Woman from Great Britain in lane number 5. As they approach the first turn, it is lane number 1. Lane number 2 coming in at the moment. 37, Laula Okai from Hawaii approaching this turn first. Second in is lane number 1, Pacific Spirit from Canada. And third looks to be lane number 4, Malulabar from Australia. They've had a bit of a wide turn out there in lane number 4, but their canoe is coming around much quicker than some of the others. Lane number 2, which is 37 Laula Okai from Hawaii, they are out of their first turn. That's how it lines up. Lane number 2, Hawaii, Malulabar from lane number 4, second, and then Pacific Spirit from Canada coming in third after that first turn. as they make their way up to their second turn. Lane number 2, 37 Leula Okai from Hawaii. A nice turn here. The ama is really close to the flags, but lane number 1 and lane number 4 are quickly behind. Malulabar here in lane number 4 from Australia. Pacific Spirit from Canada in lane number 1. They're getting their canoe around, but it is lane number 2. They are out first. Out second is that team in lane number 1, but closely followed by lane number 4, Malulabar from Australia, as the team in lane number 3 starts to make their approach to the second turn. It is Hurricanes Lunny, Ladies 60 from Great Britain. Lane number 5 now approaching. Trentham Master 60 women approaching their second turn, getting around just as lane number 3 makes their way out of the turn. Lane number 3 is another Great Britain team, Hurricanes Lunny, Ladies 60. A little bit of trouble here in lane number 5 as they try to turn to get that canoe around. It's a lot of work to get the front of that canoe around. They're really pushing hard at the moment. Some great racing from our Master 60 women out there. It was a great turn by the team from 37 Leulaukai from Hawaii. But coming up behind them is lane number 1 Pacific Spirit. Malulabar from Australia, lane 4, had a difficult turn in that last turn, and it tells because they are already 3 canoe lengths behind the team in lane number 2, 37 Leulaukai from Hawaii. As they make their way down, cheer them on. These will be the ladies that will make it through to the next round of this race. 37 Leulaukai from Hawaii. Congratulations, ladies. Pacific Spirit from Canada coming in a close second with 1 canoe length. And then this team here from Malulabar coming in third from Australia. Cheer them on.
Next race on the water, race 187 here at the start-finish line. Black flag. Still a black flag. Here we go. We have a green flag and a pretty even start down here. This next race on the water, it's race number 187, the Master 60 woman. V6, 1,000 metres, heat number 3 or 5. 3 turns to come, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how they negotiate these turns. First of all, let me tell you who's in this particular heat. It is Horota Wakama Hine Wairiki from Aotearoa, New Zealand, in lane number 2. It's Aretika Water Sports, Aretika Vahine from Aotearoa, New Zealand. In lane number 3, Calgary Canoe Club. It is from Canada. And in lane 4, it is Club Outrigger Whitsunday from Australia. In lane 5, rounding off this field, they call themselves NCOCA from the USA. That's how they're lined up. And they're halfway down this 250-metre race course at this time. Race number 187, the Master 60 woman, V6 1,000 metres, heat number 3 or 5. Let's see how they go into their turns there. There's still a wee way to go. Again, the first indication, you see these V6 canoes. They start to angle towards the left. Who's going in there? On the far lane, I think it is there. Sorry, it is the closest lane to you. It is Aotearoa, New Zealand. Horota Wakaama Hine Wairiki have gone in first as the rest of these crews get around there, pushing around. Oh, Hine Wairiki. That is a nice turn indeed out there in lane 2 and lane 1 and lane 2. They came around like a mirror image there. So that is both the Aotearoa, New Zealand crews, Horota Wakahoe, Hine Wairiki, Aretika Water Sports, Aretika Vahine, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Still, everyone's pretty close together. In lane number 3, it is Calgary Canoe Club, Canada. In lane number 4, Club Outrigger Whitsunday from Australia. And in lane number 5, NCOCA, USA. Let's see how they go. Right down here in front of us at the finish tower. Also across there on the spectator bank. I see you across there. I hear you across there. Let's see how they negotiate this second turn in this 1,000 metres. Okay, we look across this field again in lane number 1 next to you on the spectator bank. It's Horota Wakaama Hine Wairiki. They've got themselves a bit of lead. Second place, I believe it is in lane number 2, Aretika Water Sports, Aretika Vahine. Again, we look at these turns because this is what can make or break your race as they start to wind up to go into that turn with a bit of speed. There they go. Horota Wakaama, they've gone in there. Watch how close they can get that Amma and the Aretika in there. Down here we got Club Outrigger Whitsunday holding down third spot. See how close they can get that Amma to that turn marker. Again, those crews out in the closest to you on the spectator bank, almost mirror imaging, but Horota have got a bit of a lead. A good turn by Australia down here. A wonderful turn. Also inside them, outside them, should I say, USA. That was a good turn, and they've made a lot of ground in that one. In the middle of the race course, we have Canada as they go up for their final turn. This is race number 187, the Master 60 woman, V6, 1,000 metres, heat number 3 or 5, 1 turn to go. It's going to be a bun fight after this one, because over there in lanes 1 and 2, we've got the 2 Aotearoa New Zealand teams, but also Australia did a great turn down here in lane number 4. It's going to be interesting, this last turn out there on the water. Let's wait and see how they go as we get this first half of this last or second to last length going, and we'll watch and we will learn. Oh, what a wonderful turn by Horota, but an even better turn by Australia, who have come up and they might be threatening for that lead now. They have done their turns really well, but they certainly have overtaken Aratika Water Sports from New Zealand. Australia in lane number 4, Club with Outrigger with Sunday. They are now in second place and threatening for first. Let's see how they can come down as the rest of these crews will negotiate their turn. Out in lane number 5, USA, they had a good turn. Also, they're gone. They're out of here. Australia, a very good turn. Gave themselves a place just in a turn. Canada in the middle. They're still there or thereabouts. Aratika Water Sports in lane number 2. Aotearoa New Zealand. They dropped back a little bit. Lost the space there, but can they pick it up in the straight line? Still, they've led from the beginning as Horota Wakam in lane number 1. Hine Wairiki, and they look like they've got a good lead. The fight is going to be for second place at this moment in time. Here they come. They've only got 100 odd metres to go. It's in lane number 1. It is Horota Wakam, Hine Wairiki from Aotearoa, New Zealand. They've got the lead. Who's going to take second? It looks like it is out here in lane number 4, Club Outrigger with Sunday. It's all the benefits of making a good turn because they've got up into second place. Let's focus on the front runner at the moment as they come to cross the line. Horota Wakama, Aotearoa, New Zealand. It is Club Outrigger with Sunday, Australia. And taking out that third place, we will have their Aratika Water Sports from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Canada will come in next with the USA. No, the USA, Canada, USA. It will be USA from Canada. The next race on the water is race number 186. It's the Outriggers for Life exhibition race. It is V12, 250 metres. They are lining up there at this moment in time. This is the second exhibition race. Those teams are quite different from the first exhibition race. I was almost in one of those teams, almost, but I wasn't good enough. 250-meter dash. Oh, they're having to back up some of these crews. In fact, I think all of them over the line. Back they go. Beep, beep, beep. Ready for a start. And we have a start in this particular race on the water. I'm not sure what's happening up there, but They all got across the start line at least at one time or other as we have a start. This is race number 186, the Outriggers for Life exhibition race. It is V12, 250 metres, lane number 4. It is Manawahine, Great Britain, lane 5. Paddlers for Life, Great Britain, lane 6. It's Akala Ali'i from Great Britain. In lane number 7, it's IBCSS from Great Britain. Oh my goodness, it's a Great Britain-a-thon as they come down the race, of course. Here we go, coming down here. It looks like in the middle of the race course. Well, it's whatever the middle is on an even number. In lane number 5, Paddlers for Life seem to have jumped out to a lead there. Chase for Akala Ali'i is in there. On the inside lane, we have Manawahine perhaps fighting it out for second place, dropping back a little bit in lane number 7. We've got IBCSS as they pushing up now. I think that's my team. I should have been in that team. I would have been winning by now as we are going through there. It is Paddlers for Life that have got it in front at the moment, and it's going to be a bun fight for second and third at this stage. Paddlers for Life coming up to the finish line with only 10 metres to go. It's going to be a big one for second place. Paddlers for Life. Here we go. Who's going to take second place? It is Manawahine or Akala Ali'i. Akala Ali'i will come through there and take it by a whisker from Manawahine, and also then coming in fourth place, we have IBCCSS and however many the other numbers I can throw in there, or letters. Alrighty then, we're just about ready for race start in race number 188, the Master 60 Women V6 1000 metres. That's what you see in front of you. And we have a start. No black flag was ever raised in this particular race. It is race number 188, the Master 60 Woman V6 1,000 metres, heat number 4 of 5. Lane 1, False Creek, Catch and Go, Canada. Lane 2, 4, Lanikai, Hawaii. Lane 3, 10, Waimanalo from Hawaii. Lane 4, NCOCA2, USA. There's a lot of letters there. In lane number 5, it's Wasabi from USA. Here we go. It is race number 188, the Master 60 Woman V6, 1,000 metres. Let's wait for their first turn. There you go. They go into their first turn. It was in lane number 2, Lanikai. 4 Lanikai from Hawaii. They got there first and gonna get out there first. Oh, hang on a minute. Hold on. That's in lane number 3, the other Hawaiian crew, Waimanalo. They had a fantastic turn. They'll come out first. It's not whether you go in first, it's how you come out that makes all the difference in these turn races. Looks like everyone's negotiated their turn now and are on their way down to the start-finish line right in front of us on the tower and also on the spectator bank. We get to see a fantastic view of their turns. So it's lane number 3, they got the best of that turn. Let's see if that's transferred into a lead whatsoever for them. It is in lane 1, the False Creek Catch and Go Canada. Lane 2, Lanikai Hawaii. Lane 3, Waimanalo Hawaii. In lane 4, it is NCOCA 2 USA. In lane number 5, Wasabi from the USA. Straight line speed. Looks like Lanikai have the straight line speed because they've made that gain back from what they lost in that first turn. We'll see what the second turn looks like. Certainly it was a good turn from Waimanalo in lane number 3. So lane 2 goes in first once again. Lanikai. It is Waimanalo who will go in second. Out there on the far side, Canada. Canada will go in next. False Creek, they call themselves. Here we go. Let's see if they can do the same thing again. As they pull around, look at them, get the front of that canoe around. Oh, both of them very close to that marker buoy and doing great guns there. Still getting out there. Lanikai, 4 Lanikai, they got through there. 10 Waimanalo, they're gone from there. Out there in lane 1, False Creek. Canada, they're getting around down here closest to me. It is USA, the 2 USA teams, NCOCA 2 and Wasabi. They get around there. Wasabi might get around faster. Let's see how they go. They got in there closer to the flag as they get the front of their canoes. Oh, they're a mirror image of each other. Here they go. Paddle out, ladies. You are going to go for it. Down to your third and last turn. You are watching race number 188. It's the Master 60 Woman V6, 1,000 metres, heat number 4. One more turn to go. 2 of those Hawaiian teams, they are racing for the win out there. It all comes down to this very last turn. We'll bring it to you as they get down there. Back to you shortly. We are back on the water, and both those Hawaiian teams have negotiated their turn. I couldn't see exactly how they went there. In the pink hats, so you can see them there. That is Lanikai outside them in the green hats and the fluoro hats. Both of them got fluoro, just different colours. It is Waimanalo. Here they come down to the finish line. We look back there in Canada in lane number 1. They have negotiated the turns. The two USA teams are having a race within a race between themselves at this moment as they negotiate their last turn. Let's focus back on the front of this. I think it is Lanikai who still have the lead. Lanikai from Hawaii, 4 Lanikai to be fully honest. They are ahead of lane 3 is 10 Waimanalo again from Hawaii. Let's see who's got the straight line speed. I think it is definitely in lane number 2 with the pink hats on and the dark uniforms. They have got about a waka length lead and they will come home to take out this particular heat. It is race number 188, the Master 60 Women V6 1,000 metres as they come with 20 odd metres to go. Yes, they will, no doubt about that. Please put your hands together for 4 Lanikai Hawaii. In second place, it is 10 Waimanalo from Hawaii. Coming in second, third, should I say, we'll have Canada, and there's a race within a race for these two USA crews. And these two USA crews have been battling side by side. It'll be on the outside lane, though, as they come across there. Great racing down there. A race within a race. Next race on the water, race number 189. It's right there before us all. It is the Master 60 Women V6 1,000 metres heat number 5, final heat. Final heat, full race course. Look at that, they have a start. Some of them saw it quicker than others. Got to keep your eyes on the flag. Always have someone assigned to that. It is race number 189. It is the Master 60 Women V6 1,000 metres. Last heat there, heat number 5. In lane 1, it is 60D Waikoloa from Hawaii in lane 2. It is Salish C from Canada, lane 3. Hauraki Wakama Whaitere Gold from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 4, 33 Island Masters, Hawaii. Lane 5, 85 Kaiola from Hawaii. There we have it. It is the field that we have in race number 8, 189. The Master 60 Women V6 1,000 metres. Heat number 5. They are halfway up this race course once again to go to their first turn of 3. We're watching it pretty closely at this stage. Obviously, we're not down at that turn. Let's see what happens here. As they come up, they're looking pretty even. Probably the only team that's dropped back is in lane number 2, Salish C from Canada. But they all go in their turns together. Probably going in first. It was on the outside lane number 5, 85 Kaiola from Hawaii. Let's see who gets out first. Oh, a good turn from lane number 4, the other Hawaiian crew, 33 Island Masters. Then they'll a great turn down there in lane number 1, another Hawaiian crew, 60D Waikoloa. Oh, they all come out, 3 Hawaiian crews. It looks like lane number 1 got the best of those turns as they've got the lead at the moment, but chasing hard there. The 2 other Hawaiian teams in between them. We've got in lane 2, Salish C, Canada. In lane number 3 is Hauraki Wakama Whaitere Gold from Aotearoa, New Zealand, as they start to make their way back down towards us here at the start-finish line. Let's see how they go. Again, great straight line speed from this outside lane. Lane number 5, they've made up the difference again already. 85 Kaiola have made up distance on 60D Waikoloa. Here we go. And so that's all changed again in the middle, in lane 4. It is 33 Island Masters from Hawaii. They've gone into second. And so again, it's one of those things. Who's got the straight line? Who can turn the best? It is trying to trade off, trying to get the best out of both worlds, straight line speed and turn speed. Here we go, coming down to our second turn, our second to last turn also, as these 3 Hawaiian crews are showing us, giving a clinic on how to turn. Here they go, all going in together. Who's going to get the best of it? Down here in lane number 5, getting around. They're so close. They're both so close. Oh, my goodness. Look at these Hawaiian ladies as they get around there. Mirror finish, a mirror image of each other as lane 4, lane 5 got out there. Who gets out early? It is lane 5. No, it's over there in lane number 1. Again, so close, so close, so close as the rest of these crews get around there. Salish C have got around there, getting around there also is Hauraki Wakama in the middle of the race course, lane number 3, as we head down to our last turn, our final turn. This is race number 189, the Master 60 Women V6 1,000 metres. Heat 5 of 5. They are looking for a place into a obviously a final that we have there. Let's have a look at 5 heats. How do they progress? In 5 heats, it is first and second get an automatic place into the semi-final, and then third and fourth and fifth go into a repechage after that. Well, we'll wait and see how that works out. So we're aiming to be in first and second place. We'll give you a guarantee through to the semi-final. Here we go again. We look at how they're doing. It is a lead to lane number 1. It is indeed. It is from Hawaii, 60D Waikoloa, and they go into the turn first, but those two other Hawaiian crews are neck and neck. Who can make the best of this turn at this moment in time? Again, it is close. It is over in lane number 4, getting a good turn out of this one. Lane 4 this time. My goodness me, it's 33 Island Masters. Can they get around though? They're still drawing, and so they lose their good turn from there. It's lane 1 at this moment in time. Once again, 60D Waikoloa from Hawaii as the rest of these crews get around. They're still negotiating their turn. It is out there in Canada in lane number 2, but a good lead now, a handy lead indeed to lane number 1. It is 60D Waikoloa from Hawaii and the other two Hawaiian crews chasing up. Who is going to get that guaranteed second spot through to the semi-final? We will wait and see. At the moment, it's lane number 5, 85 Kaiola from lane 4, 33 Island Masters. No doubt about who's in front there. Lane number 1, it is 60D Waikoloa from Hawaii. As they come down, they just need to cruise now and stay in front, and they guaranteed a place. Unless there's been an infraction on the course, we will not know that. That is for other people to be about. All I do is commentate what's happening out there on the water, and it's coming home. Lane 1 it is from Hawaii, 60D Waikoloa. They call themselves with 10, 20, 30 meters to go. They are going to take out this particular heat, guarantee themselves a spot into the final. Give them a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And second place, so very close, lane 5 out here, 85 Kaiola, should I say. Coming across third, 33 Island Masters. Again, all three crews from Hawaii, as only the first two will guarantee a spot into the semi-final. We have there Hauraki Wakama, Whai Tere Gold, and also coming through Salish from Canada. You just watched race number 189, the Master 60 Women V6, 1,000 metres, heat number 5 of 5. Alrighty then, everyone, hold your phones, hold your horses, hold on to everything that's loose, because we have race number 190 coming up. It is the Open Women V12 500 metre final, so you better get down to the lakeside, because this is going to be smoking hot. That's the alarm to say things are heating up, ladies and gentlemen. Get up off your seats, come out of that tent and get out there because we have a final coming up for you. It is race number 190, the Open Woman V12 500 meter final. Get out there, we're going to see smoke on the water. We have a white flag. We have a white flag in this next race out there. It is a final, ladies and gentlemen. It is race 190, Open Woman V12 500 meter final. They are moving up to the false start line under a white flag. We will wait there and see what happens next. I will give you some progress as they all drift up to those marker buoys. And we wait in anticipation. They look beautiful, lined up all together. A red flag is waved. We're not far away now. They move slowly up to the official start line. I'm getting excited. I hope you are too, as we are waiting for a start. It is go, it is go, it is a green flag that tells us it's all go as the power goes into this race number 190. It is the Open Woman V12 500 meter final. In lane 2, Mana Brazil, Kanamama from Brazil. In lane 3, Far North Queensland, Australia. In lane 4, Singapore Paddle Club, Singapore. In lane 5, 4, Lanikai, Hawaii. In lane 6, Horotawaka Makayara Hito, Aotearoa, New Zealand. In lane 7, Heimato Paddlers, Finest Women's, Aotearoa, New Zealand. In lane number 8, it is their PRCC Mahi Mahi from Great Britain. In lane number 9, Taitonga 41 out, Rikakunu up Tuturumaya from Aotearoa, New Zealand. I got through there now. Who's made it out there in there? It is looking like in lane number 6, the fastest qualifiers. It is Horota Wakahoe, but guess who's right beside them, inside them in lane number 4? It is Hawaii Lanikai. That's how they come through. They are sitting about seat 2 on Horota, coming through after that, looking pretty good. In lane number 1, Brazil are looking fantastic in 1. Outside in lane number 6, we have Horota. Heimato Paddlers also out there in 7. Here they come. Out there, Great Britain in 8. Aotearoa, New Zealand, Taitonga also in lane number 9. Here they come. They are smugging up the water here. It is Brazil down there in 2. Australia in 3. Singapore in 4. Hawaii in 5. New Zealand, Aotearoa in 6. Aotearoa, New Zealand in 7. It is Great Britain in 8. It is Aotearoa, New Zealand out here in 9. Come on, look at them go. It is now Hawaii against Horota. It is a big battle out there. It is Kaiara Hitoa. It is Lanikai. Lanikai, Kaiara Hitoa. Come on, let them know you're supporting. It's going to be a fight. It's going to be Horota. Gold medal, Lanikai silver, and the bronze goes to lane 7. Lane 7 it was. It was out here, lane 7. My goodness, Heimato Paddlers. They did a great run there as the rest of these crews come through. Oh, my goodness me. OMG. What a great race there. I hope you enjoyed that as I wind down my voice and my blood pressure, by the way. Where's my pills? There you have it by just under a second. There was Kaiara Hitoa. Lanikai came in there 3 seconds later. It was Heimato Paddlers. Great racing out there. If you don't enjoy that, you don't have a heart. Come on, you've got to be excited about that sort of racing as we have a lot more to come. Great racing. You just watched race number 190, the Open One V12. Our next race on the water, race number 191, Junior 19 men V6 1,000 metre heat number 1. Just a little bit of adjustment to get into the lanes. They'll hold it. They won't let that run. Black flag. Oh, there's another black flag. There's another black flag. Come on, guys. We have a clean start this time round in this race on the water. It is race number 191. It is the Junior 19 men V6 1,000 metres. 3 turns in this one. Lane 1, we have Pacificos from Chile. Lane 2, Horota Wakama, Tornado Sirens, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 3, Ngā Hoi Horo, Black Broncos, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 4, H. Lukahi, H1 it is, Hawaii. And lane 5, H. Lukahi, H2 they are, Hawaii. That's how they line up. We look forward to their turn. First turn of 3 to come. Probably got out to up to seat 2, 1 seat perhaps in lane number 3 it was. Ngā Hoi Horo Black Broncos. It's not who goes in first though. I keep saying this. Here they go to their first turn. Let's see who can make the best of this. Coming around there, Black Broncos got in first. A good turn indeed. Out there in lane number 4, I think it is also the Hawaiian crew, Lukahi H1. Also down in lane 2, Horota Wakama, Tornado Sirens. And out they go. Again, I think it was Ngā Hoi Horo Black Broncos got the best of that one. And then in second place, inside them, Aotearoa New Zealand team, Horota Wakama, Tornado Sirens, as all these crews have now negotiated their first turn. Only 2 more turns to go. It was a good turn there. Both those Aotearoa New Zealand crews, they're out there. They're reaching, both crews reaching long, very long strokes, trying to get the glide going on the straight lines there, plus conserving energy, being as efficient as possible. Probably by half a canoe length. We've got the Black Broncos in front of Tornado Sirens. Pacific Coast are there also in lane number 1 from Chile. The 2 Hawaiian crews, H1, H2, they are coming along nicely too. Let's see how they go. H1, should I say, has broken out on H2, have dropped back a bit. Here we go, the turn goes in. Who gets the best of it? It is Black Broncos went in. Oh, look how close they are to that marker, boy. You could put nothing. You could put tissue paper in between those. It wouldn't fit as they get around there. And looking in lane number 2, it is there. Horota Wakahoi, the Tornado Sirens. Again, a big gain to the Black Broncos on that one. As we have in lane 1, we have there Pacificos from Chile. They're getting around there, or a little bit stalled on the way. As at this side, we have H1. They've got through there, and H2 are just doing their turn now at the moment. moment. A big gain made there by the Black Broncos in lane number 3. Ngā Hoihoro from Aotearoa, New Zealand. All crews now negotiated their turn, heading down to their final turn. You are watching this race 191, 191, the Junior 19 men, V6, 1,000 metres, heat number 1. Lane 1, Chile Pacificos. Lane 2, Aotearoa, New Zealand, Horoto Waka, Tornado Sirens. Lane 3, Aotearoa, New Zealand, Ngā Hoihoro, Black Broncos. Lane 4, Hawaii, Lokahi, H1. And lane 5, it's Hawaii, Lokahi, H2. Here we go as we go into our third turn. No need to take any risks on this one. Again, it's just getting through and going through to it. Oh, see how close they get to this one. Just about a mirror image as they kiss that turn flag around there. Black Broncos giving a bit. Oh, look at also Horota. They are doing a great turn around there too. Never say never as they go out there. Black Broncos are out of there. Also, we have out there Tornado Sirens. They are on their way home. Down here closest to us in lane number 4, I think it is. It is H1 who've come in for third at this moment in time. Let's see how they go from now on as the rest of these crews negotiating their turn. It's H1, and on the far side we've got out there Chile, the Chilean crew, Pacificos. They're getting around their turn. It is now 150 metres to go. We can see who's got the lead, no doubt about that. Probably the first two places are taken care of there. It is Horota Wakahoe in second place in lane number 2, and Ngā Hoihoro Black Broncos in first place quite comfortably now as we look at how many heats it is. This is 3 heats. They are trying to get through in 3 heats. First and second guarantee their spot straight to a final. First and second go straight to a final. So these two crews can sewn up. Give them a round of applause. It's been a great race for the Black Broncos. Ngā Hoihoro Aotearoa, New Zealand, also for Horota Wakama, should I say, Tornado Sirens. They are through to a final. So they'll be happy with that guaranteed placement. And then it will be, the next ones will be first, second, third, fourth. What am I going for? Third and fourth will go to a repechage. Third and fourth will go to a repechage. So these next two crews through to a repechage race. And great racing you've been watching out there. Race 191, Junior 19 men, V6, 1,000 metres, heat number 1 of 3. Goodbye. It is a green flag in this race on the water at this moment in time. It is race number 192, the junior 19 men V6 1,000 metres, heat number 2 of 3. Lane 1, it is Te Aputa Tira Hoi Te Ohirere from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 2, Horota Wakama 2005 Toyota Corolla. I wonder who owned that one. Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 3 is for Lanikai, White, Hawaii. Lane 4, it is Can West, Canada. That's how they line up in this race. Number 192, the junior 19 men. V6, 1,000 metres, heat number 2. Looking like they've jumped out to a lead already out there in lane number 2 from Aotearoa, New Zealand, Horota Wakama, 2005 Toyota Corolla. I don't know what's special about that year, but it must mean something to these young men as they go into their first turn now. Horota going first. Outside them, we have Lanikai will go into second. Horota did a bit of an overshoot. They might pay for that little one there. They got there first. They get in the front of their canoe around. A good turn out here in Can West, Canada. They did the best of those turns as they come out there. Can West, Canada. And I think they're all even. It is a line up. Every one of them came out of there almost bang on. Perhaps dropping back a little bit. And lane number 1 would have been Te Aputa Tirohui, Te Ohirere from Aotearoa, New Zealand. But otherwise, they're looking out there. Who's got the straight line speed? I can tell you it is Horota Wakama at the moment. Their Toyota Corolla must have a V8 in it, or at least a straight 6. Ha ha ha. And we go through there. They have got that lead back again. That was not their best turn. I'm sure they'll try and improve on that one. Once again, who's in this? Lane 1, Te Aputa Tirohui Te Ohirere from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 2, Horota Wakama, 2005 Toyota Corolla, Aotearoa, New Zealand. In lane number 3, it is for Lanikai, White, Hawaii. In lane 4, Can West, Canada. Again, Horota, they grabbed that lead back quite well. Very quickly after not the best turn. Let's see if they can improve on that one. They will learn from that, no doubt about it. They coach too well not to learn from that. Let's see how they do it down here in front of us as they all go in there, as they go around. It was a good turn on the first one from Canada down there. Can they get it around again? Canada, look at them, bring it around. They're all evening up again. There's Horota getting out there. Outside them, in the between them, we have Lanikai White from Hawaii. They all turning, dropping back a little bit in lane 1. Te Aputa Tirohui and Te Ohirere. They just stalled a little bit on the line. Again, look down here from Canada. They had a great turn. It's going to be a big one down at this last turn. Again, Horota have the straight line speed, but they got to look at those turns very carefully. First 2 will go through to the final. They've got to be there. That's what they're aiming for. Get to that final. Then you can look and have a debrief and practice what things you may have got wrong. Here they go. We'll wait and see how they go on this third and final turn in the race 192, the junior 90 men V6 1,000 metres, heat number 2. Let's see how they go. Just grabbing my breath back again. Very evident who's got the straight line speed. It is Horota. It is Horota. We are in our final turn. They will want to nail this one. They will learn from it. That looks a lot better indeed as they get around close to that marker flag. And this time they are doing it. Canada have been turning well all afternoon. They are turning and they're doing it again. But Horota, they're out of here. They will gain a waka length, a canoe length from that turn. They nailed it on the third one. Third time lucky, no, third time well coached as they learn on the water as they come home. Canada got a great turn again also. So it looks like this. Out there in race number 192, the junior 19 men V6 1,000 metres, heat number 3, lead number 2. It is Horota Wakama. They've made their last turn. They nailed it. They'll come home. I don't see anyone pulling them in there unless there is a major disaster. Outside them, Canada, they were second. Came out second from that final turn, but Hawaii Lanikai are inside them and they're going to push forward and see if they can overtake them on the straight. Lanikai looking strong too as Canada try to hold on to that lead. Lanikai, Canada, we know who's out in front. It's Horota at this moment in time. It's going to be them who'll go through, but who'll take that guaranteed second spot? Here they go. Lanikai are going to get there. Who's going to take second? That's the race within this race. It is Horota, then it's Lanikai, it's Canada, it's Lanikai, it's also Canwest, Lanikai, Canwest will go through to their final. Lanikai will go through to another repechage. Great racing out there, and still to come through Te Aputa Tirahoe Te Auhirere from Te Aotearoa. New Zealand. Great racing. You just watched race number 192, the Junior 19 Men V6 1000 metre heat number 2 of 3. Goodbye again. We wait in anticipation for race number 193. Here we go, we have a start in race 193. It is the Junior 19 Men V6 1000 metres, heat 3 of 3. It is the final heat. Let me tell you who's in this race. In lane 1, it is 4 Lanikai Green, Hawaii. Lane 2, 31 Hawaiian, Hawaii. Lane 3, 53 Te Aukaha, Hawaii. Lane 4, Ngā Hoihoro Black Hammers, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Let's see how they go as there's 3 Hawaiian crews and 1 Aotearoa New Zealand crew. Again, the Hawaiian crew, I think, out there in lane number 2 may have got the jump at the moment from the rest of them. In fact, it's in lane 3 who have got the jump out at the moment. That is 53 Kiaukaha. As they go through there, it is all about the turns though. Here they come rolling in now, they angling in there. Who can nail these turns? Here they come, around they come. Lane number 3 it is, Te Aukaha, 53 Te Aukaha, Hawaii. They got around, the Black Broncos are getting around. Oh, look over in lane number 1. It was 4 Lanikai Green got around there. Away they go, they're all out together. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. This is good racing travelling out there at the moment. I still think it is lane 1. There was Lanikai Green Hawaiian crew out there. Second place perhaps is Te Aukaha, 53 Te Aukaha from Hawaii also, but right beside them from Aotearoa New Zealand is Ngā Hoiora Black Hammers, as there's all 2 more turns to go. They are still all within the waka length, a boat length, a canoe length of each other as they pushing up now. It is just by a nose in lane number 1 for Lanikai Green. Have got their nose in front, and it's a battle out there for second and third between Te Aukaha and Ngā Hoiora Black Hammers as we come down for our second turn. Our second turn, we'll get to see how they're travelling as they get in here. As they get in here now, all these crews so close together. Look at them start to build up for their turn. They get their waka speed up as they go in, and it's then getting all the turn forces working hard, turning hard. Here they go. It is out there in 1. Over they come, drawing around. Who's getting it around there? A bit of an overshoot in lane number 3. How close is this? How close is this? This is amazing as they get around there. Still getting lane number 1. It was there for Lanikai Green. They got around. This is amazing. Look at them go. Oh, I'm getting excited once again. You are watching race number 193, the Junior 19 Men V6 1,000 metres. You could throw a handkerchief over all 4 canoes at this moment in time as they go down for their final turn. This is it. This could make or break a race. We wait in anticipation. And I'll just take a breath. Oh, you are not going to believe what I can see. They all go around together. And who's going to get the best of it? Lane number 2. Lane 2 got the best turn out of this one. It is 31 Hawaiian from Hawaii. And they go out first. And it's in second place, perhaps in lane number 1. It is Lanikai Green. And not the best turn for Ngā Hoiora. They drop back to 4th now. As they push up now, it's just a big drag race now. That's all it comes down to. It is who's got the straight line speed. All the turns are finished. It's gone, done and dusted. As we get up there, it's now Hawaii at this stage. Who's going to take it out from these 3 Hawaiian crews? Have got up there now. It is out there in lane number 1. It is Lanikai Green. Lane 2, 31 Hawaiian. Lane 4, lane 3, should I say, is 53 Te Aukaha. Ngā Hoiora Black Hammers have dropped back a bit, but are they pushing up there? They are trying. It's lane 2, 31 Hawaiian. They are looking like they've got the straight line speed. No one's going to pull them back now. In lane number 2, it is 31 Hawaiian. It's been a battle for the whole race. Put your hands together. On third, then 4 Lanikai, then coming across 53 Te Aukaha and Ngā Hoiora Black Hammers will have to go through to a repechage. First two guaranteed a place into a final. The rest of them repechage. It's not over. It's not over. A lot of learning, and it's over from me signing out. Oh, that was just too much.
The next race is race 194, the Master Men, 40 years of age, final for the V12 500 meter. Lane number 2, Eagle Mountain Outrigger from Sweden. He'enalu Brava'a from Brazil in lane number 3. Montor Shelva'a from New Caledonia in lane number 4. Te Waka Pounamu, Auraki Matatu from New Zealand, lane number 5. Calgary Chinook from Canada, lane number 6. Hui Wa'a from Hawaii in lane number 7. Far North Queensland, Australia, lane number 8. And Royal Ohana from Great Britain in lane number 9.
Lane draw, we're coming to you on 250 cam.
They're just making their way up to the false start line, waiting for a white flag. The white flag will indicate those paddlers to come up to the line. We have a white flag for this 500-meter final. It is a 12-man waka, double hull canoe. Once that red flag comes up, it will indicate that it is time for all of those waka to come right up to the start line and stop. There it is, red flags just come up. Generally, the rules are that if there are 3 waka close enough on the line ready to go, the red flag will drop and the green flag will raise. Hopefully we can get this race underway without any black flags. We're holding on the line and there is a green flag and a great start from lane number 2, which is He'enalu Brava'a from Brazil. This is the Master 40 Men V12 500 meters. It is a final, and so we should be expecting some of these teams to pop out from the front, from the middle, and it looks as though it is. Lane number 4, Montore Shelva'a from New Caledonia, with the early kick out in the lead from everybody else. Let's see how they get on. It could easily be Te Waka Pounamu Auraki Matatu from New Zealand out in lane 5. It's a bit hard to see from this angle at the moment, but as they make their way, it is definitely 2 or 3 seats ahead. It is this team, Te Waka Pounamu Auraki Matatu from New Zealand. As they start to make their way to the 250-meter mark, we'll see how it is and how they line up at this part of the race. And at the 250-meter mark, by 2 waka seats at the moment, it is lane number 5, New Zealand Te Waka Pounamu Auraki Matatu. Second, Montor Shell from Va'a from New Caledonia. Lane number 4. That's how they line up. And then lane number 3, He'enalu Brava'a from Brazil. That is your first, second, and third coming in at the 250-meter mark. If they want to take that gold medal from the New Zealand team, the team from New Caledonia is going to have to pick it up in this last 100 meters. As they make their way down the course, start cheering for them. They are this is the finals, I should say, and the winners of this will take the gold medal and be the champion for 2022. Te Waka Pounamu Auraki Matatu, New Zealand, lane number 5. They're coming through at the moment, at least 2/3 of a waka, a canoe length ahead of everybody else. They will cross the finish line as this year's champions, followed by lane number 4, then lane number 3. Lane number 4, Montor Shelva'a, New Caledonia, and then lane number 3, He'enalu Brava'a from Brazil. But your champions for 2022, Te Waka Pounamu Auraki Matatu from New Zealand. Red flag in race 195, the Master Woman 40 V6 1,000 meters. This is heat 1 of 6. Black flag. We have a couple of teams over the line. As they make their way to the first turn, out there in lane number 2, Folani Kai from Hawaii approaching the turn first. Their waka, their canoe is already around, followed closely by the team right beside them, Wasabi from USA. The New Zealand team is also coming around in this first turn. Porirua Canoe Kayak Club, PCKC Taimania. They have come through. The team in lane number 2 have already got out of their turn. They are on their way back to start the second leg of this 1,000 meters. That is Folani Kai from Hawaii. Lane number 2 as they make their way to the second turn. Lani Kai. So for Lani Kai from Hawaii, showing us an incredible turn here. The waka has stood right in the middle. Its front has come around. It didn't take them very long. About 5 or 6 strokes and they're already out as this team from lane number 3 makes their way in. USA, Wasabi coming in the green, getting around, navigating around this turn, but they are being challenged out here by the Porirua Canoe Kayak Club, PCKC Taimania from New Zealand. They have had an excellent turn in this race. They're already out, so they're out and they're away. They will have to make sure that they stay within the boys' team. This team in lane number 4, a little bit close, but they're all still within their lanes as they approach their second turn. It is the team from Hawaii, Folani Kai, out there ahead by at least 3 or 4 canoe lengths. Lane number 2, Folani Kai have already navigated their way out of their third turn as PCKC, Porirua Canoe Kayak Club Taimania from New Zealand, approaches their third and final turn alongside Wasabi from the USA. Those are the 3 teams making their way around the turns, but no doubt about it, the Hawaiian club, Folani Kai, are well ahead in this heat 1 of 6. As they make their way, they will definitely be progressing to the next lot of races. where the rest may just have repechage to try and make it through to the next round. A huge round of applause for this team here in lane number 2 for Lanikai from Hawaii. A masterclass there in waka paddling for this Master 40 woman V6 1,000 metres. These teams are still coming along. Porirua Canoe Kayak Club, PCKC Taimania, chasing down the team Wasabi from the USA to determine who will take second place in this race and third respectively. It looks as though the team out in lane 3 could take it, but watch out for lane number 5. It's going to be really close. It could be one stroke between them, and I will predict it may have just gone to lane number 5 by half a stroke. Whew, right at the end. Brutal Sports from Chile in lane number 4. Cheer them on as they cross the finish line. It is a bit brutal out there in this heat, but getting around those turns, you have to navigate your waka around. These ladies have done that. They've done that on an international stage here today, so give them a round of applause as they cross this finish line. Lane number 4, Brutal Sports from Chile. We have a black flag in this Master 40 Women V6 1,000 metre heat 2 of 6. They'll need to back up their canoe and hold behind the line. If they can all do that and the black flag goes down, we may be able to get a start in this race. If the black flag continues to stay up and the green flag comes up, it is a disqualification for a team. Green flag in this race. Oh, that was a really close start there for these teams in this Master 40 category. Lane number 1, Club Outrigger with Sunday from Australia. Lane number 2, Heretaina from Chile. Lane number 3, Horota Wakaama Kaiara Hitoa from New Zealand. Lane number 4, False Creek Racing Canoe Club from Canada. Lane number 5, 37 Leula Okai Green from Hawaii. These teams now making their way to the first turn, and it looks as though it is Canada and New Zealand, False Creek Racing Canoe Club and Horota Wakaama Kaiara Hitoa navigating that first turn together at the same time. Let's see how they go. Who may get out of the turn first? It looks as though it may just be Kaiara Hitoa there from Horota Wakaama, New Zealand, out of that first turn, but closely followed by the ladies from False Creek Racing Canoe Club from Canada in lane number 4. All of our teams are out of their first turn. They've all navigated their way through that, got out. Lane number 1, Club Outrigger with Sunday, is still in the race, as well as the ones out here. 37 Leula Okai Green from Hawaii in lane number 5, but those turns are really, really important, and you'll note that with a really good turn, you can gain quite a lot of momentum and a lot of distance, as this team from Horota Wakaama, Kaiara Hitoa, New Zealand, has shown after that first turn. The second turn, second of 3 turns as they approach. Kaiara Hitoa makes the approach in the second turn. The canoe is really close. The ama is really close to that boy. They've got it around. Coming in closely is lane number 5. Oh, lane number 4's taken it a bit too far. They took it really fast. The Canadians were flying in, but they've missed the turn. But they can get around. As long as they can get that canoe around and catch up, they've still got a little bit more work, but they've just opened the field up to lanes 1 and 2 now. Lane 1, Club Outrigger with Sunday, and lane 2, Heretaina. But lane number 4 is going to have to do a little bit more work to catch up. Lane number 5, False Creek Racing Canoe Club from Canada. But no doubt about it, as we make our way into the third and final turn, this team here, Horota Wakaama, Kaiara Hitoa, are well ahead of the pack. Kaiara Hitoa, Horota Wakaama from New Zealand, approaching this third and final turn. They are making their way around now. No sweat from them. The canoe has just started making its way around. It's slowed down a little bit just to get around. It's gone quite wide, but they are still in it. They're still getting that canoe around, while the next closest team members are still trying to get the back of their canoe around. That is this team in lane number 5, 37 Leula Okai Green from Hawaii, as they make their way down the last leg of this race. All of these teams are now starting to make their way home, except for the two at the closest end, lane number 1, Club Outrigger with Sunday from Australia, and Heretaina from Chile in lane number 2. They're making their way around the turns at the moment. They just have to navigate their way through, ensure that they do not have a turn fault. There are officials watching every single part of these turns to ensure that no faults are made by these canoes, by these paddlers. But some great paddling out here from lane number 3 from New Zealand, Horota Wakaama Kai Arahitoa, coming across the line here with probably 20 metres to go. They are 4 canoe lengths ahead of the closest in this heat. They will make it through to the next round of semi-finals. And as it is one of 6, the way that these heats progress is that only first place will go into the semi-finals, and second, third, and fourth place will have to go to repechage. There will be 3 repechage races, and from there they'll determine the first and second place getters to get into the semi-finals. Our team still coming in now. Club Outrigger with Sunday from Australia in lane number 1, followed closely by lane number 2, Chile Heretaina. Who is going to take it at the end of this race? It is 1 stroke between them. It looks as though it's going to be lane 2 that's going to pip the Australians at the line. Chile, give us a warm round of applause for Chile Heretaina and Club Outrigger with Sundays. That is heat 2 of 6 for the Master 40 women, V6 1,000 metres. We have a red flag for the Master 40 women, V6 1,000 metres. This is heat 3 of 6. Heat 3 of 6 as they make their way up to the start line and stop. This race should be underway shortly. We've got a black flag. We have a couple of canoes over the line, but they are back in line at the moment. Black flag is down. This green flag will set us off for this race. It is our heat number 3 of 6. And in lane number 1, Mai Tai Wahine from Germany. Lane number 2, Royal Roaring Wahines from Great Britain. Lane number 3, Canadian Wahoo from Canada. Lane number 4, OC UK Master 40 woman from Great Britain. And Ahalewa Outrigger from Hawaii in lane number 5. As they make their way to the first turn, it is lane number 5 and lane number 3 early into that turn. Lane number 3, Canadian Wahoo from Canada and Ahalewa Outrigger from Hawaii in lane number 5. Some good turning from lane number 5. Potentially they could be out first out of this first turn, but keep an eye out for lane number 3. Lane number 3, Canadian Wahoo, they are out. They're already out on this course. It's a bit hard for me to see the other team. I think they've just got out over in lane number 5, but there's still lane number 2 still in this race. The Royal Roaring Wahines from Great Britain. They're in this race just as much as anyone else. 2 more turns to go. Let's see how they go as they make their way down to the 500 meter mark. As they make their way up to the second of 3 turns, lane number 5, Ahalewa Outrigger from Hawaii, making their way into the second turn at the 500 meter mark. They make the turn first, but lane number 3 is closely following Canadian Wahoo. It depends on how well they make this turn. The Hawaiian team is really getting, really close there, but they were able to get the front of their canoe still within their lane. They've got around. They're now out. They've just pushed ahead of lane number 3, who struggled a little bit as well. These turns down this end, they're not easy, but they've been able to manage their way around. They've been able to get through, and now lane number 3 and lane number 2 are racing each other for that second spot at the moment. A little bit of trouble in lane number 1, but they've got around. Lane number 4 have finally got around too. They're back into it. They can carry on in this race, but no doubt about it, lane number 5 at the moment, Ahalewa Outrigger from Hawaii leading the charge for this race, heat number 3 of 6. as they begin to navigate that third and final turn. Those two teams again. Lane number 5, Ahalewa Outrigger from Hawaii and the Canadian team, Canadian Wahoo, make their way around that turn. They entered the turn around the same time, but you can see this team from Canada is really trying hard to get the front of their canoe around. They're now being challenged by this team in lane number 2, the Royal Roaring Wahines from Great Britain. The Great Britain team is out. There's going to be a bit of a race now in this last 250 metres. Some great turning from these teams as they make their way down the last 250 metres. They've just cleared 750 metres. It's all go to the 1,000 metre mark. The race is on now. The race is on. The ladies out in lane 2 from Great Britain, Royal Roaring Wahines, Canadian Wahoo from Canada, and lane number 5, Ahalewa Outrigger. This is a good race all the way to the end. The teams, lane 5, lane 3, lane 3, lane 5. Who's going to take it out for this heat number 3 of 6? It is going to be rather close, but it looks as though the team from Canada, Canadian Wahoo, are going to take it out with 2 seats to spare, followed closely by lane number 5, Hawaii Ahalewa Outrigger, and then lane number 2, Royal Roaring Wahines from Great Britain. And it was on that last turn where we saw the difference. That last turn was a make or break, and that team from Canada, the Canadian Wahoo, they made their way through. Cheer these ladies on as the last of our teams cross the line for this heat. 3 of 6, our Master 40 women, V6 1,000 metres. Lane number 1, Maitai Vahine from Germany, and lane number 4, OC UK Master 40 woman from Great Britain. Red flag in this Master 40 Women V6 1,000 metres, heat 4 of 6. Black flag is up. Our teams must be behind the start line to get this race underway. Black flag is down and we're ready to go. Green flag, this race is underway. Heat 4 of 6 of the Master 40 Women V6 1,000 metres. In lane number 1, it's Kenomama from Brazil. Lane number 2, Aratika Watersports Matariki from New Zealand. Lane number 3, Mana Brazil from Brazil. Lane number 4, FNQ Far North Queensland from Australia. Lane number 5, Singapore Paddle Club 2 from Singapore. Good start from these Master 40 women as they start to make their approach at the 250 metre mark. It looks like it's out there in lane number 2 and lane number 4 starting to make their approach. Lane 2, Aratika Watersports Matariki, and lane number 4, FNQ Far North Queensland from Australia, navigating their way around that turn. Lane number 3, though, looks to be a little bit ahead of everyone else. Actually, it seems as though they've come out earlier than everyone else, which is Mana Brazil from Brazil, lane number 3. As they make their way along, that was a great turn from that team from Brazil. They are likely to be ahead by a small margin, but it's all about those small margins. It's all about getting ahead in this race, and the turns make it. Some great paddling from our Master 40 woman in this V6 1,000 metres. Some great paddling from the Brazil team, Mana Brazil, as they make their way along. Lane number 3, Mana Brazil will be making their way into the 500 metre mark, the second of 3 turns. They've just started their turn alongside Aratika Watersports Matariki from New Zealand in lane 2, and the team from Far North Queensland, FNQ Australia. They make their way around. As they get around this turn, the Far North Queensland team have done really well. They're just about out of their turn. They may actually come out first, but no, the Brazilians just come out a little bit ahead. Nice work from lane number 4. They've caught up quite a lot. Aratika Watersports, not the best turn for them, but they're still in this race at third at this stage, with the other 2 teams in lanes 1 and 5 respectively already out. That is turn number 2. As these teams make their way to the third turn, it is still a tight race. Lane number 3 and lane number 4, Mana Brazil and FNQ Far North Queensland, have made their turns. Aratika Water Sports now making their turn. Let's see how they go getting the front of their canoe around. Whoever can get their canoe around the fastest and the smoothest will come out. They've both come out around the same time. This should be a great race to the end. 250 metres left. Who's it going to be? Mana Brazil from lane 3 or FNQ Far North Queensland from Australia? We'll find out in just a moment. With only 50 to 75 metres left, it is a race between lane number 4 and lane number 3. Lane number 4, FNQ Far North Queensland, Australia, and lane number 3, Mana Brazil. Who's got the mana in this race to get it over the line? They are kicking now. They are racing 1-on-1. It is going to be a really close race, and half a stroke ahead. It will be lane number 4. Lane number 4, FNQ Far North Queensland will take this race out. Lane number 3 with only half a blade behind, Mana Brazil from Brazil. And coming in third is this team, Aratika Water Sports, Matariki in lane 2. But our ladies are still out there in lane number 1 and 5. They are still going. They keep going all the way to the end. They're not going to give up. It's going to be a tight little race in the end for these last 2 positions, but lane number 1, then lane number 5 for race number 198, the Master 40 Women V6 1,000 metres, heat number 4 of 6. Black flag, black flag. We have a race about to begin. It is race 199, the Master 40 Women V6 1,000 meters, heat number 5 of 6, and they're off. Lane number 1, Team Phoenix from the USA. Lane number 2, 35 Nakaewalu from Hawaii. Lane number 3, Mauna Kea from Canada. Lane number 4, Three River Serpents Haapiti from Great Britain. Lane number 5, Rātanapa Piki Te Maramatanga from New Zealand. Some nice racing here from our ladies in the Master 40 Women's V6 1,000 meters. There is one team out already, and that is lane number 2. 35 Nakaewalu from Hawaii. They are out there probably about half a canoe length ahead of the rest. As they start to make their way into this 250 meter mark, they are already ahead by 1 canoe length. They will need to show everybody how it's done in this first turn. Let's see how they go as they start making the approach at the 250 meter mark. All of these turns at this 250 meter mark have been quite hard. Many of the teams have been pushed out, but this team are doing really well. They're still quite close to the buoy, but all of them have been pushed out quite wide. None of them have been able to kiss the buoy at the moment, but this team in lane number 2, they're already through, they're out. But the team in lane number 3, Mauna Kea from Canada, an exceptional turn from them. They have been able to come out first of the turn. They may have come in second or third, but they've come out first, and they're able to just challenge the team from Hawaii, 35 Nakaewalu, in that first turn. So they are out in the lead at the moment with about 2 seats ahead of the rest. Let's see how they go as they make their way down to the 500 meter mark. The team from Hawaii have picked it up. They may have come out second in that first turn, but the strength of this team to get in and get along on the straights just goes to show they've been able to pull away to nearly a canoe length ahead of the team in lane number 3, which is Mauna Kea from Canada. As they approach the second of 3 turns, the team from Hawaii, 35 Nakaewalu, getting around that turn, getting their canoe around. Nicely done there, but let's see how the Canadians do it. The Canadians are nearly around just as quickly, if not faster, than the team from Hawaii. 35 Nakaewalu have just come out. Some exceptional turning from this team in lane number 3. All of our other teams are just making their way around this last lot of turns. Lane number 5 have just got their way through. Lane number 1 and 4 are already out. That was Team Phoenix in lane number 1. And Great Britain, Three River Serpents, Haapiti from Great Britain again, lane number 4. But the race is still on. Let's see if these ladies in lane number 2 can keep up the pressure and actually push on those straights to get a lead in on the team Mauna Kea from Canada. "35 Nakaewalu coming in, the strength of these ladies on the straights. They're able to make that canoe fly on the straights, and as they make that 250 meter mark, they're again 1 canoe length ahead of lane number 3. Mauna Kea from Canada, they make their way around the turn. Mauna Kea a little bit wide, but lane number 2 is struggling to get around, trying to get the front of that canoe around. It is a struggle at the moment, but the strength in the front of this team from lane number 3 means they're out, and they're out probably by 2 strokes ahead of that team in lane 2. The Hawaiians are going to have to do a lot more work now on the straight to catch this team, and all they have to do, the Canadians have to do, is keep ahead and race all the way home. If they can keep that lead, they're going to take it from the Hawaiians, but the Hawaiians will not be laying down in this race. They will make sure that they're in it to win it, and they have just proved in this race every single time they're on the straights, they are unbeatable. And there you go, these ladies in lane number 2, they're already pulling away. They are half a canoe length ahead of lane number 3, Canada, Mauna Kea. So while the turns weren't as great for this Hawaiian team, they are machines when it comes to the straight line racing. They're able to lift that canoe out of the water and have it run really, really well. And as we are seeing, 1 canoe length ahead now, they are well ahead of the Canadians of Canada, Mauna Kea. They will cross the finish line in heat number 5 of 6 as the winners. They will move on to the next progression. Lane number 3 following, that is Mauna Kea from Canada. And then coming in for this third place, there is a little bit of a race between lane number 4 and lane number 1. Lane number 4, Great Britain, Three River Serpents, Ha'apiti, and the USA Team Phoenix. But it's lane number 4 that'll take that third place, followed by Team Phoenix from the USA in lane number 1. And the last team coming across the line at the moment, making their way down, is lane number 5, Ratanapa, Piki Te Maramatanga. We have a green flag in the Master 40 Women V6 1,000 metres. This is heat 6 of 6, so the final heat and race number 200. In lane number 1, Zed Kamamalahoe from Hawaii. In lane number 2, 37, Laiulaokai Red from Hawaii. Lane number 3, Singapore Paddle Club from Singapore. Lane number 4, PRCC Ealae from Great Britain. And lane number 5, Tribo Hoi from Brazil. Great racing here from lane number 4, PRCC Ealae in lane number 4 from Great Britain. They are already 5 seats ahead of the nearest competitors, which looks to be lane number 5, which is Tribo Hoi from Brazil, as they start to make their way to their first turn and navigate their way around. This is it. They've entered the first turn. Lane number 5 coming in second to lane number 4. Lane number 4, PRCC Ealae, a very wide turn for them, although the front of their canoe is coming around really well. Lane number 5 is probably going to get out earlier if they can get the front of their canoe moving a little bit more. Lane number 4 is out. Lane number 5 is out just behind. Only one stroke between the two of them as they make their way through. Then we've got lane number 2 coming in as well. That is 37, Laiulaokai Red from Hawaii. That's how they line up after the first of 3 turns. Lane number 1 struggling just a little bit. They're trying to get their canoe back in line, back straight again. They pushed their way out, but they've been able to come back. They are now back on the race course, but these two teams are really racing each other. Lane number 4 and lane number 5. Great Britain and Brazil. Lane number 4 has started to put a little bit of a lead on lane number 5, but there are still 2 more turns to go in this race. The straights are only important if you are that close. You get around the turn and you execute that turn well, you are liable to be ahead of your other teammates. And let's just see how they go, because as we make our way to the second turn, it is a close race here between lanes 4 and 5. They've both approached the turns at the same time. Let's see how they go. Both of them have done 2 different styles of turns. One has got the front around. They have both kissed the boy. Lovely work here from lane number 4. Our Great Britain team, PRCC Ealae, and the number 5, they're going to come back. Tribo Hoi from Brazil. This is going to be a great race for that first place spot. But lane number 3, lane number 2 now making their way through. Getting around lane number 2, 37 Laiulaokai Red have got their canoe around. They're able to get out. They're going to start their paddle to the 750 metre mark. But they are being challenged by lane number 3, Singapore Paddle Club from Singapore. But the real race is happening at the front here in lane number 4, between lane number 4, PRCC Ealae, and Tribo Hoi, and lane number 5 from Brazil. Lane number 5 has picked up the pace. They are just a little bit behind lane number 4 at the moment. The Brazilians versus Great Britain. This last turn may or may not determine who will come out first. There's going to be a great race. Given the way that they've turned in the past 2 turns, we know that both of these teams can get their canoes around really well. Now that they've started angling in, getting that canoe in, they've just started their turn again. A real battle between Brazil and Great Britain. The Brazilians are getting the front of their canoe around really well at the moment, but some long pulls from numbers 1 and 2 in lane number 4 may see that they're out just around the same time. And it looks as though they've just both come out at exactly the same time. So lane number 4, lane number 5, Great Britain and Brazil, they will race all the way to the end, because this will determine who will make it through the heats and into the semi-finals. This is going to be some great racing. It looks as though lane number 5 is ahead just by a couple of strokes at the moment, but don't outrule, or don't rule out, I should say, Great Britain, because PRCC Ealae Kala mai anō, they're coming back again, and they're really challenging this team. If the Brazilians can hold off for the entire 250 metres, they'll take this race. But they're going to have to fight because PRCC Air from Great Britain are not letting it go without a fight. We're up to the last 75 metres, and it's still neck and neck between these teams. Will the Brazilian team pick it up? They've started to do a little bit of a kick as they make their way in. The Britain team, the Brazilian team, who's going to take it? Great Britain, Brazil, lane 5, lane 4. It's going to be really close. Is it Brazil? Is it Great Britain? It's Brazil by half a stroke, a nose ahead, followed by lane number 4, Great Britain, PRCC Air, but the winners of this one was Tribo Hoi from Brazil. And cheer on the rest of these ladies as they make their way down. This is heat number 6 of 6. So there's been at least 30 teams paddling in this division throughout the heats that will be dwindled down into the semi-finals. But cheer for all of these teams because there's still a race going on. Lane number 2, lane number 3, who's going to get it? Lane number 2, we've got the Hawaiians, 37 Leula Okai Red. Lane number 3 has just pipped them right at the end, and that is the Singapore Paddle Club. Singapore Paddle Club from Singapore taking third place in this race. But no doubt about it, there is still one more team out there on the water, still coming across the finish line. They had a bit of a hard start on their first turn, which set them up a little bit. It slowed them down, but they've battled all the way through. They've continued to put in the kaha, put in that strength all the way to the end. Give them a cheer. This is our team in lane number 1, Zed Kamamala Hoi from Hawaii. That will round out heat number 6 of 6 for the Master 40 women, V6 1,000 metres, and that is race number 200. We have a red flag for race 201, the Open Men V12 500 metre final. They make their way up to the start line, ready to go. We have 8 lanes in this race, and they're off to a great start. Lane number 1, or lane number 2, I should say, for Lanikai from Hawaii. Lane number 3, Black Broncos from New Zealand. Va'a Brasilia, Esquilo Sports from Brazil in lane number 4. Horota Wakama Wooly Kumaras, New Zealand, lane number 5. Montor Shell from New Caledonia, lane number 6. FCRCC Star Nation Canada, lane number 7. Heretaina from Chile in lane number 8. H. Lokahi from Hawaii in lane number 9. But They're all out at the moment, and it is this team from Horota Wakama, Wooly Kumara, New Zealand, lane number 5. They are out ahead of the pack at this stage by 3 seats, but right beside them in lane number 4, it's the Va'a Brasilia Esquilo Sports from Brazil. They are still in this race, but they're going to have to catch this team from Horota Wakama, Wooly Kumara. As they make their way to the 250-metre mark, they are already ahead by 3 seats of a canoe. Then it goes closer to them, Brazil, Va'a Brasilia Esquilo Sports, and then the Black Broncos from New Zealand. That is first, second, and third as they make their way past the 250-metre mark. It's still a race for second at the moment unless something happens. This team is just starting to pull away each and every stroke. The team from Horota Wakama, Wooly Kumaras, is just pulling away. They are nearly 1 canoe length ahead of their closest rivals, which is the Brazilian team, Va'a Brasilia Esquilo Sports, in lane number 4 as they start to make their way down this race course. Lanes number 4, 3, and then 2. 5, 4, then 3. New Zealand, Brazil, then New Zealand. This is how they're lining up to finish off this race. But a masterclass from this team from New Zealand, Horota Wakama, Wooly Kumaras. They will cross the finish line. No sweat. They are this year's champions, gold medalists, silver medalists, lane number 4, and bronze medalists, lane number 3. So lane number 4, Va'a Brasilia Esquilo Sports will take that, and Black Broncos from New Zealand, bronze medalists. But the champions for this year's IVF World Sprint Championships for the Open Men V12 500 metres is Horota Wakaama, Wooly Kumara. We have a red flag for race 202, the Junior 19 women, V6 1,000 metres. This is semi-final 1 of 2. In lane number 1, we have 86 Kilohana from Hawaii. Lane number 2, 53 Keukaha from Hawaii. Lane number 3, Horota Wakama Manawahine from New Zealand. Tamaki Outrigger Canoe Team Pure Blue from New Zealand in lane number 4. And H. Lokahi from Hawaii in lane number 5. They are all lined up, ready to go. Green flag. This is underway. This race is underway, and a great start from lanes number 3 and 4. Horota Wakama in lane number 3, Manawahine, and lane number 4, Tamaki Outrigger Canoe Team Pure Blue, off to a great start in this 1,000 metres. This is a semi-final, so the top teams from this will make it into the final, and it is only 3 turns for the 1,000 metres. Right now, it is Horota Wakama Manawahine ahead by 1 or 2 strokes, followed closely by Tamaki Outrigger Canoe Team Pure Blue. And then third, it is out there in lane number 1, 86 Kilohana from Hawaii. As they start to make their way down the course, it is important to try and get a little bit of a lead on the others. And this is what this Horota team is trying to do. Manawahine, they're trying to get ahead by a couple of seats so that they have enough time to get around that turn. These turns become really, really important in these races because if you can nail the turn, get around quickly, you will get a much better lead from others. This team from Horota, very close to the flag, which is fantastic. Some great turning from them. They're out of the turn much quicker than they have been in the previous races. And this team in lane number 4 is also out now. Tamaki Outrigger Canoe, Team Pure Blue. This team is out. They have now started a kick, which is moving your paddle much quicker in unison. You've lifted your canoe out of the water, and now you're moving it much quicker to get a little bit more momentum on the straights. Lane number 1, 86 Kilohana Hawaii, have come out of their team as well. They are now doing a nice long and strong, pulling that canoe along. But this team here, Horota Wakama Manawahine, they look to be at least a canoe length ahead at the moment as they make their way down the course and into the second of 3 turns. It was a great first turn from this team in lane number 3, and the turns made it for them in that first round. Now they start to navigate their way into the second turn. We've got this team from lane number 3, Horota Wakama Manawahine, making their way around to navigate it. They've nailed this. It looks brilliant. The ama is close enough to the flag. The boy, it is going around, just kissing it beautifully. Tamaki Outrigger Canoe now. Team Pure Blue coming in and out there in lane number 1. 86 Kilohana from Hawaii, but an exceptional turn from this team of Horota Wakama Manawahine. They are through. They can move on to their third and final turn. So too can this team in lane number 4, Tamaki Outrigger Pure Blue. And lane number 2 now, 53 Keaukaha, is making their way around their turn as this team, H. Lokahi from Hawaii, also navigate their way around. They've got around the turn. They can get through. Now the power is in again from these teams. What we've noticed from these Hawaiian teams is they have some brilliant power on the straights. They're able to catch teams, no sweat. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more power from them, but it might be a bit hard to catch the number 1 team in this progression semi-finals. Horota Wakama Manawahine, they are not giving up. They have a race strategy. You can see it. They will continue to follow through. They are now starting to pick up the pace a little bit to get a bit more speed as they make their way into their third and final turn at the 750 meter mark for this 1,000 meter race. Here it is now. They've just started their approach, and numbers 1 and 2 have started jamming in the front of the canoe. Beautifully done here. The canoe is coming around nicely. They're already out. Nicely done from this Horota team, and they are out as the other teams have just started coming in. Tamaki Outrigger Canoe, Team Pure Blue, are still trying to get around, starting to move around, as well as 86 Kilohana from Hawaii. Beautifully done from that team in yellow. Manawahine, Horota Wakama, as they start to make their way down the last 250 meters of this race. This team in lane number 2, 53 Keaukaha from Hawaii, navigating their way into their last turn as well. They will be second, number 4 out of 5, as the team from H. Lokahi from Hawaii navigate their way around their turn. They make their way around. It has been a little bit difficult for them, but they are getting there, and they have just started their approach into their last 250 meters. But with 75 meters to go, the team from Gisborne, from Horota Wakama, Manawahine, from Aotearoa, New Zealand, they've just started a kick because they've started to pick up the pace. They'll be wanting to try and get the fastest qualifying time into the final, which would secure them the middle lanes for this race. A round of applause for this team, Horota Wakama Manawahine from New Zealand, with at least 3 or 4 canoe lengths ahead of everyone else. They will take out semi-final number 1, but the charge is happening over there in lane number 1. 86 Kilohana from Hawaii, putting in the challenge, but it might be a little too late at this stage, but they've done amazingly. Lane number 4, Tamaki Outrigger Canoe, Team Pure Blue will take out the second place, and third place will be 86 Kilohana from Hawaii. Team 53 Keaukaha from Hawaii still coming along. They will be crossing the finish line now. Cheer them on. They've worked really hard. So too has this team in lane number 5, H. Lokahi from Hawaii. They are just about there. A little bit more, one more pull of that canoe. Another round there for them, and they will cross the finish line, and that will round out semi-final 1 of 2 for our junior. We have a red flag for this Junior 19 women V6 1,000 metres. This is semi-final 2 of 2. Lane number 1, Ken West from Canada. Lane number 2, Ngā Hoi Horo, Team Tiare, New Zealand. Lane number 3, Horota Wakama, Suzuki Swift from New Zealand. Lane number 4, Tiare Kitai from New Zealand. Lane number 5, Tamaki Outrigger Canoe, Team Pure Red. And we have a black flag. Black flag indicating some of our teams are over the line. They're all back behind the line now. Black flag down, ready to go in this race. Black flag again. That black flag says that that our paddlers are over the line. I think the idea is that the teams are stationary. Their waka are held so that there is no drifting, nothing like that in this competition. They're all behind now by the looks. Black flag is down. And we have a green flag to start this race. And this is the Junior 19 Women V6 1000. It is semi-final 2 of 2. So this should be a fast race. A bit like the previous one because all of these teams have already gone through the heats. They are now into the semi-finals. Let's see how they go as they make their way down the start. It looks to be this team from Horota Wakaama, the Suzuki Swifts, a little bit swift there, but they are being challenged by the Ngāhoi Horo team. Team Tiare, either side actually, Team Tiare and Tiare Kitai in lanes number 2 and 4. This should be an interesting race. We can see lane number 2 is out ahead by potentially 1 or 2 strokes. It's neck and neck at the moment as they make their way down the causeway and into their first turn. Yeah, a little bit of work there from the Horota Wakaama Suzuki Swift team, New Zealand. As they start to make their approach, it is that team from Horota and the team from Ngāhoi Horo Team Tiare, New Zealand, making their way around that turn. A beautiful turn from the Team Tiare of Ngāhoi Horo. They were able to do that and get that. Let's see who will kick out first. Oh, they both come out at the same time. Let's see if they can get up and get their waka out and kick their way out first. Both of these teams came out exactly the same time, but it looks as though Horota Wakaama is ahead by potentially 1 or 2 strokes. 1 or 2 strokes is nothing on a 250-meter course. They're going to have to keep it up, or they're going to have to try and build up that strength to get their waka moving forward and to pull away a little bit, but I don't think that's going to happen with Team Tiare and Ngāhoi Horo, not at the moment anyway, because they are still in the race and they are still challenging their way down the 250-meter course as they make their way to the 500-meter mark. It's still a close race with Horota just in front at the moment. They are pulling along, but the challenge is still there from Ngāhoi Horo, Team Tiare of New Zealand. Lane number 2, lane number 3, and it is all on the turn. Can they get this turn? How are they going to approach it? How are they going to get around? This is the beautiful way that they make it work. Both of these teams have just approached the turn at exactly the same time. They make their way around. Nice work from both of these teams. Their steerers have got them around. Horota has come around quicker. They are out. It looks as though they're going to be able to pull their waka out, and they have just got ahead of the team in lane number 2. Ngāhoi Horo, Team Tiare, a good effort from them, but not good enough in terms of that turn in comparison to Horota Wakaama Suzuki Swift. They were rather swift around that corner. They got out, and now they are ahead by probably about 4 seats of a canoe. The rest of our teams coming through now. Tamaki Outrigger Canoe, Team Pure Red, getting their canoe around as they make their way out. Lane number 1, Can West from Canada. They are out of the turn. They are making their way down. Tiare Kitai from Ngāhoi Horo, making their way along the course. Lane number 4 from New Zealand. These are our Junior 19 women, V6 1000 meters, and this is semi 2 of 2. They're just starting to make the approach now to the third and final turn. They've just started at this team in lane number 3, Horota Wakaama, closely followed by Ngāhoi Horo, Team Tiare in lane number 2. They're getting their canoe around. Beautiful work from the Team Tiare, really close. They've just kissed that buoy, but This team from Horota have already got the canoe around and they're already out. They're moving. Lane number 2, Ngā Hoi Horo, in behind as these other teams just start to approach their turns. Team number 4, lane number 4, Tiareki Tai from New Zealand, making their way around the turn at the moment. Tamaki Outrigger Canoe about to approach that turn at the moment. But lane number 1, Can West, still trying to get their canoe around. There's a little bit of trouble happening there. You can see that it's a bit difficult to get the front of the canoe around, but they've got it. They're out. They're moving along. But the race is here from the Horota Wakaama Suzuki Swift team. Lane number 3, e Ngā Hoi Horo, Team Tiare from New Zealand. Lane number 2. This team from Horota are going to try and take the time. They have started to pick up their rate in racing. They know that they have their neighbours from the exact same club in the finals. They were the fastest of the last heat. Hey, let's see whether or not this team is just as fast or faster than the other team. Who knows? We'll find out when the lane draw happens. But no doubt about it, with at least a canoe length ahead of everyone else, this team here, Suzuki Swift from Horota Wakaama, New Zealand, will cross the finish line in that semi-final 2 of 2 as the fastest qualifier of this heat, followed by Ngā Hoi Horo, Team Tiare of New Zealand. Those two teams through to the finals. The next team's coming through now. Cheer them on as they make their way along. Lane number 1, Can West, they are still putting it in. Getting it in the can, getting that work done. Lane number 4, Tiareki Tai from New Zealand. They are putting in the hard yards too. They want to make sure that they get the 3rd position. They pip by about 2 seats that team out there in lane number 1, Can West. So it goes. Horota Wakaama Suzuki Swift, Ngā Hoi Horo Team Tiare, Tiareki Tai from New Zealand, and then Can West, followed by this team coming in now. Please cheer them on. Tamaki Outrigger Canoe, Team Pure Red from New Zealand. They've worked hard throughout the entire 1,000 metre race. They are now about to finish this. Please give them a round of applause. They will round out semi-final 2 of 2 for our Junior 19 women, V6 1,000 metres. Kia mau tonu mai a te iwi, there is one more race to be had, and it is a final. This is one more race for today's racing. One more down, and we will be done. And a general announcement that the prize giving, the medal presentations, will happen 20 minutes following this last race. And we have a red flag for this Junior 16 men, V12 500 metres. It is a straight final, so whoever wins this will take home the gold medal. There are 2 teams in this, one from Hawaii, and lane number 6 is Horota Wakaama Hianga from New Zealand. Let's see how they go as they make their way down the course. A great start from both of these teams. They are sitting quite close together at the moment. Some great paddling from lane number 5, Horota Wakaama Hianga. they have, lane number 6, I should say, they have been able to get out ahead at this stage. They are doing a nice long and strong as they make their way down the course, but we cannot count out this team from Hawaii. For Landikai 31, it is still early in the race. They are still quite close. They're probably about 2 seats behind. They're able to keep that pressure on. We'll see how they go as they make their way up in this race. At the 250-metre mark, these young men from Horota, Wakaama, Hianga are ahead by 3 seats of a canoe at the moment. If they keep that pressure up, they will probably start inching their way forward, as we've seen in some of the other races. He's hoping for Landikai 31 can keep that pressure on them and really pull out. Let's see how they go. Cheer them on as they make their way. This is a straight final, and it is the Junior 16 men V12 500 metres. The winner of this race will take home the gold medal and be crowned the world champions for 2022. And as I predicted, this team from Horota Wakaama Hianga has just started to really pull away. We're going to want to see what For Landikai can do as they make their way to the last 50-odd metres of this race. This team has just started to pick it up. Lane number 6, Horota Wakaama Hianga. They will be your world champions for the V12 500-metre Junior 16 men, followed by For Landikai 31 of Hawaii, our silver medalists.
Oh my goodness, what a day's racing we've had today. Day number 4 is done and dusted, almost done and dusted. We will have prize giving, medal presentations will happen within, just to give time for any protests that may come along. It is just part of the process that we have to wait. But all those medal recipients, please start to make your way down to that medal presentation area. We do ask that all medal recipients wear their uniforms. From the tower here, on behalf of the live streaming team, the racing commentary and announcing team, we say thank you, thank you, thank you. It has been our pleasure to bring you as much information, as much commentary, not just here at Dorney Lake, but for around the world. For those who have been watching the live streaming, we hope you've also enjoyed today's racing, day number 4. And just remember, tomorrow is day 5. More hot, close, absolutely amazing racing out here on this day 4. Guess what? It's only going to continue as we look at that. Heading down towards the medal presentation area. Fantastic to all the volunteers around, on the water, off the water, at the gates, in the tower. at administration, on the boat loading bay, in administration, in there, also at registration, marshalling. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We can't say enough thank yous. And so let's make sure we end our day with a great day and acknowledging all those medal recipients today on day number 4 of this, the IVF 2022 Va'a World Sprint Championships, Dorney Lake here at Windsor.